Chapter 681. Not good. That man cursed in his heart. There was a great formation hidden in the void. He was forced out of the formation and reappeared on the battlefield. He turned his head and saw Nangong Wentin carrying a huge blue ruler, like a peerless madman rushing towards him. Pucci, however, what really killed him wasn't Nangong Wentin, it was a long sword behind him. He felt his body tremble and couldn't help but lower his head. He saw a long sword with blood piercing through his body, half of it was exposed. He was terrified, he felt his life force gradually disappearing. It was an unprecedented fear, it was the most intimate feeling of death. He was an 8th grade combat emperor, but he didn't notice that there was someone behind him. Until the last moment of his death he didn't see who killed him from behind. The heavenly saint's sword vibrated, shattering the man's internal organs. Blood splattered everywhere and he died on the spot. The man behind him was Zhou Xian. He and Da Huang Dog controlled the formation, they could appear anywhere in the formation at any time. That man was courting death if he tried to escape. Seeing his enemy being killed by Zhou Xian, Nangong Wentin was so angry that his nose was crooked. Little Chinzi, that brat is mine. If you didn't do anything I would have killed him with a single slap. Nangong Wentin was extremely depressed, he scolded Zhou Xian for not being a good friend. I firmly believe that you can kill him with a single slap. I'm just saving you some energy. Zhou Xian smiled at Nangong Wentin. Another 8th grade combat emperor was killed by Zhou Xian. There was only one 8th grade combat emperor left on the battlefield. He was severely injured by Han Yan's crazy bombardment. When he saw that 2 of his companions were dead, he was disheartened and didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran. How could he continue to fight? His opponent was too strong. If he continued to fight he wouldn't even be able to keep his corpse intact. However, he was still very confident in himself. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, running away shouldn't be a problem. After all, he was an 8th grade combat emperor, he was very skilled in controlling the spatial force. However, bang! There was nothing special about this person's fate. As soon as he entered the void he was ejected by the array. Before he could react he felt a heavy object slam into his back. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. Caught off guard, his heart was crushed. Well, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have the time to see who had knocked him into his back. He rushed toward the battlefield once again. At this moment he had almost lost his ability to fight. He saw Nangong Wentin's ruler appear in front of him, and after the ruler hit him on the head he lost consciousness. After killing a person, Nangong Wentin's mood became much better. Behind that person, a majestic Da Huang Dog was baring its teeth. That attack just now was from the Da Huang Dog's head, the invincible head of a dog. This is so fucking satisfying. Nangong Wentin was very excited. The brothers hadn't fought side by side for a long time. Now when they cooperated, their tacit understanding and sharpness were still there. As the saying goes, when brothers are of the same heart, their sharpness can cut through metal. When they were in the Eastern continent they could move unhindered. Now that they were in the Divine continent they could still gallop on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, 3 8th grade combat emperors were killed. The scene once again became restless. The situation of the battle was too intense. The faces of the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace were extremely ugly. They were afraid that Zhou Xian would turn around and deal with them. Freedom Sect had suffered a great loss today. They had lost 3 8th grade combat emperors. One of them was the powerful Li Long. Most of the core disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace had died. Even if there were some 8th grade combat emperors left, they would be elders. Too ferocious. Those 3 died miserably. They were dignified 8th grade combat emperors, but they didn't even have the chance to escape. Have you all noticed? The tacit understanding between Zhou Xian and the others has reached a flawless stage. Zhou Xian and that Da Huang Dog are proficient in formations. They have set up a grand formation and a seal in the air, making it impossible for their opponents to escape. Finally they joined hands to kill them. It is a terrifying combination. They are all peerless geniuses. It won't be long before Xuanyu will have their own territory. Everyone was shocked. After today many people would remember this combination. They were such a ferocious combination. Xuanyu would become extremely restless because of their existence. On the other side, Yan Hui, who was fighting Mo Sang, noticed the result of the battle. His facial expression changed. Obviously his mood was greatly affected. He was flustered when he fought Mo Sang. "Let's attack together and kill him." Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Yan Hui and said coldly. As soon as his voice faded, Han Yan and Nan Gong rushed into the battlefield. They joined hands with Mo Sang and completely surrounded Yan Hui. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood on the periphery. The battlefield was completely sealed off, not giving Yan Hui any chance to escape. Million Stars Ruler. Blood Devil Blade. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan struck out their powerful attacks at the same time. Dealing with Yan Hui was different from dealing with the other three. They needed to go all out. Mo Sang was also very powerful. A sharp spear appeared in his hand. It was covered with dense devil chi. 3 combat weapons came from 3 different directions at the same time, trying to tear Yan Hui into pieces. Arg! Yan Hui yelled. He regretted that he shouldn't have attacked Jiang Chen. He shouldn't have chosen to leave this place when Li Long was killed until Mo Sang's appearance, which made him fall into an irredeemable situation. He didn't expect Han Yan and Nangong Wentian to be so powerful. 3 8th-grade combat emperors were killed by them, especially Han Yan, who was at the peak of 7th-grade combat emperor. With the addition of Gu Tianma's bloodline, his combat strength was almost suppressed by Yan Hui. Now that Yan Hui's state of mind was disturbed and his opponents had become 3, how could he resist? However, he had to resist even if he couldn't. Yan Hui waved the long sword in his hand. The whole battlefield was filled with sharp sword chi. Hong Long, all the attacks collided together. It had to be said that Yan Hui was really strong. However, his opponent was even stronger. The battlefield was directly hit into a frenzy. God knows how many times the void was broken. Yan Hui was beaten until he vomited blood. His aura was completely messed up. Kill him! Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His heroic spirit was like an invincible marshal. Even if he didn't participate in the battle, he could still control the whole situation. The 3 of them hugged Yan Hui again. Cold light flashed. Their attacks were destructive, enough to destroy a part of the world. The terrifying destructive force once again submerged Yan Hui. Mo Sang was very excited to kill this genius of Sky Mountain School who was on the sky ranking. After this wave of attacks, Yan Hui was completely covered in blood. Although he could still stand there, he had lost all of his combat strength. The long sword in his hand had fallen. His whole body was on the verge of collapsing. Now, even if the void wasn't sealed, he wouldn't be able to escape. It's over. Yan Hui is going to be finished. These people are too cruel. Ruthless. This time Jiang Chen has offended both the Freedom Sect and the Sky Mountain School. However, he has the Nebula Sect and the Moyin cult to back him up. He isn't afraid of them. It's a pity that a genius like Yan Hui will die in the Death Mountain. However, he can't blame anyone for this. Who asked him to provoke Jiang Chen first? Many people were sighing. Many of them were disciples of the Sky Hill sect. When they saw that Yan Hui was going to be killed, all of their faces were filled with anger. But even though they were angry, they didn't dare stand out because they knew very well that standing out at this moment was meaningless. Even Yan Hui was going to die, how could they fight Jiang Chen? Until now, many of them had understood one thing. They were warning themselves that this Jiang Chen wasn't someone who could be provoked. Whoever provoked him wouldn't have a good ending. Although he was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, he could create miracles continuously. Even an 8th-grade combat emperor was killed by him. Yan Hui was finished. Jiang Chen strolled towards Yan Hui and said in an indifferent tone, "Yan Hui, I don't have any enmity with the Sky Mountain School. I have saved your disciples before. I don't know why you want to team up with Li Long to deal with me, but since you have chosen to do so, you will have to pay the price for your decision. Jiang Chen, you will die miserably. The Sky Mountain School and Xiaoyao Palace won't let you go." Yan Hui knew that he was going to die, but he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he threatened Jiang Chen. Although he said so, he regretted it in his heart. Just like what Jiang Chen said, he didn't have any enmity with Jiang Chen. If he didn't team up with Li Long, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Even if he and Jiang Chen couldn't be friends, they wouldn't be enemies. However, it was too late now. Sometimes, one had to bear the consequences of his choice, even if the consequences were very serious. Do you think such a threat will work on me? I dared to offend Xiaoyao Palace. Do you think I will be afraid of the Sky Mountain School? Die now and be a sensible person in your next life. Jiang Qin waved his arm and beheaded Yan Hui with the Heavenly Saint's sword. He didn't like to be merciful to his enemies, and he didn't like to leave any chance for his enemies. Chapter 682. Li Long and Yan Hui were dead. All 5 8th-grade combat emperors had fallen. The disciples of Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill School were on the verge of breaking down, but they didn't dare to say a word. They left the place quietly. The others did the same, shaking their heads and sighing. All the herbs in the herb garden had been picked clean. There was no point in staying any longer. It was better to go to other places to search for treasures. However, today's battle had completely established Jiang Chen's position in the younger generation of the mysterious domain. His name had spread far and wide, and there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. He was a peerless madman who absolutely couldn't be offended. Those who went against him would certainly not have a good ending. It was imaginable that if the Sky Hill School and Freedom Palace didn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, Jiang Chen would sooner or later become a great threat to these two major powers. The disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult hadn't left. Compared to the other two sects, their faces were filled with excitement. It was exciting. The battle just now was too exciting. The two sects' chi had been unleashed, especially the disciples of Nebula sect. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. He was merely a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he had killed an 8th-grade combat emperor. No matter how he did it, he had done something that no one else could do. Many of the disciples of Nebula sect had a higher grade than Jiang Chen. Compared to Jiang Chen, they who were geniuses were just trash. Jiang Chen withdrew his chi and descended from the sky. He said to the disciples of Nebula sect, "You all continue to search for treasures. If anyone comes to find trouble with you, don't hesitate. No matter who they are, just kill them." "Yes, Brother Jiang." All the core disciples shouted out at the same time. Although Jiang Chen was still an inner circle disciple in this world where strength was everything, even the core disciples had to address Jiang Chen as their senior disciple. With such an amazing senior disciple, they all felt like they had become much more superior than before. "Damn it, let's see who dares to cause trouble in the future." Senior Brother Jiang said to kill them directly. The people of Nebula sect also left one after another. Han Yen casually said a few words to the Moyin cult disciples, and the Moyin cult disciples also left. Only Jiang Chen and his gang stayed behind. Jiang Chen approached Mose and clasped his fists. "Thank you for your help today, Brother Mo." Brother Jiang is too polite. "Since Brother Jiang is the young master's friend, you are naturally my friend as well. Furthermore, I, Mo Sang, am very happy to be friends with a genius like Brother Jiang." Mose said with a smile. The people of the devil cult did not like to be bashful. Most of them were straightforward and decisive in killing. Jiang Chen liked this kind of people except for those who were too deeply involved in the devil cult and were extremely vicious. Jiang Chen preferred to make friends with the people of the devil cult. "Nan, take out the elixir and divide it among everyone." Jiang Chen looked at Nangong Wentian. "All right, I'll give it all to you, I don't need it." Nangong Wentian was extremely forthright. He took out all the spirit herbs he had. Looking at these ancient spirit herbs, everyone's eyes shone brightly. Only Nangong Wentian wasn't interested at all. This fellow's entire body was filled with medicinal herbs. He would never be interested in spirit herbs in this lifetime. Furthermore, even if he continued to eat spirit herbs, it wouldn't have any effect. "Damn, these are all rare treasures, too extravagant." Mose couldn't help but say. "Brother Mo, you can take whatever elixir you like." Jiang Chen smiled. He had a very good impression of Mose. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Mose's help, he would have to use the broken pot to kill Yan Hui. That would be too wasteful, and he would have to reveal all his trump cards. Now, everyone thought that he could only use the broken pot once, and the next time someone came looking for trouble, they would underestimate their enemy. I don't think it's a good idea." Mose was startled. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so straightforward. Such rare and precious elixirs, if they were to be placed outside, they would be priceless existences. They might even be priceless, but now Jiang Chen was asking him to take whatever he wanted. This was simply too exciting. "Mose, if you don't take it, we'll divide it all," said Han Yen with a smile. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards one of the blood lotuses. "I'll take it, it would be a waste not to take it." Mose didn't try to be polite. This was such a great opportunity. If he didn't get anything in the end because he was being polite, he would slap himself in the face. Very quickly, the elixirs that were piled up like a mountain were all divided by the few of them. The Huang dog took the most, but he had already eaten too many elixirs. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to digest all of them. He would only eat these elixirs after he had consumed all his elixirs. At that time his cultivation base would rise to another level. Little Chenzi, Yen, you haven't told me what this place is. You seem to be doing very well now, especially Yen, he has become a young master. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Nangong Wentian couldn't hold it in any longer. He had too many questions in his heart. He knew nothing about the divine continent. After he came out from the spatial crack, he went straight to the herb garden. He had only seen the sun today. Not to mention the divine continent, he didn't even know where the herb garden he was in was. Ahai Jiangchen, Han Yen and a Huang dog laughed. They were speechless when they thought about what happened to Nangong Wentian. They had to admit that Nangong Wentian had the greatest encounter in his life. Otherwise, his cultivation base wouldn't have reached such a terrifying level. Jiangchen cultivated the dragon transformation art, Han Yen had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, De Huang dog had the bloodline of the dragon horse, Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians, Wu Ningzhu had inherited the bloodline of her mother. Compared to this group of people, Nangong Wentian had the least advantage, but he had reached the 7th grade combat emperor. It was all because of this herb garden. His current body was like a treasure, it wasn't inferior to any bloodline. After that, Jiangchen and Han Yen told Nangong Wentian about what they had experienced in the divine continent, as well as the current situation of the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult. When he thought about how he wasn't involved in those soul-stirring events, Nangong Wentian was so angry that he wanted to knock his head on the ground. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Anan, you are actually very lucky. The place you are in is called the Death Mountain. It is the forbidden land of Xuanyu, one of the 8 forbidden lands of the divine continent. It only opens once every 30 years. Today is the time limit of 30 years, that's why we are able to enter this place. Think about it, it's fortunate that the time limit of 30 years is almost here. Otherwise, I don't know how long you would have been trapped here. Han Yen said. Hearing this, Nangong Wentian's face was covered with cold sweat. If he had to stay in this herb garden for 30 years, he would definitely go crazy. Both of you are doing very well now. One is the young master of the Moyin cult, and the other is doing very well in the Nebula sect. Wait until I get out of this place, I want to show off and do something big. Nangong Wentian said solemnly. Alright, the herb garden here has already been cleaned up. However, this Death Mountain is extremely huge and has a lot of spatial zones. This is a rare opportunity for each of us, so we have to grasp it well. If we really get the opportunity, we'll leave this Death Mountain a month later. At that time, some of you will experience earth-shattering changes. I hope that all of you will be able to undergo a huge transformation. Therefore, we'll part ways here and each of you will go look for your own opportunities. Jiangchen opened his mouth and said, opportunities usually represent one's luck. If we stay together, it will represent one's luck and one's opportunity. If you are separated, you will have to rely on your own luck to find your own opportunities. All of you have your own luck. If you stay by my side, you will be affected by my luck. Plus, we won't be able to go to many places even if we are separated. Many people nodded in agreement to Jiang Chen's suggestion. Everyone here was a genius and each of them was able to take charge of an area. Geniuses like Tyrant and Zwillinger were blessed with luck. If they went to look for their own luck, they might find their own opportunity. But if they followed Jiang Chen's luck would be too strong, and it would overshadow everyone else's luck. Little Chenzi is right. This place opens once every 30 years. There are a lot of opportunities here. We should go and find our own opportunities. Han Yen said. Soon after, everyone didn't delay any longer. They went in different directions, leaving only Jiang Qin and De Huang dog behind. There was no day and night in this place, so they didn't know what time it was. However, it should have been a day since they entered the Death Mountain. There were still people coming in and out of the spatial zone, but they left after they didn't see any treasures. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog came to the herb garden again. They looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Can you sense the location of the Pure Land? Jiang Qin asked. De Huang dog's innate sensing ability was even more powerful than him, the greatest saint in the world. Don't worry. Follow me. De Huang dog said. With a swoosh he disappeared and went underground. Xianxia followed closely behind him. They were both proficient in the earth escaping technique. Traveling underground wasn't a problem at all. A man and a dog continued to swim downwards. In the blink of an eye they had already gone more than 10 feet deep. At this place the surrounding soil had already become incomparably hard. It looked like gold. Even a little bit of soil was emitting a pressing spiritual energy. It must be the pure land below. The soil here is almost like a spirit. It's filled with pure yuan qi. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The deeper they went, the more soil essence there was. There must be a pure land below. Xianxia didn't doubt that as long as he absorbed the essence of the soil, it would greatly affect his earth dragon seal. We have to go deeper. The pure land is at the bottom. The Huang dog smiled. He had always been interested in searching for treasures. Chapter 683. The deeper they went, the harder the soil was to move. The soil here had been affected by the pure land for many years, so it was no longer ordinary soil. It was as hard as diamond. Moreover, the earth qi was very dense. Otherwise, the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't have grown so thick. Even the dragon ginseng had turned into a spirit, and there wouldn't be such a beautiful space in the Death Mountain that was filled with earth qi. Although the soil was very hard, it didn't affect Xianxia and a Huang dog at all. One man and one dog moved at an extremely fast speed. In a very short period of time, they had already penetrated 100 zhang underground. This was already very deep, almost reaching the deepest part of the earth. The soil had become indestructible. Golden light could be seen everywhere below. It is like a strange world. It seems like this pure land is really a rare treasure. Even though it is so deep underground, it can still affect the soil above. However, this depth is too deep. We're going to reach the netherworld soon. The Huang dog couldn't help but say. The netherworld is an independent world. It's impossible to drill into it directly. The pure land is just below us. Xianxia said. He and the Huang dog were like two golden light drills, drilling into the hard soil. Very quickly they descended another 100 zhang. There was an independent space in front of them on the left. This space only had a circumference of 1 zhang. There wasn't a single bit of soil inside. It was completely hollow. In this small space, the golden light had condensed into a substance, interweaving into a dense spider web. The terrifying earth qi made it difficult for people to breathe. Xianxia and the Huang dog's gazes fell upon that space at the same time. They saw a golden solid floating in the middle of the small space. That solid was only the size of a fist. It was emitting golden light and was rotating automatically. It was extremely mystical. Pure land. Xianxia and the Huang dog exclaimed at the same time. The Huang dog said excitedly, "So this is the legendary pure land. It's really not an ordinary item. This is a supreme treasure, a true sacred item in the world. It's too rare." The earth's spiritual energy released by such a small piece of pure land is actually able to cause such a huge change in the entire space and create so many spirit herbs. How extraordinary! Xianxia could not help but sigh. The Huang dog licked his lips, looking as though he was itching to devour this pure land. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly pulled the Huang dog's tail. "Why are you pulling me? This lord dog knows that this thing is more useful to you than to me. I'm not going to eat it. You can take it and refine it." The Huang dog glared at Xianxia, but his mouth was still drooling. This touched Xianxia's heart. All along, most of the treasures found by the Huang dog had fallen into Xianxia's hands. Earth is the origin of the 5 elements, and also the foundation of a cultivator. Earth is the foundation of the 5 elements. It is also the foundation of a cultivator. This pure land is the spirit of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtains this pure land will obtain endless benefits. If I refine this pure land, my earth dragon seal will reach grand completion. Among the 5 elements, I have already obtained the spirit of fire, water, and earth. I am still missing the spirit of metal and wood. However, I only need half of the pure land to cultivate the earth dragon seal. We will each take half of this pure land. Let's start refining it in this small underground space. Xianxia said. The power of the pure land was very great. He did not need this much. Half of the earth's spiritual energy contained in the pure land was enough for him to cultivate the earth dragon seal. The remaining half was just right for De Huang. Could be said that the Pure Land today was all thanks to De Huang Dog. If it was not for De Huang Dog's terrifying perception towards treasures, he would not have been able to find this Pure Land. Swoosh. Hearing this, both of De Huang Dog's ears stood up. He turned into a golden light and ran into the underground space. He opened his mouth and bit off half of the Pure Land, then swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing this, Jiangchen rolled his eyes. This damn dog was not polite at all. However, he admired De Huang Dog's teeth even more. The Pure Land was extremely hard, at least 10 times harder than ordinary demon beast. However, De Huang Dog still bit it off in one bite. After De Huang Dog ate the Pure Land, he immediately moved to the side to refine it. The power of the Pure Land was too great. He had to refine it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the terrifying energy contained in it would be enough to make his body explode. Jiangchen smiled. The stronger De Huang Dog was, the better it would be for him. Now that there were so many enemies, the most important thing was to improve his cultivation. De Huang Dog possessed the Dragon Horse bloodline, which gave him a profound foundation. His cultivation would be extremely terrifying when he improved. It was conceivable that this half of the Pure Land was enough for De Huang Dog's cultivation to reach the 5th grade Demon Emperor realm. Jiangchen took a step forward and arrived at the small underground space. He grabbed the remaining half of the Pure Land and suddenly felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. Jiangchen sat cross-legged and adjusted his condition to the best. The Pure Land was controlled between his palms and he started to refine it bit by bit. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd grade Combat Emperor. After refining this Pure Land, he would at least reach the peak of the 3rd grade Combat Emperor. With the help of the Earth Dragon Seal's transformation, Jiangchen was confident that he could advance to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Xuanyu Xiaoyao Palace. The huge mountain gate of Xiaoyao Palace wasn't inferior to the Nebula sect in terms of qi or scale. At the center of Xiaoyao Palace, there was a golden pagoda that reached the clouds. This golden pagoda was the most important place in Xiaoyao Palace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter it. The top of the golden pagoda was the most important place among all the important places. There was a palace at the top of the pagoda that formed a spatial zone. In the entire Xiaoyao Palace, there was only one person who had the right to enter. That person was Freedom King. Even those honorable supreme elders and minor saint experts in Xiaoyao Palace weren't qualified to enter this place. However, at this moment there was a young man squatting in the palace. He was wearing a long golden robe. His face was resolute and his eyebrows were filled with a domineering aura. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was filled with a strong emperor's qi. He was like an emperor who walked in the world, making people respect and fear him at the same time. Above the young man's head there was a ball of white mist. It was like the immortal qi lingering around him. It was a substantial qi of fate. He was the favored child of the heavens. Every move he made was filled with immortal light. If Jiangchen was here, he would be able to recognize that these people were from the northern and southern dynasties. At this moment, beside the northern and southern dynasties, there was an incomparably majestic white tiger squatting. The white tiger's body was almost comparable to the De Huang Dog. The white tiger's body didn't have a single strand of hair. It was all white, but it was emitting a faint golden light. On the white tiger's forehead, there was a majestic king character that was very eye-catching. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. It raised its head, showing an incomparable arrogance. It was the arrogance that came from its bones. This was the divine beast white tiger. The divine beast that only existed in the legends had actually appeared. It squatted beside the northern and southern dynasties, looking very docile. It didn't have any ferocious look on its face. The one who defeated Nebula Kid was this white tiger, a 3rd grade minor demon saint. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of them weren't the 1st grade combat emperors that Nebula Kid had mentioned. They were terrifying 6th grade combat emperors, and they were at the peak of the 6th grade. The northern and southern dynasties were sitting cross-legged on a golden futon in the center of the main hall with their eyes closed. Their qi was rising all the time. Above the main hall there was a floating golden throne. The throne was very spacious and carried a majestic qi. A light flashed and a man appeared on the throne. He was wearing a purple battle robe and looked to be in his 40s. His body was filled with saint's qi and he was high and mighty. He was none other than Freedom King. Humph! Preposterous! A little kid actually dares to be disrespectful to this seat? Freedom King looked incomparably angry. He slapped on the armrest of the throne, causing the throne to produce a caw-caw sound. Who is it that has made the master so angry? The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened his eyes. His back was facing Freedom King and he spoke indifferently. His tone didn't show any respect to Freedom King. In the entire Xiaoyao palace, there wasn't anyone who dared to speak to Freedom King with his back facing him. However, Freedom King wasn't angry. The Nebula sect has a rare genius that can't be seen in 10,000 years. He can trigger the heavenly tribulation and kill 2 of my elders. He also dared to speak rudely to me. He's courting death. Although the Xiaoyao palace was infuriated, he had to admit that Xianxia was a genius. He even felt that if this person wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a great threat to Xiaoyao palace, even if Xianxia was only a second-grade combat emperor. What? He can trigger the heavenly tribulation? Xuanyu actually has such a person? I would like to meet him. The northern and southern dynasties were slightly moved. He slowly stood up and turned around to look at Freedom King. Of course, although this person can trigger the heavenly tribulation, there is still a huge gap between him and young Master Nan. Young Master Nan has the true immortal soul physique and inherited the will of the immortals. How can a mere mortal like Xianxia be compared to him? Freedom King said with a smile. He was very clear about Nan Beichao's identity. Nan Beichao had the body of an immortal soul. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to show any neglect. Even the divine beast White Tiger was following him. Such a character would sooner or later become the monarch of the world. What? Did you say that person's name is Xianxia? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. This time it wasn't as simple as being moved. When the name Xianxia was mentioned, his eyes were filled with deep hatred and murderous intent. This name was the biggest scar in his life. The white-clothed figure was the existence that he wanted to eliminate even in his dreams. Xianxia was the shame of his life that couldn't be washed away. Why? Young Master Nan knows that Xianxia? Freedom King was stunned. Looking at the looks of the northern and southern dynasties, they had actually heard of Xianxia. I have some relationship with this person. I didn't expect that he would also be in the Xian region. Very good, truly very good. Seems like I won't be too lonely in the Xian region. This time I'll let him know that I'm the true son of heaven. I have the body of an emperor and I can't be violated. The northern and southern dynasties exuded a strong murderous intent. He didn't need to guess that the Xianxia of Xuanyu must be the Xianxia of the eastern continent. In this world, there wouldn't be a second person who had the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Prepare well for October. 3 updates every day. Also, the main website's red envelope is online. Reward 100 red envelopes and 1 update. Work hard to update in October. Look, brothers. Chapter 684. The golden robes of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered. Their eyes were like 2 blazing suns that were filled with raging flames. I'm going to the Death Mountain to meet my old friend. Young Master North and South, don't be impulsive. There are many people named Xianxia in this world. Might not be just one person. Xiaoyao King didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would be so excited after hearing the name Xianxia. He had known the northern and southern dynasties for a long time. They had always been an extremely calm person. They were the kind of people who wouldn't change their expressions even if the mountain collapsed in front of them. Even in front of him, they had never shown any abnormal expression. But today, because of the name Xianxia, they had such a huge reaction. It seemed that the northern and southern dynasties must have suffered losses in the hands of Xianxia. It must be him. The northern and southern dynasties said with certainty. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily a friend who understood a person the most but an opponent. Just like when Xianxia knew that the northern and southern dynasties were in Xuanyu, he could guess the purpose of the northern and southern dynasties and knew that Xuanyu would be in chaos. The northern and southern dynasties also knew that with Xianxia around, their hegemony would definitely be hindered. If there was one person in this world who could stop their path to becoming an emperor, it must be Xianxia. However, it was because of their existence that they had more passion for each other. The road of cultivation wouldn't be too lonely. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes even if they were mortal enemies. However, the passage to the Death Mountain has been closed. I'm afraid that young Master North and South can't enter. Xiaoyao King frowned. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to enter the Death Mountain, they must go alone. They couldn't bring the White Tiger with them. The White Tiger was a powerful minor demon saint. If he were to enter the Death Mountain, it would cause an unimaginable disaster to the people inside. It's okay. I have the body of an immortal. I carry the will of an immortal. I can go anywhere. I have my own way to enter. As the northern and southern dynasties spoke, their bodies flashed and completely disappeared. They went to the Death Mountain alone and left the White Tiger in the Xiaoyao Palace. Seeing that the northern and southern dynasties had left, the White Tiger took a look at the void and continued to lie there, pretending to be asleep. From the beginning to the end he did not even look at the Freedom King. The White Tiger was a very proud race. He would not take anyone seriously except for the northern and southern dynasties that he approved of. In the narrow underground space of the Death Mountain, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were still in closed-door cultivation. The surface of their bodies was covered with golden light, which looked very mystical. Their aura was constantly changing. The power of the Pure Land was too strong. Earth was the foundation of the 5 elements. After Jiang Qin and a Huang dog refined the Pure Land, not only could they improve their cultivation, but they could also consolidate their foundation. The benefits were great. There were still people appearing in the space. All of them were shocked by such a space filled with spiritual qi. Unfortunately, they searched the entire space and didn't find any good treasures. There was only an empty herb garden, and the air was filled with the smell of battle and blood. There must have been a great battle here. Look at that herb garden. It must be full of spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, we were late and they were all robbed. What a pity. The spiritual herbs here must be very precious. Our luck is too bad. The people who appeared left after circling around the place. They didn't find anything unusual. As for the great battle that happened before, they naturally didn't know what happened. The corpses of Li Long and the others had been taken away by the disciples of the 2 great sections. Ka, ka. 2 clear and melodious sounds came out from Jiang Qin and a Huang dog's body at the same time. It was the sound of advancement. At this moment, Jiang Qin had successfully condensed 1,000 dragon marks, advancing to the 3rd grade combat emperor, while the Huang dog had advanced to the 4th grade demon emperor. Both of them had advanced a grade, but their qi didn't stop because of this. They didn't wake up either. The benefits that the Pure Land could bring them were far more than that. The Huang dog's dragon horse bloodline was getting more and more vigorous. His speed of refining the treasures had reached its peak. Judging from his current situation, he would be able to refine the Pure Land completely in another 2 hours. At that time he wouldn't have any problem breaking through to the 5th grade demon emperor. When Jiang Qin was refining the Pure Land, the Earth Dragon Seal in the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was circulating automatically. An enormous amount of Earth Qi passed through Jiang Qin's 7 meridians and 8 meridians, and finally converged in his Qi Sea. New dragon marks were continuously forming. 100, 200, 300, 1,000, an hour later, Jiang Qin had finally refined the Pure Land completely. The Earth Dragon Seal was completed. Under the impact of the Earth Dragon Seal, the dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 46,000. With 46,000 dragon marks, Jiang Qin's cultivation had successfully advanced to the 4th grade combat emperor. This time he had advanced 2 grades from the 2nd grade combat emperor to the 4th grade combat emperor. The increase in his strength was unimaginable. One wing, the qi waves that rushed out from Jiang Qin's body had caused the soil below to crumble. The movement from below had caused the whole area above to shake. The earth was shaking as if a great earthquake was going to happen. Long. Suddenly, another rumbling sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the ground. The Huang dog had awakened. He had successfully advanced to the 5th grade demon emperor. His originally huge and majestic body had doubled in size. His whole body was covered with golden fur without any impurities. The dragon horn on top of his head had also grown longer. Electric sparks were flickering on it. The qi of a divine beast was incomparably dense. Behind the Huang dog, there was an extremely mystical shadow of a dragon horse flickering constantly. The shadow of the dragon horse was golden in color. There were 2 dragon horns on its head. If one took a closer look, there was a bulge in the middle of the dragon horse's forehead. It was the 3rd horn. If the ancestors of the dragon horse race were to see this, they would definitely jump up in excitement. A dragon horse with a third horn was a rare breed that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was the king of the dragon horses. However, the moment De Huang Dog opened his eyes, the shadow of the dragon horse disappeared. De Huang Dog still looked like a dog. There wasn't any difference from before. The only difference was that his cultivation had increased. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen and saw an incomparably majestic earth dragon hovering around Jiang Chen's body. The body of the earth dragon was constantly enlarging. An incomparably terrifying aura was overflowing from it. The moment the earth dragon appeared, Jiang Chen seemed to have become the king of the underground world. All the earth's spiritual qi was gushing towards him. However, the truly terrifying thing was the destructive power that came from the body of the earth dragon. It was a combat skill that was born for combat. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying. For God's sake, this guy is going to go crazy. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog hurriedly escaped from the space and flew towards the ground. He could already see that Jiang Chen was subconsciously operating the earth dragon seal that had just been completed. When the earth dragon was completely condensed, the entire herb garden would be completely destroyed. De Huang Dog didn't want to be a fish in a pond. Leaving this place immediately was the right thing to do. Swoosh! De Huang Dog drilled out from the ground. The moment he came out, an earth-shattering roar came from the ground. After that, the soil of the herb garden was directly lifted up. An earth dragon that was dozens of feet long drilled out from the ground. After circling in the sky for a while, it suddenly exploded. The indescribable destructive energy completely destroyed the entire herb garden. Smoke was rustling and flames were surging. After that, a white-clothed silhouette flew out from the ground. His eyes were glowing and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He was like a peerless king looking down on all living beings. Just by standing there, he emitted a strong aura of a ruler. He was like a natural king, and the destiny above his head formed a whirlpool that was hundreds of meters wide. Around his body, blood-colored dragon shadows danced. His hands were covered in dragon scales and they shone with a bright light. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. His cultivation method is too abnormal. De Huang Dog couldn't help but sigh. After advancing to the 4th grade combat emperor, Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased tremendously. The earth dragon seal had reached the grand completion stage. With his current combat strength, he could directly kill a 7th grade combat emperor. He could even fight an 8th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's advancement had created a huge commotion. Fortunately, there weren't any other cultivators here. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge commotion. This spatial zone was like a springboard. Most of the cultivators who came here had already left. It was very quiet now. In the entire spatial zone, there were only 2 people, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. "Kid, how do you feel?" De Huang Dog approached Jiang Chen and asked. "I can't feel any better. I think I can kill a 7th grade combat emperor with a single punch. I can also fight an 8th grade combat emperor." There was a smile on Jiang Chen's face. He felt pretty good about his current condition. It's a pity that after my epiphany was interrupted, I couldn't find it again. However, I have a feeling that as long as I cultivate all of the 5 elements combat dragon seals to mastery, the dragon transformation skill will transform again, bringing me endless benefits and surprises. Regarding that enlightenment, Jiang Chen still felt that it was a pity, but following the transformation of the earth dragon seal, Jiang Chen had a feeling that as long as he completed the transformation of the golden dragon seal and the wood dragon seal, the dragon transformation art would undergo a new transformation and Jiang Chen would obtain the power of the dragon transformation art. However, it was an extremely difficult task to complete the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. The 5 elemental spirits were too rare. Jiang Chen was already very lucky to find the pure land and the pure water. Now he was still lacking the metal and wood dragon seals. However, he couldn't force himself to obtain these treasures. Everything still depended on his luck. "Let's go. This place is already ruined. After we take the pure land, this place will soon be like the other spatial zones in the Death Mountain, completely ruined. We will go to other places and continue to search for treasures." Chapter 685. Swoosh. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, a frightening gust of wind suddenly appeared behind them. This gust of wind was extremely powerful. In just a blink of an eye, it had swept across the entire sky. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's expression changed slightly. They quickly turned around and saw a patch of golden light condensing into a golden cloud in the sky. It looked extremely mystical. After that, a silhouette appeared on top of the golden cloud. It was a young man wearing a golden robe. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. It was as if he was bathing in a golden ocean. He was like a god that had descended from the heavens. His entire body was emitting a supreme aura, making it seem as if no one would dare to offend him. Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were speechless at the same time. They were too familiar with this young man. Back then in the Black Sect in Qi province, Jiang Chen's biggest regret was that he didn't manage to make him stay. Because he knew that a man like this in the Northern and Southern dynasties would be a great threat to them as long as he didn't die. De Huang Dog was a dragon horse. He was extremely arrogant, but even he had to admit that the Northern and Southern dynasties were the true geniuses. Compared to those so-called geniuses in the Northern and Southern dynasties, there was a huge gap. In De Huang Dog's opinion, if there was anyone in this world who could match Jiang Chen in terms of aura, it would definitely be the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen, we meet again. The Northern and Southern dynasties said with an expressionless face. When they saw Jiang Chen again, there wasn't much emotion in their eyes, only undisguised killing intent. To be able to walk into the Death Mountain with ease and find the spatial zone where Jiang Chen was, perhaps only the Northern and Southern dynasties could do this. Back in the Northern and Southern dynasties, you ran away like a stray dog. I didn't expect you to struggle at death's door until now. Must have been hard on you. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said indifferently. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the cultivation grade of the Northern and Southern dynasties had already reached the 6th grade Combat Emperor. Compared to the 1st grade Combat Emperor that Nebula Kid had mentioned, the difference was huge. Little Chinzi, this guy is actually a 6th grade Combat Emperor. He won't be easy to deal with. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. He was now a powerful 5th grade Demon Emperor. If it was an ordinary 6th grade Combat Emperor, there was no need for Jiang Chen to do anything. De Huang Dog could easily bite him to death. However, this guy in front of him wasn't an ordinary 6th grade Combat Emperor. He was from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Although he was only a 6th grade Combat Emperor, he should at least be treated as an 8th grade Combat Emperor. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were sizing up the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Northern and Southern dynasties were also sizing up Jiang Chen. They were slightly surprised by Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Freedom King said that you were only a 2nd grade Combat Emperor when you came in. Seems like you have just advanced to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement is really surprising. It seems like it will be difficult for me to crush you like an ant. The Northern and Southern dynasties said arrogantly. Given his temper, he was afraid that only Jiang Chen would be able to say such words to a 4th grade Combat Emperor. He knew Jiang Chen very well. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. If anyone dared to treat Jiang Chen as someone who was at the same level as him, that person would be courting death. You are just a defeated opponent. How dare you boast so shamelessly? If I were you, I would hide in a remote corner and not come out to avoid embarrassing myself. De Huang Dog never spoke politely, especially to his enemies. Humph. It is a miracle that your dog hasn't been stewed by someone yet. The Northern and Southern dynasties let out a cold humph. He had a deep impression of Jiang Chen and this dog. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, but continued to look at Jiang Chen, like an old friend who wanted to talk about the past. Jiang Chen, I knew that with your ability you would come to the Divine Continent, but you came earlier than I expected. I initially planned to make you kneel in front of me like a slave and repent after I have conquered the entire Divine Continent and received the respect of all living beings. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me so soon. The words of the Northern and Southern dynasties were extremely arrogant. Conquering the entire Divine Continent and receiving the respect of all living beings? Perhaps only the Northern and Southern dynasties dared to say such words. Even the greatest saint Jiang Chen didn't dare to say such words. The Northern and Southern dynasties cultivated the emperor's heaven skill and walked the path of an emperor. He was a naturally arrogant person. You have surrendered to Xiaoyao Palace? Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the arrogant words of the Northern and Southern dynasties, but frowned. Just now, the northern and southern dynasties mentioned King Xiaoyao, which showed that the northern and southern dynasties had joined hands with Xiaoyao Palace. If he guessed right, the northern and southern dynasties must want to use Xiaoyao Palace to rule the whole Xuanyu and achieve their goal of conquering the whole divine continent. This situation was just like when the northern and southern dynasties attached themselves to the Fengtian Pavilion and wanted to rule Qizhou. Of course, the vast Xuanyu was not comparable to a small Qizhou. But Jiang Qin knew that the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties was definitely not just limited to Xuanyu. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had their own general trend. Just as they said, their goal was to dominate the whole divine continent. The northern and southern dynasties had the bodies of immortals, and now even the white tiger was willing to follow them. Jiang Qin felt that the northern and southern dynasties could have such rapid progress probably because they had encountered some great opportunities. Surrender? It's ruling. King Xiaoyao can only have a great future if he attaches himself to me. Xuanyu will be mine sooner or later. This time you are no longer qualified to stop me. The northern and southern dynasties said. Back in Qi province, if it wasn't for the existence of Jiang Qin, they would have completely dominated the whole Qi province. If they had dominated the Qi province, their emperor's heaven art would definitely be more terrifying than it was now. But because they had failed once, it made the cultivation of the emperor's heaven art even more difficult than before. The path of a powerful emperor was not allowed to fail. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog looked at each other. Could be considered as a big secret relative to the whole Xuanyu. Xiaoyao Palace was like the burning sky pavilion in the past. Under the control of the northern and southern dynasties, they were planning to rule the whole Xuanyu. However, Jiang Qin was not surprised by such a secret. From the moment Nebula Kid told him that the northern and southern dynasties had appeared in Xuanyu, Jiang Qin had a premonition that Xuanyu would be in chaos. In the northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed a genius. You have the body of an immortal, and you are walking on the glorious path of an emperor. But unfortunately you have met me. Don't think that it will be easy for you to walk on this path. What happened to you in Qi province will be the same in Xuanyu now. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated. His whole body was filled with surging battle intent. He had never looked down on the northern and southern dynasties, but he was more confident. He wanted to let the northern and southern dynasties know who was the true chosen one. Jiang Qin, you are too naive. You don't know how strong I am now. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. I am the true chosen one, absolutely unstoppable. Today I will let you know how strong I am. The reason why I came to the Death Mountain is to kill you, to avenge the humiliation I suffered in the past. The northern and southern dynasties laughed loudly. The humiliation they suffered in Qi province was a scar that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. If he wanted to erase this scar, the most effective way was to kill Jiang Qin. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with his own hands. Once he killed Jiang Qin, his thoughts would be incomparably smooth. The flaw that was left on the monarch heaven art due to his failure would be completely eliminated. Is that so? Then why don't you give it a try? Let's see who will die. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't show any signs of fear. He had just advanced to the 4th grade combat emperor, and he needed to fight with the powerful experts of the northern and southern dynasties. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog felt lucky. They felt lucky that they had obtained the Pure Land today. Without the help of the Pure Land, Jiang Qin would still be a 2nd grade combat emperor. If he encountered the northern and southern dynasties, he wouldn't be a match for them. Little Qinzi, he has a 3rd grade minor demon saint divine beast white tiger with him. If we fight him, won't we die in vain? The Huang dog secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. His tone sounded worried. Are you stupid? You said that it's a 3rd grade minor demon saint. Can such a powerful being enter the Death Mountain? Jiang Qin darted a glance at the Huang dog. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. He had actually neglected this point. An 8th grade combat emperor and above wouldn't be able to enter the Death Mountain. If that was the case, he would fight with the northern and southern dynasties. De Huang, don't hold back. Let's join hands and kill him here. Jiang Qin's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. He and the northern and southern dynasties were mortal enemies. As long as there was a chance to kill each other, he would never miss it. Jiang Qin, accept your death. The northern and southern dynasties' qi soared to the sky. They suddenly made their move. They were like peerless monarchs. Their giant palms tore the void apart. An incomparably dazzling golden palm that was as solid as a giant mountain shrouded Zhou Xian. No one knew how much energy was contained in this attack. Even a 7th-grade combat emperor would be smashed into a meat patty. Humph! Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. He leapt into the air and dashed towards the giant palm. Both of his hands were trembling and covered with dragon scales, turning into a giant dragon claw. The powerful true dragon palm was unleashed. The giant dragon claw tore the void apart. Its chi wasn't any weaker than Nan Beichao's golden palm. Then it collided with Nan Beichao's palm. The dragon transformation skill was really frightening. It was an ancient skill that had existed for a very long time. 46,000 dragon marks had made Zhou Xian incredibly strong. Every time he moved, he would unleash a force that was as vast as the ocean, suffocating people. Hong Long, the true dragon palm, and the giant golden palm collided with each other. That part of the void was smashed. The void was annihilated and turned into a piece of chaos. Countless dragons were sent out by the collision. The air was scorched. The loud sound of the collision shook the entire void, as if it had fallen into a great destruction. Chapter 686. Zhou Xian collided with the northern and southern dynasties. Both of their attacks were extremely ferocious. This collision didn't determine the winner. The northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed slightly. They didn't expect that Zhou Xian, who was only a 4th-grade combat emperor, would have such a powerful combat strength that was enough to fight against them. This made them feel very uncomfortable. In their hearts, Zhou Xian was 2 grades lower than them, and it was a huge blow to them. However, the northern and southern dynasties weren't too surprised because it wasn't their first time meeting Zhou Xian. Back in the Qi province, both of them had fought against Zhou Xian. They knew very well how terrifying Zhou Xian was. Today, Zhou Xian could even trigger the heavenly tribulation. Such an abnormal being couldn't be judged by common sense. Zhou Xian, I know that you are powerful, but you are only a 4th-grade combat emperor. Do you really think that you can fight against me? You are too stupid. I will show you my true ability. Today I will kill you completely. The northern and southern dynasties' chi was unparalleled. Their bodies were emitting endless golden light. Their whole body was like a scorching sun that could illuminate everything. The northern and southern dynasties' hands stopped moving. A ball of black flame appeared. The black flame was moving continuously and a black skull emerged on top of it. It looked incomparably ferocious. It was obviously a ball of flame, but it was emitting a trace of cold chi. Zhou Xian, this is the nether cold fire. Apart from being scorching hot, it also has a bone-chilling chi. Once you are burned by this flame, you will immediately turn into ashes. This is the yin-yang fire, you can't resist it. The northern and southern dynasties looked at the dancing flame in their hands and said, "You want to play with fire with me? I am the ancestor of fire. However, since you want to play with fire, I naturally have other ways to deal with you. The cold netherworld flame is indeed a rare flame. It is extremely hard to defend against. However, no matter how miraculous a flame is, it is still fire." Zhou Xian sneered. The northern and southern dynasties were dreaming if they wanted to use the cold netherworld flame to burn him. Even if it was a cold flame, it still couldn't break away from the essence of fire. Fire was restrained by water. Of course, a flame like the cold netherworld flame couldn't be blocked by ordinary water, but the pure water of heaven and earth was different. You overestimate yourself. Today I'll let you know how powerful the cold netherworld flame is. The netherworld descends and destroys all living things. The northern and southern dynasties roared. With a wave of his hand, the netherworld cold fire instantly turned into a black sea of fire, pouncing towards Zhou Xian. The black flames were extremely vigorous and turned into a huge skull. It was as if a real king of hell had appeared in the world, emitting a chilling aura. For God's sake, this guy is really strong. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. The dragon horn on top of his head was flickering with electric sparks. Judging from his appearance, he was ready to unleash his terrifying innate ability to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. With his current cultivation base of 5th-grade demon emperor, if he wanted to deal with the northern and southern dynasties, he had to unleash his most powerful innate ability. De Huang, you don't need to do anything. I'll deal with him. You go and seal off the battlefield and set up a grand formation. Today he won't be able to return. Zhou Xian transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. He had already decided to kill the northern and southern dynasties. These people were too powerful and had grown too fast. If he couldn't kill them as soon as possible, they would become a great threat to him. Back in Qi province, Xianxia had beaten the northern and southern dynasties until they only had half of their bodies left. If it was any other ordinary person, that person's cultivation base would be crippled even if he didn't die. However, not only were the northern and southern dynasties fine, they had also reached a terrifying level in such a short period of time. All right. De Huang Dog agreed. He knew that Xianxia had a backup plan. Today, when he encountered the northern and southern dynasties again, it was destined to be a battle of life and death. Previously in Qi province, he had already witnessed the ability of the northern and southern dynasties to escape. If he wanted to kill Xianxia today, he would have to be fully prepared. The skull transformed from the cold flame of the netherworld was like the king of the netherworld. It let out a terrifying roar and opened its horrifying mouth, pouncing towards Xianxia. Water Dragon Seal. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He suddenly shouted and a huge water dragon shot out from his body. The water dragon was dozens of feet long, and its aura wasn't any weaker than the cold flame of the netherworld. The water dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The moment the water dragon appeared, an extremely cold aura overflowed, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to suddenly drop. The cold flame of the netherworld, which was originally arrogant and domineering, actually stopped charging forward after sensing the terrifying aura overflowing from the water dragon. The huge skull clearly showed a trace of fear, as if it had met its natural enemy. The water dragon didn't care about that. Its huge body directly rushed towards the cold flame of the netherworld. Boom! The two extreme attacks collided with each other. The void was annihilated once again. Under the impact of the pure water of heaven and earth, even the terrifying cold flame of the netherworld was directly extinguished. Not only that, after the cold flame of the netherworld was extinguished, the water dragon condensed again and rushed towards the northern and southern dynasties. What? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. Their expressions finally changed. No one knew the terror of the cold flame of the netherworld better than them. This flame was enough to burn an 8th-grade combat emperor into ashes, but they didn't expect that it would be extinguished by Xianxia so easily. They could feel the bone-chilling coldness from the water dragon. That kind of coldness was like the coldest existence in the heavens and earth. It could even freeze a person's soul. However, the coldness alone wasn't enough to make the northern and southern dynasties retreat. Just as the water dragon was about to reach the northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties waved their hands to summon a scorching sun, colliding with the water dragon and destroying it. What kind of water is this? The northern and southern dynasties asked. Pure water of heaven and earth. Xianxia didn't hide it. There was nothing to hide anyway. He believed that even if he didn't say it, the northern and southern dynasties would be able to guess it. In this heavens and earth, the only water that could extinguish the cold flame of the netherworld was the pure water of heaven and earth. There was no other water. I didn't think that you could obtain such a sacred item. Seems like I have underestimated you. Xianxia, I have to admit that you are very strong, but you will still die in my hands today. White Tiger God Howl. The northern and southern dynasties attacked again. Their chi was even more vigorous than before. Suddenly, an illusory giant white tiger appeared above their heads. The white tiger opened its huge mouth and roared at Xianxia. Roar boundless sound waves surged out. This was the innate ability of the divine beast, the white tiger. The legendary god howl could directly shock people to death and shatter their internal organs. Xianxia was slightly moved. He could guess that this was the northern and southern dynasties relying on their emperor's heaven art and the long period of contact with the white tiger to evolve the god howl of the white tiger. Its power was extremely terrifying. De Huang used the soul-annihilating sound. Xianxia shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of Xianxia. The aura of a man and a dog instantly connected. Xianxia injected all his energy into De Huang Dog's body in an instant. This was an extremely tacit cooperation. It required great trust between both parties. They had to completely open their minds and let the other party's energy enter their bodies. Although De Huang Dog and Xianxia didn't have a companion relationship like the White Tiger and the Northern and Southern dynasties, The cooperation and tacit understanding between them weren't any worse than a companion relationship. The Huang dog let out a dragon roar. The terrifying sound waves were like ripples in the void. They surged forward and collided head-on with the white tiger's god howl. The white tiger and the dragon horse were both divine beasts with pure bloodlines. Whether it was the white tiger's god howl of the white tiger or the soul-annihilating sound of the De Huang dog, they were the most powerful innate abilities. The innate abilities of ordinary exotic beasts couldn't be compared to them. The terrifying sound waves directly turned into sharp scythes. They collided with each other and cut the void into pieces. If anyone saw such a terrifying battle, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme. The reason why people like Zhou Xian and the northern and southern dynasties were so terrifying was definitely not because of their cultivation. It was because they had extremely terrifying means. These means were enough to let them kill people with a higher cultivation than them. The two sound waves intertwined and lasted for a few minutes before stopping. The collision this time was still equally matched. The northern and southern dynasties were shocked again. They didn't expect that after they performed the white tiger's god howl, their opponent would still be able to resist it so easily. Such a sound wave attack was hard to resist any kind of attack. The only way was to fight against sound waves with sound waves. I am the emperor. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. Their bodies doubled in size and the phantom above their heads changed. The phantom of the white tiger disappeared and a part of the sky appeared. The sun, moon, and shooting stars were all rotating. The northern and southern dynasties stood inside that part of the sky, shining with golden light. The body of the emperor. At this moment he was the ruler of this part of the sky. He was the true emperor. The northern and southern dynasties roared. The terrifying sky pressed down on Xianxia. It was such a terrifying energy that it was even more terrifying than dozens of mountains falling at the same time. 5 elements combat dragon seal. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties had completely aroused his fighting spirit. For a moment, the fire dragon seal, the water dragon seal, and the earth dragon seal appeared at the same time. With different attributes, they rushed towards the sky of the northern and southern dynasties from 3 different directions. This was the first time Xianxia had performed the 3 dragon roars at the same time since he started cultivating the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Only existences like the northern and southern dynasties could force Xianxia to such an extent. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 687. Honglong. The heavens and earth were shaking. This spatial zone had fallen into an unprecedented turbulence. It wasn't hard to imagine that after the battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties, this spatial zone would shatter and cease to exist. 3 terrifying battle dragons rushed into the sky formed by the northern and southern dynasties. The sun, moon, and stars collided violently with the battle dragons. Everywhere was filled with destructive chi, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. It was too horrifying. This kind of fierce battle made people tremble in fear. Explode! Xianxia and Nan Beichao shouted at the same time. The 3 battle dragons in the sky instantly exploded. The power and impact of the explosion was too violent. Under the impact of the destructive energy, the void began to crack inch by inch and countless cracks appeared. Boom, 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 honglong. The violent waves continued. Finally, the spatial zone couldn't hold on any longer. After losing the support of the Pure Land, the spatial zone began to become unstable. It couldn't withstand the bombardment of the battle between Xianxia and the 2 battle maniacs from the northern and southern dynasties. The spatial zone finally shattered, completely annihilated into nothingness. Arg! Some of the cultivators in the adjacent spatial zone were affected by the impact. They immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Some of the weaker ones were evaporated by the impact of the energy and turned into nothingness. In another spatial zone, which was originally peaceful, the earth suddenly shook and the mountains swayed. A huge crack appeared in the sky as if it was going to devour the whole world. It was a scene that would only happen during the end of the world. There were quite a number of people in this spatial zone. Among them there were a few 7th-grade combat emperors. At this moment all of them raised their heads to look at the black smoke in the sky. That terrifying black hole seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The destructive energy that overflowed from it seemed like it was going to destroy them. Everyone's facial expression changed drastically when they felt the horrifying energy. Those who were closest to the crack of the spatial zone had been completely annihilated. What's going on? Such a powerful energy ripple, as if the world is going to collapse. That's a powerful battle ripple. It seems to be caused by a battle. It's too scary. The spatial zone has been destroyed. Who is it? Look, there are two silhouettes there. Seems like they are fighting each other. Someone saw two figures walking out of the spatial rift. The two figures were extremely fast, flashing like phantoms. As they swayed, they fought fiercely. They shattered another space and moved the battlefield to this space. Damn it, he's so fierce. De Huang Dog was the first to rush out of the spatial fissure. However, his face was filled with pride. That's right, he was very proud. Although the spatial fissure had been destroyed, the battlefield that Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties had opened up had been directly transferred here. The great formation that he had set up outside the battlefield was also intact and had not been destroyed along with the collapse of the spatial fissure. With such a great formation, he could still stop the northern and southern dynasties from escaping. Perhaps only he, De Huang Dog, was capable of such a brilliant formation technique. Look, that white silhouette is Jiang Qin. He is having an intense battle with someone. My God, he was only a second-grade combat emperor before this. Now he has advanced to the fourth-grade combat emperor. His combat strength is monstrous and terrifying. My God, we have just arrived from another spatial zone. It has only been 2 hours since we arrived. 2 hours. He has advanced 2 grades from second-grade combat emperor to fourth-grade combat emperor. Is he still a human? Could it be that the existence that can trigger the heavenly tribulation is so abnormal? This bastard's abnormal strength is simply unreasonable. He is only a fourth-grade combat emperor now, but his combat strength is enough to kill a seventh-grade combat emperor. Even an eighth-grade combat emperor wouldn't be inferior to him. He could even destroy the spatial zone. Who is that golden-haired youth? He looks even scarier. That's right. I have never seen this man before. Since when did such a person appear in the mysterious domain? He seems to be a sixth-grade combat emperor, but he is able to fight evenly with the abnormal Jiang Qin. Why hasn't he been heard of before? No one wasn't shocked. The battle in the sky was too shocking. Many of them had come from the spatial zone of the herb garden. They had witnessed the scene where Jiang Qin killed Li Long and Yan Hui. What made them terrified was that Jiang Qin had used only 2 hours to advance 2 grades. This was a monstrous act. What also surprised them was Jiang Chen's opponent, the golden-haired youth. This youth seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They had never seen or heard of such a person before in Xuanyu. However, the domineering aura and the qi of an emperor could be felt from his every move. No one dared to belittle him. Some of the weaker ones were subdued by the northern and southern dynasties. Their hearts started to worship him. How could such a horrifying genius be unknown to the public? This was what people were shocked about. However, what was even more shocking was the battle between the two of them. In many people's opinion, it was a rare thing to be able to witness the fierce battle between two monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, watching such a battle would bring them great benefits. Rumble. The 5 elements combat dragon seal in the sky formed by the northern and southern dynasties were finally completely annihilated. They shattered the space, but there was still no winner. Now, whether it was Jiang Qin or the northern and southern dynasties, they all had to give each other a thumbs up. Even if they were enemies, they had to admit that this was an excellent opponent. Jiang Qin, I have the Emperor Fist. Let's see if you can resist it. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. His yuan qi was like the sea. Just like Jiang Qin, it was ruthless and endless. It seemed that he was never afraid of consumption. He suddenly punched. It was a simple punch, but it carried an extremely special flavor. This punch created a wind in the void. The huge golden fist, with a strong qi of the emperor, rushed toward Jiang Qin. It seems that if I want to defeat him, I can't hold back. Jiang Qin's eyes shone brightly. His battle intent soared to the sky. His left index finger began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, it enlarged to twice its original size. Golden rays of light shot out from it, carrying a faint saint's might. Mysterious 9 solar finger. Jiang Qin roared. He suddenly struck out with the mysterious 9 solar finger. This was not just a simple finger. This finger carried the power of the saint bone. The power of the mysterious 9 solar finger was limitlessly stimulated. Rumble. The sky was shattered once again. 9 giant golden fingers that were like pillars supporting the sky rushed out. Each of the giant fingers seemed to be real and they were covered with rare patterns. Then, the 9 suns fused into one and the 9 giant fingers fused into one giant finger in the blink of an eye. The size of the giant finger did not change, but the aura contained within it increased several times. This was the power of the Saint Bone. It was unstoppable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the mysterious 9 solar finger and the Emperor fist collided. Pong! The entire world was engulfed in a thunderous roar. Everyone's ears went deaf and many people's faces turned incomparably pale. The two of them were fighting high up in the sky. If they were fighting on the ground, none of them would be able to survive. They would all be dragged into the battlefield and become cannon fodder. This was also the reason why combat emperors fought in the sky. They had to open up a new battlefield. Combat emperors were too powerful. The destructive power they could create wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine or bear. Quick, retreat, stay away from the battlefield. Someone exclaimed. Both of them had unleashed their ultimate attack. It was too terrifying. Even an ordinary 8th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Whether it was the 9 solar finger that was triggered by the Saint Bone or Nanbei Chao's monarch fist, both of them were combat skills of the purest yang, representing the pinnacle of firmness and ferocity. When these two attacks collided, it represented destruction. Deng deng deng, the northern and southern dynasties suffered a great impact. They took 3 steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Jiang Chen's body shook. The power of the Saint Bone was too great. After colliding with the Emperor fist, the Saint Bone gained the upper hand. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't believe this reality. Their eyes were about to bleed. They couldn't accept this scene no matter what. It was as if the scene of the past had replayed itself. Was he going to be defeated by Jiang Chen again? His cultivation grade was 2 grades higher than his opponent's. No, it was absolutely impossible. He wouldn't be defeated again. There was no reason for him to be defeated by Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to accept the fact that they were in a disadvantageous position. Jiang Chen was also shocked. The techniques of the northern and southern dynasties were getting stronger and stronger. With his current 4th grade combat emperor cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill the northern and southern dynasties with his own combat strength. Northern and southern dynasties, you will stay here today. Jiang Chen said coldly. He knew that although the Saint Bone could suppress the northern and southern dynasties, it couldn't kill them. He took out the broken pot again. This broken pot could kill anyone below the minor saint realm. He still had 2 chances to use it. If he could use it to kill the northern and southern dynasties, it would be worth it even if he had to use it twice. It's that broken pot. My God, could it be that the broken pot can still be used? It's over. That golden-haired youth is finished. Once the broken pot is taken out, it will shake the heaven and earth. The golden-haired youth will die for sure. The moment Jiang Chen took out the broken pot, many people's facial expression changed. As the people who had witnessed the power of the broken pot, no one knew better than them how scary it was. Li Long, who was a peak 8th grade combat emperor, didn't have the slightest ability to resist the broken pot. He was instantly killed. Chapter 688. Let me see how you are going to block it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. The instant the broken pot appeared, it had already locked onto the auras of the northern and southern dynasties. As long as the magma dragon attacked, the northern and southern dynasties would have to face it head-on. There was no way to escape or hide. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed very powerful, but Jiang Chen absolutely didn't believe that they could block the attack of the broken pot. Jiang Chen poured all his elemental energy into the broken pot. An incomparably huge magma dragon suddenly burst out. The speed of the magma dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties. The scorching waves were enough to destroy everything. That was a destructive aura that came from the depths of hell. It was so powerful that no one could withstand it. What? The expressions of the northern and southern dynasties changed drastically. An unprecedented dangerous aura seeped out from their bodies. They were shocked that Jiang Chen actually had such a powerful treasure in his hands. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't panic too much. Seemed like they still had a trump card that could resist the magma dragon. Xianxia, it's far from enough if you want to kill me. Immortal armor. An incomparably bright light suddenly rushed out from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. That light was extremely resplendent, like the scorching sun. Within it, there was a trace of supreme immortal qi. That's right, it was immortal qi. It was an aura that came from the immortal world. It brought with it an endless pressure that made people want to worship it. Only Nanbei Chao, who had an immortal physique, could possess the immortal qi that originated from a high-grade world. Just as the magma dragon was about to reach Nanbei Chao, a layer of mystical armor appeared on the surface of his body. The surface of the armor was engraved with mystical and unfathomable talisman marks, and there was an image of an immortal mountain on it. It seemed to be something from another world, something that surpassed the origin of this world. That was the armor of immortals, which could provide unlimited defense. Nanbei Chao had never thought that he would have such a powerful ability. However, it seemed like he couldn't unleash the power of the armor of immortals with his current strength. The armor that he manifested was just an illusion. Rumble. The magma dragon slammed into the northern and southern dynasties, instantly turning into a sea of magma. The sea of magma spread out for hundreds of feet, filling every corner of the battlefield. The northern and southern dynasties were completely submerged by the magma ocean. Cock, a good kill. De Huang Dog laughed excitedly. Not only him, a lot of people thought that the northern and southern dynasties were going to die. They had witnessed the power of the broken pot and knew how terrifying it was. Li Long, who was a peak 8th grade combat emperor, was killed in an instant. This golden-haired young man was no exception. However, Xianxia wasn't excited. Instead, he frowned. The armor that appeared on the northern and southern dynasties just now didn't look like an ordinary treasure. It might be able to block the broken pot's attack. Bang! Just when everyone thought that the northern and southern dynasties were going to die, a silhouette jumped out from the sea of magma again. If it wasn't the northern and southern dynasties, who else could it be? At this moment, Nanbei Chao looked extremely disheveled. There were many cracks on the surface of his immortal armor, and his face was scorched black, but he was still alive and well. It was just that his qi was slightly weaker than before. He was still far from death. Xianxia, you have destroyed my immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. Both of their eyes were about to shoot out fire. They had spent a lot of effort to condense the immortal armor to this state. They didn't expect that Xianxia's broken pot would be so terrifying that it could destroy their armor. This was a great loss. What? This bastard isn't dead yet? What kind of armor is that? His defense is so strong. The expression of De Huang Dog, who was initially excited, changed. He didn't expect the northern and southern dynasties to be so difficult to deal with. Not even the broken pot could kill him. Xianxia, I will personally kill you sooner or later. Just you wait and see Xuan Yu tremble beneath my feet. Let's see how you plan on stopping me then. The northern and southern dynasties said ruthlessly before turning to leave. He had come here today to kill Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's terror had exceeded his imagination. Given the current situation, it was already impossible for him to kill Xianxia. Since that was the case, he would leave first and fight it out in the future. Northern and southern dynasties, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today. A ruthless glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He raised the broken pot once again and aimed it at the northern and southern dynasties. However, the northern and southern dynasties ignored him and directly left. However, when the northern and southern dynasties came into contact with the grand formation laid out by De Huang Dog, the immortal armor on his body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, forcibly tearing a hole in the formation. In the next instant, the northern and southern dynasties had already disappeared. The northern and southern dynasties left very decisively, not even giving Xianxia a second chance to use the broken pot. What? De Huang Dog's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing the formation he laid out was actually broken by the northern and southern dynasties so easily, De Huang Dog was extremely angry. This was the first time something like this had happened. Damn it, he actually broke Lord Dog's formation so easily. What method did this brat use? De Huang Dog flew into a rage. Big Yellow, it's not that your formation is weak, it's not broken at all. After Nanbei Chao left, your formation is still intact. It's because of the immortal armor on his body. That man has the body of an immortal soul, which allows him to use a higher power that is beyond this world. With the help of the immortal armor, he was able to pass through your formation. Unfortunately, he managed to escape today. Jiang Chen also sighed. He had seen the methods and strength of the northern and southern dynasties. With such people existing in Xuanyu, chaos would descend sooner or later, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. This bastard, his ability to escape isn't bad. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. He managed to escape this time, but it doesn't mean that he will be able to escape the next time. Our days in the future will be more interesting. De Huang, it seems like we still have to improve our grade as soon as possible. Jiang Chen smiled and kept the broken pot. The rapid growth of the northern and southern dynasties had given him a sense of pressure. Although he was already a 4th-grade combat emperor, it was still far from enough for the entire Xuanyu. This battle had once again pushed Jiang Chen's reputation to a new peak. Many people had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, and their fear towards Jiang Chen had increased. For the next 7 days, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been wandering in different spatial zones, looking for all kinds of treasures, but they were disappointed most of the time. The things that existed in these spatial zones had been destroyed and nothing was left. Occasionally, a few dark souls would appear to block their way. During these 7 days, all the cultivators were approaching the deeper regions of the Death Mountain, hoping to find an opportunity. Although Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't obtain any great benefits, they could use these 7 days to comprehend what they had learned and strengthen their foundation. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had obtained great benefits and their progress was very fast, especially De Huang Dog. He had advanced a few grades. Even though he had the dragon horse bloodline, he still needed some time to digest the benefits. These 7 days were the perfect time for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to digest the benefits that they had obtained. We have been in the Death Mountain for 8 days. This time the Death Mountain will open for a month. There are still more than 20 days left. I wonder what other benefits we can obtain. De Huang Dog licked his lips. He was very excited about this forbidden area. De Huang, look, there are 2 forks in front of us. These 2 forks lead to different spatial zones. Choose one. Jiang Chen looked at the forks on the left and right and said with a smile. De Huang Dog took a step forward and saw that one of the 2 forks was very ordinary. It wasn't any different from the one they had passed before. On the other hand, the aura of dark souls would overflow from time to time, as if there was a dangerous existence inside. That was a dangerous aura that made people's soul tremble. That fork is very ordinary. It's definitely the same as the one we entered before. We won't get anything. The other one looks extremely dangerous. Of course, it's very possible that there's danger inside, but I feel that we can get some good things from it. De Huang Dog's eyes were very bright. His gaze was locked on that eerie passage. All right, I'll listen to you. Jiang Chen nodded. He and De Huang weren't afraid of danger. They always believed that danger and opportunity coexisted. Therefore, a man and a dog walked into the eerie passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they had entered a new spatial zone. This spatial zone was much bigger than any of the spatial zones they had seen before. There were many pavilions and some huge ancient palaces that were dozens of feet tall. However, when they entered this spatial zone, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. All the palaces here were ruined. Many of them had collapsed and turned into ruins. Hafnium, the void was filled with the roars of dark souls. It was imaginable that the number of dark souls here was definitely not small. This place is like a land of death. It's so fucking uncomfortable. De Huang Dog couldn't help but shiver. Let's go and have a look at those palaces. Jiang Chen strode forward. Since they had entered, they had to find out what was going on. He and De Huang Dog weren't moving very fast. They were already moving very cautiously. As soon as they approached a building, 2 terrifying dark souls rushed out from the void. They stretched out their sharp claws that were covered with green fur and tried to grab Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Humph. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a ball of flame shot out, burning the dark souls completely. De Huang Dog was even more ferocious. His hard dog head emitted a golden luster. His huge body was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow, directly colliding with the sharp claws. A cracking sound was heard. Not only did the indestructible sharp claws not leave any trace on De Huang Dog's head, but they were directly smashed by De Huang Dog's head. This collision forced the dark souls to reveal themselves. The Huang dog pounced on them and smashed them into pieces again. Chapter 689. The dark souls in the Death Mountain were extremely terrifying. They were silent, they came and went without a trace. Their attacks were hidden in the dark, just like the assassins of the Dark Shadow. It was impossible to guard against them, but this kind of terror was only for ordinary cultivators. To abnormal beings like Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, they weren't much of a threat because they were much scarier than these creatures. Jihao, after the two dark souls were killed, more dark souls jumped out. These dark souls were incomparably powerful. Each of them had the strength to kill a combat emperor. They were intelligent, but they only knew how to kill. In other words, they were killing machines. As long as any living being appeared in their domain, they would kill them at all costs. Damn it! Why are there so many dark souls here? The Huang dog was a little depressed. The number of dark souls here was more than the total number of dark souls that they had encountered before. No matter how many there are, we have to eliminate them or else they will keep pestering us. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. A flaming dragon was held in his hand, and he waved it at the dark souls that were charging at them. Huala Jiang Chen's flame was the nemesis of these dark souls. In addition to his 4th-grade combat emperor, he could even kill a 7th-grade combat emperor. These dark souls were no match for him. Basically, wherever the flame passed, all the dark souls were destroyed and turned into ashes. The flaming dragon waved again. Another group of dark souls were incinerated. Seeing this, the Huang dog stood at a distance and stopped attacking. He kept murmuring, "What an abnormal guy. These dark souls are really unlucky to have met him." With Jiang Chen's flame, the Huang dog was too lazy to attack them. Before he could do anything, all the dark souls had been killed. It was better for him to stay here and save his energy. He could deal with other dangers later. Jihao, there were a lot of Yin spirits in all directions and there seemed to be more than 100 of them. Jiang Qin was like a god of fire, rushing into the group of Yin spirits, burning a large number of ferocious Yin spirits to death. In a few breaths, the number of Yin spirits was directly reduced by half, and the remaining Yin spirits actually fled in all directions, not daring to come forward again. If Jiang Qin was just an ordinary cultivator, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to make them retreat. What they were afraid of was not Jiang Qin but Jiang Chen's flames. Due to the nature of the Yin spirits, when they were dealing with Jiang Chen's flames, they felt as if they had met their natural enemy. Anything in the world would instinctively choose to flee when encountering their own world. Just like cats and mice, no matter how big a mouse was, when it saw a cat it would feel fear in its heart. Fleeing was just an instinctive reaction. "Brat, you're really ruthless." The Huang dog wagged its tail and approached Jiang Qin. "If I'm not ruthless, they will dig out my heart and eat it." Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. He had no other choice but to kill these Yin spirits. The number of Yin spirits here is surprisingly high and there are also many buildings. It seems that this should be the place where the disciples of that ancient super sect gather. "Come, let's go and have a look at the palace in front," said Jiang Qin. A man and a dog strode forward, heading towards the palace not far away. The palace looked dilapidated and the walls were mottled with the traces of time. After the Yin spirits left, the place was dead silent. The air was filled with death qi. Walking in such a place, one's soul and nerves would involuntarily tense. As soon as Jiang Qin entered the inner part of the palace, a cracking sound was heard under his feet. A skeleton was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. This skeleton had been dead for an unknown period of time. Even its bones had decayed. A casual touch from an external force would turn it into powder. This is the skeleton of a combat emperor. Seems like he is at least an 8th-grade combat emperor. He should be an outsider who wanted to enter the Death Mountain to investigate the situation. Who would have thought that he would die here? Jiang Qin guessed. The Death Mountain is extremely terrifying. Every 30 years there is only 1 month to enter this place. Once the prohibition of the Death Mountain is activated again, this place will become a true land of death. The cold palace had existed for an unknown period of time. A decaying qi assaulted their faces. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog took 2 steps forward. The huge palace was empty. There were no treasures, but a statue was placed in front of them. It was a statue of a man, but its surface was full of potholes and traces were everywhere. Even the face of the man couldn't be seen. There were cobwebs intertwined on the statue, but one thing that could be seen was that the statue was bald. It's a monk. De Huang Dog was a little surprised. Why would such an ancient sect worship the statue of a monk? This place is certainly not the land of Buddha sect. The Buddha sect is located in the Western domain. They rarely enter other places. Those dark souls didn't have the slightest chi of Buddha sect, but there is a statue of Buddha here. It is indeed strange. Jiang Qin had some doubts, but he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, that ancient blood-red monument. All of us couldn't pull it out, but only that monk could. Now there is a statue of Buddha here. It seems like even if this sect isn't a Buddha sect, it must be related to them. That's right. That monument only recognizes monks. De Huang Dog also recalled the time when they were in the magma river. No one could move the monument that suppressed the river. Only Tyrant was able to pull it out easily. We can't care so much. This sect has existed for too long. There are many things that we can't investigate. Let's look for treasures first. Jiang Qin said with a smile. This sect was much older than him and there was no way to find out its origin. It had already become a gray part of history. There are no treasures here. Let's go to other places to take a look, said De Huang Dog. If there were treasures here he would have sensed it long ago. Roar, rumble. Just as De Huang Dog's voice faded, a world-shaking roar suddenly rang out from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by an intense rumbling sound. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's expressions changed. That was the fluctuation of a battle. Someone was fighting here. Also, that roar just now was incomparably hoarse. From the roar they could sense an ancient feeling. It carried the scent of death. They didn't know what kind of existence it was. Let's go. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog rushed out from the palace with a swoosh, heading towards the source of the fluctuation of the battle. At this moment, in the center of this spatial zone, in the center of a few ruined buildings, a gigantic creature was raging. It was a giant skeleton that was a few hundred meters tall. It was a huge monster. Just like those humans, it had become a dark soul after passing through time. Because this monster was only a skeleton, it was impossible to tell what kind of species it was. However, its scariness was terrifying. In between the monster's eyebrows, there was a golden object that was the size of a fist. It was emitting rays of light and ancient chi. What? In front of the monster, a man in blue clothes spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and looked at the monster that was closing in on him. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. A large part of his chest had already caved in. He had suffered a serious injury. Motherfucker, why are there so many demon souls in this broken place? This monster is so scary. Even a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is so sad. I didn't expect that Gua Xiaofei would die here. The blue-clothed man revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't someone else, he was Gua Xiaofei, the leader of the Nebula sect. He had entered this spatial zone by mistake when he was searching for treasures and had been besieged by the Dark Souls. However, he was strong and his combat strength was terrifying. He had killed many of the Dark Souls. He didn't expect to encounter a monstrous Dark Soul here. Its combat strength was terrifying to the extreme, especially the golden object in between the monster's eyebrows. He didn't know what it was, but it could provide the monster with an enormous amount of energy. Dong dong dong. Gua Xiaofei wasn't an exception. The blue-clothed man revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't a stranger, he was Gua Xiaofei, the leader of the Nebula sect. He had mistakenly entered this spatial zone when he was searching for treasures and had been besieged by the Dark Souls. However, he was strong and his combat strength was terrifying. He had killed many of the Dark Souls. He didn't expect to encounter a monstrous Dark Soul here. Its combat strength was terrifying to the extreme, especially the golden object in between its eyebrows. It was unknown what it was, but it could provide an enormous amount of energy to the monster. Come on. The monster took a step forward, leaving only its bones. Step by step it approached Gua Xiaofei. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. Gua Xiaofei kept retreating. He knew that he wasn't a match for this monster. All his chi had been locked by the monster. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. If there were no accidents he would die here today. Come on. Gua Xiaofei raised the long sword in his hand. His murderous intent rippled out like ripples. Even if he was going to die he would fight to the death. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Roar! The monster let out another hoarse roar. It stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Guo Xiaofei. This attack was fast and powerful. It reached Guo Xiaofei in a blink of an eye. This monster was different from the other dark souls. Due to the existence of the golden object in between its eyebrows, its attack carried light waves of energy. Layers of golden halos appeared, making the monster's attack even more terrifying. Guo Xiaofei was in despair. He was seriously injured. He couldn't even exert a third of his usual combat strength. He couldn't resist the monster's fatal attack. He would certainly die under this attack. Hong! At this critical moment of life and death, a long dragon that was completely formed by flames suddenly descended from the sky. It was accompanied by crackling lightning, blocking the path between Guo Xiaofei and the monster. The sudden appearance of this flaming dragon carried an incomparably terrifying attack and destructive force. It caused the temperature of this spatial zone to rise. The monster actually retreated when it saw this flame. Hong! Chapter 690. The monster was roaring in pain and raging at the same time. If it was an ordinary dark soul, it would be burned to ashes immediately after being touched by the flame, but this monster didn't. His bones seemed to be extremely hard. Jiang Chen's flame couldn't burn it in an instant. Moreover, a golden light rushed out from the golden object in between the monster's eyebrows, repelling Jiang Chen's flame. Guo Xiaofei was still in a state of shock. He was prepared to fight the monster to the death, but he didn't expect that a fire dragon would appear at the last moment to repel the monster and save him. Guo Xiaofei turned his head and saw two silhouettes appearing beside him like a stream of light. They were two familiar figures, a man and a dog. Guo Xiaofei's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw the newcomers. "Brother Jiang, it's you." Guo Xiaofei saw Jiang Chen as if he had seen his family member. He was really happy that Jiang Chen could appear at this time. "Senior brother Guo, you look like you're injured quite badly. Take this pill." Jiang Chen flipped his palm and threw a pill to Guo Xiaofei. This pill was obtained by him before. It was a holy healing pill which had great effects on Guo Xiaofei. Guo Xiaofei didn't hesitate. He took the pill and swallowed it without even looking at it. He dared to swallow the pill given by Jiang Chen. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't harm him. Otherwise he wouldn't have saved him just now. After swallowing the pill, Guo Xiaofei carefully observed Jiang Chen's cultivation. His facial expression changed immediately. "Brother Jiang, it has only been a few days and you have already reached the 4th grade combat emperor. This is too scary." "Alright, I heard that you have killed Li Long and Yan Hui. Is it true?" Guo Xiaofei's gaze towards Jiang Chen had completely changed. There were many complicated emotions in his eyes, but most of them were disbelief. They were both geniuses of the younger generation. Although Guo Xiaofei was a powerful 8th grade combat emperor, he felt that he wasn't as good as Jiang Chen. "That's right. They wanted to kill me but I killed them in the end. They only have themselves to blame," Jiang Chen said. The news of him killing Li Long and Yan Hui had already spread throughout the Death Mountain. Very few people didn't know about it. It was normal for Guo Xiaofei to know about it. As they spoke, the monstrous Yin spirit slowly regained its senses. Its hollow eyes looked at Jiang Chen and the others. A monstrous aura of death and killing intent mixed together, overflowing from the monster's body and drifting in the void. "Brother Jiang, this monster is very hard to deal with. It isn't an ordinary dark soul. I don't know what that thing on its glabella is, but it can provide it with an endless supply of energy, allowing it to attack with energy. Even a 9th grade combat emperor may not be its match," Guo Xiaofei said. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely rescue, he would probably be a dead man now. Even his corpse wouldn't be left intact, he would become the monster's food. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's eyes fell on the monster's body at the same time. Suddenly they felt a powerful desolate qi from the monster. Then their eyes fell on the golden object on the monster's glabella. Such a powerful qi. This is an ancient desolate beast. I can't tell what kind of beast it is, but its demon soul is still intact. No wonder it is so powerful. Jiang Chen was shocked. It's definitely a primordial remnant species. It's a pity that it has become a Yin spirit and its bloodline has already disappeared. However, that demon spirit is a rare treasure. I can feel a trace of sacred might from that demon spirit. When this primordial remnant species was alive, it was actually a minor sacred beast. De Huang Dog was even more shocked than Jiang Qin. As a divine beast, he was more sensitive to the bloodline of a beast than any ordinary human. The giant skeleton monster in front of him was an ancient desolate beast that had existed for a long time. Although its bloodline had disappeared, its demon soul was a rare treasure. What surprised him even more was that this demon soul contained saint might. This beast must have been a minor saint demon when it was alive. Being able to preserve its demon soul in perfect condition, it's enough to show how terrifying this beast is. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He originally thought that entering this space was a waste. Now it seems that there were indeed great benefits. Not to mention other things, just this minor saint demon soul alone was a priceless existence. He could already see the passion in De Huang Dog's eyes. De Huang, if I give you this demon soul, how much benefit can you get? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. He didn't intend to take this demon soul. A demon soul left behind by an ancient desolate beast like this was much more beneficial to De Huang Dog than to himself. Although Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill could absorb the innate ability within it, this demon soul had existed for a long time. The bloodline of this demon soul might have already disappeared. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's powerful divine abilities were sufficient for him to use. Ordinary innate abilities were nothing to him. However, De Huang Dog was different. De Huang Dog had the dragon horse divine beast's bloodline. This demon soul of the ancient desolate beast would undoubtedly be of great help to him. De Huang Dog licked his lips. His eyes shone brightly. Breaking through to the 7th grade demon emperor is not a problem. De Huang Dog was very confident. Although this demon soul had existed for a long time, it was still a minor saint demon soul. De Huang Dog was now a 5th grade combat emperor with a strong foundation. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to refine a powerful demon soul like a minor saint demon soul, but De Huang Dog could refine it easily. At that time, not only would he be able to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor, it would also greatly impact his bloodline. After listening to the conversation between Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, Guo Xiaofei rolled his eyes. Listening to the tone of these two, it was as if the monster in front of them was already in their bag. Motherfucker, the opponent was a powerful demon soul. Even an 8th grade combat emperor like him wasn't a match for it. Why were these two so confident? Weren't they clearly trying to attack him? Brother Jiang, this monster isn't easy to deal with. Guo Xiaofei reminded Jiang Qin solemnly. He wanted to let Jiang Qin see the situation clearly. The most important thing now was to run away. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined hands, they wouldn't be a match for the monster. Although Jiang Qin had advanced 2 grades, he was still a 4th grade combat emperor. How could he be a match for this monster? How can I let go of the prey that is already in my hands? Don't worry, Brother Guo. Although this monster is very powerful, I have a way to restrain it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a confident smile. If this monster in front of him was a desolate ancient species, Jiang Qin would definitely run away without hesitation. He wouldn't dare to stop for even a second, because he wouldn't be a match for such a powerful existence even if he used all of his skills. However, this monster was just a dark soul. No matter how powerful a dark soul was, it still had its own attribute. Thus, it would be restrained by Jiang Chen's flames. Roar! The monster let out a furious roar again. The demon soul in between its eyebrows emitted layers of golden light. A dense, desolate, ancient demonic qi spread out, covering its entire body. In the next moment, the monster moved at an extremely fast speed, attacking Jiang Qin and the others. Its terrifying sharp claws tore a big hole in the void. Fire Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin let out a roar. Facing such a powerful monster, even with his flames restraining it, he still didn't dare to underestimate it. Therefore, he immediately struck out with the Fire Dragon Seal. The huge fire dragon was like a real dragon, roaring as it charged towards the monster. Seeing Jiang Chen's fire dragon once again, a trace of fear could be seen on the monster's face. However, the furious monster didn't back off. Its gigantic body was wrapped in a golden light as it collided head-on with the fire dragon. Boom! The earth shook and the buildings behind them were destroyed. The monster was truly powerful, and its terrifying power destroyed the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon's power did not disappear completely, and it turned into a sea of fire that trapped the monster within. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's eyes lit up and he looked at Zhao Fu. That monster was simply too powerful. Even though it was surrounded by the true dragon flames and true lightning dragon flames, it was still enraged and had a majestic aura. After all, this monster had the support of a minor demon saint-level demon spirit. It wasn't something that ordinary Yin spirits could compare to. Boom. A huge force gushed out from the sea of fire, dispersing the flames. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The buildings in this area were completely destroyed. The monster's body was covered in flames as it charged towards Zhang Chen once again. The monster relied on its demon soul and was unpredictable. However, Jiang Chen and Guo Xiaofei could still see that this monster had all the attributes of a Yin soul. Under the suppression of the flames, it couldn't even exert half of its battle power. De Huang, senior brother Guo, let's attack together and kill it. Jiang Chen let out a roar. A mystical longsword appeared in his hand. Holding the heavenly saint sword, he turned into a ray of light and slashed towards the monster. Ha! Guo Xiaofei didn't hesitate. He hated this monster to the core. Now that the monster was being suppressed by Jiang Chen's flames, it's a good opportunity to get rid of it. De Huang dog didn't move. However, the dragon horn on top of his head emitted sparks and colorful lights. This time De Huang dog was very serious. He wanted to use his innate divine ability that he had never used before. A demon soul left behind by a primordial remnant species was too attractive to him. He had no choice but to use all his strength to kill it. The monster stared at the pressure from Jiang Chen's flames while fighting against Jiang Chen and Guo Xiaofei alone. They were on the verge of exploding this area. They were locked in a stalemate. Chapter 691. The whole area had been destroyed. Jiang Chen held the heavenly saint sword in his hand and continuously attacked the monster. Other than the sharp sword qi, his attacks also contained strong flames. Flames were the real nemesis of the monster. Naturally, Jiang Chen would use it when he attacked. Clang. The sharp heavenly saint sword slashed on the monster's sharp claws, producing a clanging sound. The monster's sharp claws were covered in golden light, easily blocking the sword. The edge of the sword didn't even leave a mark on the monster's claws. On the other side, Guo Xiaofei had also exerted his full strength. However, his injuries hadn't recovered yet, so his attack power wasn't very strong. His long sword stabbed into the monster's back, but it was bounced off by the monster's bones. He only managed to stabilize his body after retreating a few hundred meters. This monster is really powerful. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Guo Xiaofei's mouth. He had fought with the monster before and knew how terrifying it was. Even though it was suppressed by Jiang Chen's flames, it was still hard to deal with. The monster went berserk and kept roaring. Its whole body was filled with majestic power. Its hard bones hadn't decayed for tens of thousands of years. Every part of its body could be used as a weapon. It was even more terrifying than an emperor weapon. Facing such a powerful existence, even Jiang Chen had a feeling that he didn't know how to deal with it. Motherfucker. We can't go on like this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. This monster was after all a minor saint when it was alive. Its powerful demon soul was preserved even after a long time. Now that it had turned into a dark soul, although it couldn't exert the combat strength of a minor saint, it wasn't something an ordinary combat emperor could deal with. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's flames suppressing the dark soul of the monster, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the monster. They could only run away. However, even with the suppression of the flames, it seemed to be extremely difficult to get rid of this dark soul unless Jiang Chen took out the broken pot and burned the monster into nothingness. That broken pot was one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Last time he failed to kill the northern and southern dynasties. Now he still had one last chance. He wouldn't use it easily. Big Yellow was surprisingly quiet at the side, but the dragon horn on his forehead was still emitting sparks. He was preparing for his ultimate attack. Up until now, Big Yellow had awakened a total of 3 innate abilities. One was the soul-crunching tune, the second was the invincible tornado fart, and the last one was the dragon horn he was using right now. He had never used this innate ability before, and even Jiang Chen had no idea how powerful it was. The soul-crunching tune and invincible whirlwind fart were useless in the current situation. This dark soul was just a skeleton without a soul or a nose. In that case he could only use the most powerful attack. Little Chinzi, I have sensed it just now. This monster's demon soul is always emitting a scorching chi. This means that although this ancient species doesn't have a fire attribute, its attribute is inclined towards scorching and yang. When you use the fire dragon seal to suppress its dark soul chi, use the water dragon seal at the same time to suppress the power of its demon soul. As long as the demon soul is suppressed, I will be able to kill it. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. All right. Without saying another word, Jiang Chen immediately used the water dragon seal. A huge chi of innate water spread out, and the battlefield instantly became cold and gloomy. Two extreme chi of opposite attributes actually existed at the same time. Such a scene was undoubtedly very shocking. Just as De Huang Dog said, when the monster's demon soul encountered the chi of innate water, the golden demon soul started to tremble violently. The originally bright golden light actually began to dim. In this way, the dark soul attribute and the power of the demon soul of the monster were completely suppressed, and it began to become even more furious. Right now, De Huang Dog's eyes became incomparably bright. The dragon horn on top of his head suddenly became more than 3 meters long. It was covered with mystical runes and layers of golden light rippled out from it. Crackling lightning flashed, densely packed like a spider web. Rumble. All of a sudden an earth-shattering roar resounded. A thick beam of light carrying 7-colored lightning suddenly shot out from the dragon horn of De Huang Dog. The speed of this beam of light was extremely fast. Carrying a sacred aura, it rushed to the front of the monster in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The terrifying attack broke through Jiang Chen's flames and directly hit the body of the monster. The monster's strength was completely suppressed, and it let out a soul-chilling wail. The energy of the beam of light shot out from the dragon horn of De Huang Dog was too terrifying. It directly tore the divine body of the monster apart, and the huge skeleton fell apart. Brr. Even so, the monster still didn't die. It let out a tearing roar, and the golden demon soul between its eyebrows was trembling violently. The bones that were scattered on the ground actually showed signs of reassembling. Hurry up and bring the demon soul over. Don't give it the chance to reassemble. De Huang Dog quickly shouted. After using the innate ability just now, he seemed to have exhausted all his energy and his spirit became dispirited. Zoosh. Without the reminder from De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen had already moved. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the existence of this monster was completely dependent on the demon soul. Even if it was scattered, as long as the demon soul was still there, it could be reassembled. However, after encountering Jiang Chen, the monster was destined to meet a tragic end. It was absolutely impossible for it to reassemble. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the monster. The heavenly saint's sword touched the demon soul, and with a light flick, the demon soul was directly plucked out. After that, Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand and circulated the dragon transformation art. A terrifying divine sense directly penetrated into the demon soul, and directly crushed the remaining monstrous aura within the demon soul. This was the demon soul left behind by a minor demon saint. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, even if he circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique, it would still be impossible for him to completely eliminate the monstrous aura within the demon soul. However, this ancient clan had been dead for too long, and it had already evolved into a Yin spirit. Even its bloodline had almost disappeared, let alone the aura within the demon soul. Voila! After the remaining aura within the demon soul was completely eliminated by Jiang Chen, the trembling bones of the monster fell to the ground with a voila sound, completely motionless. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen and Guo Xiaofei heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the monster was completely eliminated. Guo Xiaofei was still in a state of shock. He looked at the exhausted De Huang Dog that was lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect this dog to be so powerful. That terrifying innate ability just now carried a divine aura. Even with his current cultivation, if he were to face it head-on, it would be very difficult for him to withstand it. Guo Xiaofei was an 8th grade combat emperor. He had seen a lot of things. Moreover, even a fool could see that the Huang dog wasn't an ordinary dog. This dog was at least a rare beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for it to have such a terrifying innate ability. Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the Huang dog and asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Chen didn't know the use of the dragon horn on the Huang dog's head. Today he finally saw it. It was the most terrifying innate ability of the Huang dog. Although he was only a 5th-grade demon emperor, if he used this innate ability, it was enough to deal with an 8th-grade combat emperor. However, from the weakened state of the Huang dog, it could be seen that using this innate ability consumed a lot of energy from the Huang dog. It seemed that almost all of his energy had been used up. "Give me the demon soul, I will recover very soon." The Huang dog's eyes fell on the demon soul in Jiang Chen's hand, emitting a blazing light. "Here you go." Jiang Chen smiled. He waved his hand and threw the demon soul to the Huang dog. This thing would be of great help to the Huang dog. He and the Huang dog were like brothers, there was no distinction between them. The stronger the Huang dog became, the greater the benefit it would bring to him. It was equivalent to having a great helper. The Huang dog also possessed the divine beast bloodline. If he could grow to the point where he could fight against the white tiger of the northern and southern dynasties, that would be the best outcome. The Huang dog opened his big mouth and swallowed the demon soul in one gulp. Then he lay on the ground and began to refine it. With Jiang Chen by his side, the Huang dog could go into seclusion without worrying about his own safety no matter when or where. "The Huang is really terrifying," Guo Xiaofei praised. He sheathed the long sword in his hand and came to Jiang Chen's side. He cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen and said, "Junior brother Jiang, I will never be able to repay you for saving my life today." Guo Xiaofei was very clear that Jiang Chen's timely appearance had saved his life. Otherwise he would have been dead by now. Guo Xiaofei would never forget this kindness. "Senior brother Guo is too polite. We are both from the Nebula sect. Naturally we will help each other when we are in danger. Didn't you stand up for me outside the Death Mountain?" Jiang Chen smiled. His impression of Guo Xiaofei was pretty good. At least this person knew what unity was when facing outsiders. "I think De Huang needs a certain amount of time to refine the demon soul. Senior brother Guo, you also need time to recover from your injuries. I have a dragon ginseng here. You can take it and refine it. It will be very beneficial to you." Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out a dragon ginseng. This dragon ginseng had already turned into a spirit. It wanted to run away after it came out, but it was controlled by Jiang Chen. The spirit of the dragon ginseng was obtained by Nangong Wentian from the medicine shop. Jiang Chen had also shared some of it with him. This dragon ginseng was very potent and would be a great help to Guo Xiaofei's injuries. Moreover, Guo Xiaofei might be able to benefit from today's misfortune and advance to the 9th-grade combat emperor with the help of the dragon ginseng. This is a rare dragon ginseng. It has already turned into a spirit. "Senior brother Jiang, this is too precious." Guo Xiaofei's facial expression changed. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him to not see the preciousness of this dragon ginseng. A spirit of a dragon ginseng would be priceless in the outside world. Recovering from your injuries is the most important thing now. We still have a long way to go in this Death Mountain. Chapter 692. Alright, I won't be courteous then. Guo Xiaofei nodded. Since Jiang Chen was so forthright, he couldn't be too pretentious, otherwise he would be looked down upon by others. He took the dragon ginseng, his eyes were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Immediately he sat cross-legged and began to refine the dragon ginseng while healing his injuries. Although there were still a lot of dark souls in this spatial zone, the scariest ones had been eliminated. The rest of them were nothing to worry about. With Jiang Chen's protection, Guo Xiaofei and the Huang dog felt incomparably at ease. They could totally focus on their seclusion. The Huang dog's condition was still a little sluggish, but as long as he could refine the demon soul, not only would he recover completely, there would also be a tremendous change in his cultivation grade. Guo Xiaofei's cultivation grade had already reached the peak of the 8th-grade combat emperor, half a step into the 9th-grade combat emperor. This time he didn't die from his injuries. With the help of Jiang Chen's dragon ginseng, he would receive even more benefits after his recovery. There was a high possibility that he could directly advance to the 9th-grade combat emperor. It was considered as a blessing in disguise. Jiang Chen looked around and found no treasures other than some ruined buildings. There were a lot of dark souls in this spatial zone, but it wasn't a place to hide treasures. So Jiang Chen gave up on the idea of searching for treasures. There were still a lot of dark souls hiding in the dark, but they were afraid of Jiang Chen's flames, so they didn't dare to come out. Of course, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't come back empty-handed after entering this spatial zone. On the contrary, De Huang Dog had a great harvest. It was a minor demon saint demon soul. If De Huang Dog refined it, his cultivation grade would at least advance to the 7th grade demon emperor. At that time, De Huang Dog would be truly powerful. No one would dare to provoke him in the entire Death Mountain. Moreover, Li Long and Yan Hui were dead. Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang were on his side. The only powerful expert left was Tan Zhibai of the Tan family. As long as Tan Zhibai wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't find trouble with Jiang Chen in the Death Mountain, unless he didn't want to live anymore. To put it bluntly, the following days in the Death Mountain would be his world. De Huang Dog could sweep away all the enemies by himself. In order to prevent the Dark Souls from disturbing De Huang Dog and Guo Xiaofei's seclusion, Jiang Chen simply sat cross-legged and became their protector. At the same time, he didn't forget to circulate the dragon transformation art to stabilize his foundation and digest the knowledge he had gained during this period of time. A day later, Guo Xiaofei was the first one to wake up. His eyes were glowing brightly. His qi was much stronger than before. With the help of dragon ginseng, Guo Xiaofei had fully recovered after a night's time. He was even stronger than before. Layers of golden halos appeared on the surface of his body. His qi had reached the peak of the 8th grade combat emperor. As long as he was willing, he could advance to the 9th grade combat emperor at any time. However, Guo Xiaofei forcefully stopped his advancement when he was about to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Brother Guo's recovery is very fast. It seems like he is about to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. With the help of Brother Zhang's dragon ginseng, I have obtained great benefits. I'm about to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor, but I have forcefully suppressed it. This is the Death Mountain. If I advance to the 9th grade combat emperor, it is very likely that it will cause a backlash from the restriction of the Death Mountain. Perhaps it will bring about a disaster. So, I have suppressed my cultivation grade and will advance to the 9th grade combat emperor when I get out of the Death Mountain. Guo Xiaofei's face was filled with excitement. This trip to the Death Mountain had given him a great harvest. Advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor was his biggest dream. Once he reached the 9th grade combat emperor, his position in the sky ranking of Nebula sect would probably be in the top 3. However, Guo Xiaofei resisted the temptation of advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor because he knew that this was the Death Mountain. The appearance of a 9th grade combat emperor would bring about a disaster. Jiang Chen nodded silently. From this aspect, Guo Xiaofei's temperament wasn't bad. If it was any other ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the 9th grade combat emperor. Weng at this time, a sound was heard from De Huang Dog's side. This dog's body was huge. He was lying there like a majestic elephant. At this moment, De Huang Dog's eyes were closed. After a day's time, his qi had almost recovered. The demon soul had begun to take effect. A layer of golden light screen appeared on the surface of De Huang Dog's body, encircling De Huang Dog, forming a big golden cocoon. It could be seen that the dragon horn on De Huang Dog's forehead was emitting sparks again. The talisman marks on it were densely packed, more than before, like a spider web. De Huang is undergoing a transformation. Guo Xiaofei was a little shocked. I don't know how powerful he will be after the transformation. The innate ability that he used to deal with the monster was too terrifying. Recalling the innate ability of De Huang Dog, Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Now De Huang Dog was undergoing another transformation. God knows how powerful he would be after the transformation was completed. In the following period of time, the golden cocoon on the surface of De Huang Dog's body became bigger and bigger, turning into a substantial golden cover. There were mystical talisman marks rippling on the surface. Half an hour later, the golden light screen suddenly emitted a caw-caw sound and cracks appeared on it. All of a sudden, a powerful force burst out from De Huang Dog's body, shattering the golden light screen. De Huang Dog's silhouette was revealed once again. The current De Huang Dog was extremely courageous. The bloodline of a divine beast was flowing unceasingly, turning into talisman marks on the surface of his body. De Huang Dog raised his head and let out a roar. It sounded like the roar of a dragon or the neighing of a horse. The sound wave pierced through the sky, lasting for a long time and was deafening. The current De Huang Dog's chi was many times stronger than before. After refining the demon soul of a minor demon saint, his cultivation grade had advanced to the 7th grade demon emperor. The benefits he received were far more than that. The chi of the demon soul of a minor demon saint filled every part of his body, tempering his body constantly. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for De Huang Dog to advance to the 8th grade combat emperor. Kaka, this feels good, really good. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. As his cultivation grade continued to rise, the feeling of power made him more and more excited. With his current cultivation grade, if he were to encounter someone like Li Long or Yan Hui, he would be able to deal with them himself without the help of Han Yan and Nangong Wentian. Very good. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. You are born with great luck. The demon soul you obtained this time is your luck. Let's go, we will continue to go deeper into the Death Mountain. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog's luck was very strong. It was his luck that he was able to advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Now that they had spent a lot of time here, they had to go deeper into the Death Mountain as soon as possible. There were too many spatial zones in the Death Mountain. Most of the places were empty and it was easy to delay their time. It was imaginable that many people had already gone deeper into the Death Mountain. Naturally, they couldn't delay any longer. Now Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's cultivation grade had improved a lot. It was totally different from when they first entered the mountain. Such combat strength was enough for them to walk unhindered in the Death Mountain. As long as they didn't encounter any special danger in the Death Mountain, no one could pose a threat to them. 2 men and a dog continued to go deeper into the Death Mountain. It had been 9 days since the opening of the Death Mountain. There were still 21 days left until the end. In the following day, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Guo Fei went through 3 different spatial zones. They didn't get any substantial treasures, but they were already used to this situation, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. A day later, which was also the 10th day in the Death Mountain, they finally arrived at a bustling spatial zone. This spatial zone was filled with human silhouettes. Many cultivators had entered this place. There were at least 1,000 of them. These people were gathered in front of an ancient and dilapidated tower. This ancient tower seemed to have existed for a very long time. There were mottled marks on the surface of the tower. When they saw Jiang Chen and Guo Fei, 2 silhouettes came to greet them. They were Nangong Wentian and Mo Sang. Han Yan and Zueling Er weren't here. It seemed like they hadn't found this spatial zone yet. Little Chinzi, you guys are here? And this is... Nangong Wentian looked at Guo Fei and asked. This is Brother Guo Fei of the Nebula Sect. He is the leader of the Nebula Sect. This is Nangong Wentian, my long-lost brother. I didn't expect to see him again in the Death Mountain. Jiang Chen said and introduced the 2 to each other. Hearing that Nangong Wentian was Jiang Chen's brother, Guo Fei didn't dare to be negligent and greeted them warmly. As for Mo Sang, there was no need to introduce him. He and Mo Sang were both outstanding geniuses of the Nebula Sect and the Moyin cult. Naturally, they knew each other. Because the relationship between the Devil cult and the other forces wasn't good, there were some conflicts between the 2. But now, everyone was Jiang Chen's friend. Brother Mo, Anan, what's going on with this ancient tower? Jiang Chen asked. This seems to be a martial depository left behind. The ancient tower has a total of 9 floors. Seems like there must be some good stuff inside. However, there's a layer of seal outside the ancient tower. The seal is gradually weakening, just like back in the herb garden. Everyone is waiting for the seal to disappear before they can enter the ancient tower. Nangong Wentian said. That's right. This should be a martial depository left behind by a super sect. There must be a lot of martial skills left inside. These things are priceless. If we can obtain them, we will definitely be able to revitalize our sect. Mo Sang said. So that's how it is. Seems like we've made it. Jiang Chen smiled. He raised his head and looked at the ancient tower in front of him. This ancient tower looked extremely old. But just like what Nangong Wentian said, there was a total of 9 floors. Since it was a martial depository left behind, there must be some good stuff inside. Chapter 693. The nine-floored ancient pagoda seemed to be very old. This was the remnant of the martial pavilion, but there wasn't a single dark soul in the surroundings. Could be imagined that this was an important place of the super sect in the past. Ordinary people weren't allowed to enter this place. The appearance of Zhou Xian had once again caused a commotion. Today Zhou Xian was already a celebrity in the entire Death Mountain. He was like a star. The scene of him killing Li Long and Yan Hui and fighting with the unknown golden-haired young man had already been spread to everyone's ears. Almost everyone here knew how terrifying Zhou Xian was. In the eyes of many people, Zhou Xian was a malefic existence. Now that Zhou Xian appeared here again, it made many people nervous. Of course, the people who were nervous were the people from Xiaoyao Palace and Tianshan sect. When the disciples of the Nebula sect saw Zhou Xian and Guo Fei together, they quickly welcomed them and saluted them. Nowadays, the disciples of the Nebula sect were basically walking sideways. The great things that Zhou Xian had done in the Death Mountain not only raised Zhou Xian's prestige, but also raised the prestige of the entire Nebula sect. This made the disciples of the Nebula sect feel incomparable glory. In the distance, at the place closest to the ancient pagoda, a white-clothed young man holding a folding fan was also there. This person was Tan Ji Bai, the leader of the Tan village. He took a glance at Zhou Xian Lung, but he didn't take the initiative to provoke Zhou Xian. Everyone in the Tan village knew that Zhou Xian had killed the people of the Tan village. Could be said that they were quite angry. As the leader of the Tan village, Tan Ji Bai was even angrier. When he heard the news, he even swore to eliminate Zhou Xian in the Death Mountain to avenge the death of his clansmen. However, under the current situation, staying silent was the best choice. Not to mention how powerful Zhou Xian was. Zhou Xian was accompanied by Guo Fei and Mo Sang, two people who had the same name as him. He should be thankful that they didn't find trouble with him. The restriction is already very weak. It seems that the ancient pagoda will open soon. De Huang Dog wagged his big tail and said in a relaxed tone. Regarding the combat skills and cultivation methods left behind in the ancient pagoda, De Huang Dog wasn't interested at all. He relied on his bloodline to cultivate and awaken his innate ability. He didn't need other combat skills and cultivation methods. He wasn't interested in cultivation methods, but he still wanted to join in the fun. Little Chenzi, De Huang, the two of you are abnormal. Isn't your improvement too fast? Nangong Wenyin noticed the chi of Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. That day in the herb garden, he remembered clearly that Zhou Xian was merely a second-grade combat emperor and De Huang Dog was merely a third-grade demon emperor. It had only been a few days, but one of them was a fourth-grade combat emperor while the other was a seventh-grade demon emperor. This improvement was simply heaven-defying. After being reminded by Nangong Wentian, Mo Sang reacted. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly when he saw Zhou Xian's cultivation. Perhaps this was what a true genius should be like. Compared to Zhou Xian, Mo Sang felt that he was still far behind. Ba, I'm here. At this time, a ray of golden light came from afar. A monk wearing a golden robe appeared beside Zhou Xian in a split second. He was Tyrant. The current Tyrant had undergone a huge change compared to a few days ago. He was now a peak third-grade combat emperor, only a step away from the fourth-grade combat emperor. That day when Tyrant obtained the monument, Zhou Xian guessed that there might be something related to the Buddha sect in the Death Mountain. Today, seeing Tyrant's improvement, he was even more certain of his guess. Tyrant, your improvement isn't small. How did you find this place? De Huang Dog said with a smile. Tyrant glanced at De Huang Dog speechlessly and sighed helplessly. He thought that he was proud of himself for advancing to the peak of the third-grade combat emperor in just a few days, but after seeing De Huang Dog he didn't want to say anything. I feel that there is something that I need here. Tyrant looked at the ancient pagoda and said. In the following period of time, more and more cultivators appeared in front of the ancient pagoda, especially the people from the 5 major powers. Those rogue cultivators and those from the minor powers felt helpless when they saw the situation. They knew very well that even if there were real treasures in the ancient pagoda, they wouldn't be able to compete with the geniuses of the 5 major powers. However, they couldn't just retreat. Others could eat the meat, but they could still enjoy the soup. Half an hour later, the restriction outside the ancient pagoda had completely disappeared. An ancient door was revealed. On the door there was a huge sign. This sign was made from an extremely rare rock, which was why it could be preserved until now. There were 3 big words on it which could not be seen clearly, but one could vaguely recognize that it was Martial Depository Pavilion. Sure enough, it's the Martial Depository that was left behind by a super powerful sect. There must be a lot of cultivation techniques and combat skills inside. A genius of the Tan family shouted excitedly. He strode forward and kicked the door. The door shattered with a loud bang. A rotten chi leaked out from the ancient pagoda. Too rude. Tyrant shook his head. Why are the people of the Tan family like bandits? Tyrant's words weren't suppressed at all. Many of the disciples of the Tan family heard it clearly. Some of them turned their heads and glared at Tyrant, gritting their teeth. This monk was very shameless, but they couldn't do anything about it. The door of the Martial Depository was opened. Many people rushed inside. From the 1st level to the 8th level there was only one door, but on the 9th level there was a separate door. Jiang Chen's gaze naturally fell on the top of the 9th level of the ancient pagoda. He didn't care about ordinary cultivation techniques and combat skills. He wanted to see what was in the 9th level. Let's go to the 9th level to have a look. Jiang Chen said and flew towards the sky of the 9th level. Nangong Wentian and the others followed closely. The real treasures must be in the 9th level. There were 2 other silhouettes flying towards the 9th level with Jiang Chen. They were Tan Ji Bai and another genius of the Tan family. Both of them were 8th grade combat emperors. Both of them stood in front of the door of the 9th level facing each other. Jiang Chen, this ancient pagoda was discovered by everyone at the same time. We should all go in together. Everyone will get the benefits. Am I right? Tan Ji Bai said. Based on his previous personality, he wouldn't have said such a thing. He wouldn't allow anyone other than himself to enter the 9th floor. But now the other party's strength was above his, so he had no choice but to compromise. However, there was someone who didn't want to compromise. What a joke. What does the 9th level have to do with you? Tan Ji Bai, the 9th level has already been occupied by us. You should go to the 8th level to have a look. Mo Sang said without any trace of politeness. He and Tan Ji Bai were enemies. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite with his words. Plus, he had understood Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow Tan Ji Bai to enter the 9th level. Mo Sang, what does the treasures here have to do with your devil religion? Do you think there is a devil art in here? Tan Ji Bai was infuriated. I don't know if there is a devil art, but I don't want you to go in. Mo Sang crossed his arms in front of his chest. Judging from his posture, he might just hit Jiang Chen. Tan Ji Bai, you better leave now. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Before he came to the Death Mountain, he thought that he and the Tan family would become good friends. Now he didn't have a good impression of the Tan family. Jiang Chen, don't go overboard. You have killed 2 of my disciples. I haven't settled this debt with you yet. Tan Ji Bai said loudly. He had been in this ancient pagoda for a period of time. He had been waiting for the seal to disappear. His purpose was to find the treasures in the 9th level. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen and the others would come out at the last moment and chase him away. How could he swallow this anger? Is that so? Then let's forget about it. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He struck out the true dragon palm at Tan Ji Bai. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Tan Ji Bai. Since Tan Ji Bai was courting death, there was nothing more to say. Anyway, the relationship between him and the Tan family had already deteriorated. It didn't matter how many of them he killed. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Tan Ji Bai was no different from any ordinary disciple of the Tan family. Tan Ji Bai was infuriated. He raised his head and struck out a punch, destroying Jiang Chen's dragon claw. Brother Gui, Brother Mo, Anan De Huang, let's attack together and get rid of him for me. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. He was like a wise general, commanding the whole situation with his gestures. If Tan Ji Bai wanted to stop him, he could only kill him. All right. Guo Fei naturally wouldn't be stubborn towards Jiang Chen's words. He immediately rushed towards Tan Ji Bai. The current Guo Fei wasn't someone that Tan Ji Bai could deal with. He could advance to the 9th grade combat emperor at any time. Even if he was suppressing his strength, his combat strength was still higher than Tan Ji Bai's. Mo Sang, Nangong Wentian and the powerful De Huang dog attacked at the same time, surrounding Tan Ji Bai. Any one of them wasn't weaker than Tan Ji Bai. Moreover, the 4 of them had joined hands. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were watching the show from afar. Tan Bai would surely die if he was besieged by the four of them, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. The battle had just begun, but the disciple of the Tan family who followed Tan Bai had died tragically. His body was smashed into pieces by Big Yellow's head. His death could be said to be very tragic. Bastard, how dare you kill the people of my Tan family? Tan Bai was enraged. Go to your Tan family. If you dare to offend us, we will kill you all the same. Nangong went in was holding the million-star ruler in his hand. He didn't care about the identity of his opponent. If Xianxia asked him to kill them all, then he must kill them all. That year they had destroyed an entire dynasty. Why would they care about the Tan family? Hong Long. Chapter 694. The combination of the four was too powerful. Guo Xiaofei and De Huang Dog's combat power had already surpassed Tan Bai's. In addition to their combination, they weren't on the same level at all. Even if Tan Bai was the leader of Tan family and an unparalleled genius, he still couldn't withstand it. He was almost killed in just one move. Many people looked at the battlefield in the sky and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, especially those disciples of Tan family. Their faces were getting uglier and uglier. However, they could only watch. In such a battle they couldn't help even if they wanted to. It was no different from courting death. The ancient pagoda has just opened and they are already fighting. This Xianxia is really ruthless. He has already killed Li Long of Xiaoyao Palace and Yan Hui of Tianshan sect. Now he wants to kill Tan Hao of Tan family. Tan Hao is also an idiot. Xianxia didn't want to find trouble with him in the beginning. However, Tan Hao insisted on competing with Xianxia for the treasures in the 9th level of the ancient pagoda. Isn't he seeking his own death? That's right. Even an idiot would know that the 9th level of the ancient pagoda has good treasures. However, no one took the initiative to go up. This shows that everyone is aware of their own limitations. They know that it's impossible for them to touch the 9th level with their own abilities. It's already good enough to be able to get some benefits in the first 8 levels. Jiang Chen's group is too strong. Now even Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang are following him. If Tan Hao went to compete with them, he's just looking for trouble. The prestige of Tan family is useful to us, but it's useless against Jiang Chen. Many people were discussing. Most of them thought that Tan Hao was seeking his own death. Jiang Chen didn't intend to provoke him from the beginning, but he insisted on competing with Jiang Chen for the 9th level of the ancient pagoda. If this wasn't seeking his own death, then what was? Now that he was about to be beaten to death, he deserved it. Guo Xiaofei, you dare to kill me? I'm the leader of Tan family. Tan Bai covered his chest that was caved in and shouted at Guo Xiaofei and the others. He had already developed fear in his heart. He knew that if this continued, his ending wouldn't be good. Screw you, leader of the Immortals. De Huang Dog couldn't care less. With his head raised, he charged towards Tan Bai. His body was as huge as a barbaric elephant, and his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Tan Bai. Tan Bai was shocked. He had just experienced the terror of this dog. Immediately, he didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and struck out a giant palm print, slapping towards the dog's head. Bang! Under the impact of De Huang Dog's attack, the big palm print simply couldn't withstand a single blow, and was instantly smashed into pieces. De Huang Dog's speed didn't decrease, and with a bang it hit Tan Bai's body. Tan Bai let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. One of his arms was smashed by De Huang Dog. With his injured state just now, the fact that he didn't die on the spot after being hit by De Huang Dog showed how strong Tan Bai was. Guo Xiaofei and Mose looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This dog was too ferocious. That dog's head was so strong that it was comparable to a divine weapon. Zhoush. De Huang Dog and Nangong Wen Tian weren't going to let Tan Bai off easily. With extremely fast speed they surrounded Tan Bai once again. Seeing this, Tan Bai's eyes finally revealed a strong sense of fear. He immediately shouted at Xianxia, who was watching the show from afar. Xianxia, I won't fight for the 9th floor anymore. From now on, you and I will mind our own business. What do you think? Tan Bai could already see that although the people who attacked him were ferocious, they all listened to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the real leader. As long as Jiang Chen said a word, he would be able to live. In fact, Tan Bai had already started to regret. He regretted fighting with Jiang Chen just now. Kill him. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at Tan Bai and said indifferently. His words were like a judge from hell directly sentencing Tan Bai to death. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a person like Tan Bai was no different from a dead person. The grudge between him and the Tan clan was already irreconcilable. Thus there was nothing more to say. Kill him. What? Tan Bai exclaimed. Only now did he truly understand what kind of character Jiang Chen was. Unfortunately, it was already too late. De Huang Dog and Nan Gong Wen Tian attacked at the same time. Tan Bai could already smell the scent of death. It was an unprecedented scent. He didn't want to die, but he had no choice but to die. No. Tan Bai let out the last syllable of his life. After that, his voice stopped abruptly. He died under the joint attack of De Huang Dog and Nan Gong Wen Tian. Oh my god, Tan Bai is also dead. In the future, no one will dare to go against Jiang Chen in the Death Mountain anymore. That's right. That Jiang Chen is too ruthless. He killed without hesitation, not showing any mercy. He is a ruthless man. He is cruel and ruthless. Whoever dares to stand in his way, he will kill them. We must stay away from him in the future. Even if we can't be friends with him, we must not offend him. Everyone was shocked. Tan Bai's death had once again alerted everyone. Jiang Chen's ferocious name had reached its peak. This handsome young man in white, once he became ruthless, he would become an unparalleled god of death. The people of Tan clan were wailing in grief. Each and every one of them hated Jiang Chen, but they couldn't do anything. The disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult were all arrogant. They would walk with their heads held high wherever they went, especially when they saw the disciples of the other three major powers in Xiaoyao Palace. If they didn't like them, they would go up and scold them. They were simply too arrogant. After killing Tan Bai, De Huang Dog and Nan Gong Wen Tian returned to Jiang Chen's side. De Huang Dog's face was filled with pride. Did you see that? This kind of trash, Master Dog can take care of them all by myself. Good, I will remember your merit. Let's go to the 9th floor and see what's inside. After saying that, Jiang Chen went to the door of the 9th floor. The restrictive spell had already disappeared. Jiang Chen gently pushed the door and it opened. Perhaps because the ancient door had existed for too long, it let out a cracking sound, which was incomparably ear-piercing. A rotten smell rushed out from the inside. It was a little unpleasant, which made people frown. Jiang Chen and the others entered the tower and found that the space inside was not small. Although it was a little dark and damp, it didn't affect them much. Jiang Chen and the group looked around, but they didn't find any valuable treasures here. There was only a huge bookshelf placed in the center of the room, and there were at least a dozen scrolls placed on top of it. Due to the passage of time, these scrolls were covered with dust, and their original appearance could no longer be seen. This is indeed a martial depository. Other than martial arts and combat skills, there are no other treasures here. De Huang Dog seemed to be bored to death. He hoped that there would be some benefits in the 9th floor, at least a box of godly medicines. Now it seemed that this place was really a martial depository. Different from De Huang Dog's mood, Guo Fei's face was filled with ecstasy. He knew very well that these scrolls were truly priceless. To be able to be placed on the 9th floor and there were only a dozen of them, they must be the treasures of the treasures. Let's see what's recorded on these scrolls. Guo Fei was the first to step forward. With a wave of his hand, he blew away the dust on one of the scrolls. He took the scroll in his hand and opened it with a huala sound. Countless rays of golden light flowed out from the scroll, illuminating the originally dark space. After the scroll was opened, it let out a buzzing sound and slightly trembled. Just from this situation, it could be seen that what was recorded on the scroll was definitely something good. Guo Fei's eyes fell on the scroll and saw 4 big words engraved on the top of the scroll. Vast sword skill. Guo Fei's eyes continued to read. The more he read, the more excited he became. In the end, his body was trembling as if he had obtained a treasure that he had never seen before in his life. Vast sword skill, this is a saint-level swordsmanship. Even our Nebula sect doesn't have such a mysterious swordsmanship. I'm afraid that only those big families in the pure land of the divine continent would have such a level of combat skill. If this sword skill is taken out, it will certainly cause a great uproar. Compared to the swordsmanship that I'm practicing, it's many times more exquisite. If I practice this vast sword skill, I'm confident that I can break through to the minor saint realm within 3 years. Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but be excited. What he practiced was swordsmanship, but compared to this vast sword skill, the swordsmanship that he practiced was simply rubbish. They weren't on the same level at all. This is the heritage of those super sections. If I'm not wrong, all these scrolls are saint-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. Jiang Chen said. However, he wasn't interested in these things. As the greatest saint in the world, he didn't lack saint-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. However, he was practicing the dragon transformation skill, which was countless times more terrifying than saint-level cultivation techniques. Mo Sang also stepped forward and opened a scroll. Just like what Jiang Chen said, it was another saint-level cultivation technique. Unfortunately, these weren't advanced devil techniques. They weren't very useful to the people of the evil cult. Mo Sang wasn't very interested in them. Let me see if there's anything suitable for me. Nangong Wentian smiled and casually opened a scroll. The 10,000 everlasting elephants that he practiced was already very terrifying. He didn't need any other cultivation technique. However, if he could get his hands on a saint-level combat skill, it would be very beneficial to his combat strength. The moment Nangong Wentian opened the scroll, the words "limitless star transformation" were reflected in his eyes. After reading the mnemonic chant, Nangong Wentian became a little excited. Damn it! To think that this unbounded star transformation is a powerful ruler technique that can absorb the power of the stars and produce 81 different moves. This is practically tailor-made for my infinite star ruler. Chapter 695. Jiang Chen scanned through the incantation on the scroll with his divine sense. Even he couldn't help but nod his head in approval. He couldn't help but praise the power of this combat skill. What was even more surprising was that the everlasting stars transformation could perfectly coordinate with Nangong Wentian's myriad stars ruler. In other words, this everlasting stars transformation was tailor-made for Nangong Wentian. It was truly perfect. Anan, this is your fortune. With this infinite stellar transformation, your battle prowess will increase once again. This is a saint-tier battle skill, so it'll be of great help to your cultivation, said Jiang Chen with a smile. Nangong Wentian was naturally happy to be able to obtain such a great benefit. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together from the eastern continent. The stronger Nangong Wentian was, the less worried Jiang Chen would be. They would have to face more enemies in the future and they would be even stronger. Haha, this combat skill is mine. Nangong Wentian didn't hesitate to keep the scroll. It wasn't easy to find a cultivation art and combat skill that were suitable for him, let alone a powerful saint-rank combat skill. Just these 2 combat skills were enough to make Nangong Wentian and Guo Xiaofei's trip here wasn't in vain. Brother Mo, Tyrant, take a look and see if there are any cultivation arts and combat skills that are suitable for you. If there aren't any, I'll keep them. Jiang Chen said to Mose and Tyrant. I don't need them. Tyrant shook his head. He only cultivated Buddhist cultivation arts and heart sutras. He wasn't interested in other combat skills and cultivation arts, no matter how high their level was. These scrolls are obviously not related to the devil sect. They go against the devil arts that I cultivate. I don't want them either. Mose smiled. These scrolls were all rare treasures. Unfortunately, they were not of much use to him. Otherwise, he would not miss such a great opportunity. Since that's the case, I'll keep the rest for now. I'll bring them to the Nebula sect and hand them over to the sect leader. Jiang Chen waved his hand and collected all the scrolls. These scrolls were basically equivalent to the heritage of a super sect. He was now moving all these scrolls back and using them on the Nebula sect. It wouldn't take long for the Nebula sect to grow stronger. This is great. Any one of these cultivation methods and battle skills is rare in the Nebula sect. The sect head will be very happy to see them. If these cultivation methods and battle skills are used in the Nebula sect, it will be very beneficial to the development of the Nebula sect. Guo Xiaofei was pleasantly surprised. He could imagine how strong the Nebula sect's foundation would be with these scrolls. There's another statue of Buddha here. De Huang Dog suddenly looked at the center of the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda and found a statue there. The statue was shabby, but he could vaguely tell that it was a monk. It was exactly the same as the statue that Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had seen before. It was also a statue of Buddha. Tyrant was the first to walk towards the Buddha statue. Zhou Xian and the others followed behind him. The Buddha statue was so badly damaged that even its face couldn't be seen clearly. Tyrant put his palms together and bowed deeply to the Buddha statue. There seems to be a rune on the glabella of the Buddha statue. Nangong Wentian exclaimed softly. Everyone raised their head and looked at the Buddha statue. Indeed, there was a complicated rune on the glabella of the Buddha statue. The rune was twisted and looked very messy. Seemed to be some kind of language. This is the Sanskrit of Buddha sect. The meaning of this rune is fairy. Zhang Chen said. He used to have a close relationship with ancestor Green Lotus, so he had a certain understanding of Sanskrit. He recognized the Sanskrit rune on the top of the Buddha statue. He didn't expect that Zhang Chen could also recognize Sanskrit. Tyrant was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. He and Zhang Chen had known each other for a long time. This guy seemed to know everything. He was already used to it. That's right. That's the Sanskrit of Buddha sect. However, there's a word fairy engraved here. I don't know what it means. Tyrant frowned. He and Zhang Chen both recognized the meaning of the Sanskrit rune, but they didn't know what it represented. At this time, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and a wave of air was released. The thick layer of dust covering the Buddha statue was blown away. The Buddha statue was densely covered with Sanskrit runes. There are so many Sanskrit runes. What do they mean? Nangong Wenting was shocked. This is the remnant of the martial pavilion. This Buddha statue was placed on the 9th floor. Must be a treasure. These Sanskrit runes must be of great value. They might even be a powerful dharma. I felt pressured just by looking at them. Amo Sang said seriously. As a member of the devil sect, he cultivated the devil arts. His body carried a trace of devil nature. The Supreme Heart Sutra of Buddha sect was their greatest enemy. Amo Sang felt pressured just by looking at the Sanskrit runes. He could imagine that these Sanskrit runes were not simple. Tyrant's eyes shone like the sun. He stared at the Sanskrit runes on the Buddha statue. There were 3 largest Sanskrit runes below the Buddha statue. They represented the 3 runes fairy, light, and light respectively. When these 3 runes were connected with the runes in front of them, they formed the edifying light. The edifying light. Oh my God. This is the supreme existence of Buddha sect. The edifying light is the nemesis of all evil in the world. It's the light that can deliver all living beings from suffering. Rumor has it that in the history of Buddha sect, there was a powerful Buddha who cultivated the edifying light. He was able to purify all living beings and all evil spirits. I never thought that the edifying light would be recorded here. Tyrant was incomparably excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. Tyrant, don't be too excited. Take a look. What's recorded on the Buddha statue is only the source of the edifying light. There's no cultivation method. Zhang Chen reminded him. These Sanskrit runes are densely packed. I can't understand them at all. Tyrant, what does it say? De Huang Dog asked curiously. The edifying light originated from the Supreme Heart Sutra of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. It's also known as the Great Compassion Dharni Sutra. This ancient sutra has long disappeared from the history of Buddha sect. The cultivation method of the edifying light has also disappeared. This only introduces the origin of the edifying light and how terrifying it would be after mastering it. There's no record of the cultivation method. Tyrant frowned. What's the use of that? You already know these records. It's all nonsense if you can't cultivate it. De Huang Dog was speechless. Zhang Chen took a step forward. This was the martial depository, a place that was placed on the 9th level. How could it be just a basic introduction? Zhang Chen definitely wouldn't believe that it was so simple. He took 2 steps forward and approached the Buddha statue. He looked down and saw a line of Sanskrit runes at the bottom of the Buddha statue. The Sanskrit runes were very small. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. Those who are lucky will be able to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. Zhang Chen said faintly as he translated the Sanskrit runes. What does this mean? There's still no cultivation method. Nangong Wentian was speechless. What difference was there between saying it and not saying it at all? An existence like the edifying light could only be cultivated by those who were lucky. The cultivation method of the edifying light must be related to this Buddhist statue. If I'm not wrong, it should be inside this Buddhist statue. However, the edifying light is a supreme existence of the Buddhist sect. Only those with great luck and fortune can cultivate it. Monk, let's comprehend this Buddhist statue together and see who's the real fortune. Zhou Xian smiled at Tyrant. All right. Tyrant nodded his head. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. A dazzling Buddha light overflowed from his body and wrapped the golden Buddha statue tightly. On the other side, Zhou Xian also sat cross-legged. He immediately activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. A wave of soul power covered the Buddha statue like a tidal wave and penetrated into the interior of the Buddha statue. As for Guo Xiaofei and the others, they could only stand aside. They didn't even know Sanskrit, and they had never had any relationship with Buddhism since they were young. It was even more impossible for them to have such a great opportunity. They still had this bit of self-awareness. Which one of them will obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light? Mose asked curiously. I think it's possible. Let's not talk about little Chinzi. Nothing is impossible for him. Tyrant is a genius of Buddhism. He even uprooted the stone tablet. He might really obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. De Huang Dog said. He had been in contact with Tyrant for a long time. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit that Tyrant was a true genius of Buddhism. The edifying light originated from the Supreme Heart Sutra of Buddhism. If Tyrant couldn't cultivate it, no one else could. As for Zhou Xian, he was a weirdo. Nothing was impossible for him, even if he wasn't a member of Buddhism. Buzzy Zhou Qian's soul power and Overlord's Buddha light enveloped the Buddha statue tightly. They were both smart people. They wanted to find an entrance from the Buddha statue. Since the cultivation method wasn't on the outside, it might be on the inside. The Sanskrit on the statue said that only those with great opportunities could obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. It depended on whether the two of them could penetrate into the interior of the Buddha statue. Whoever could enter the interior would be able to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. Zhou Qian's Great Soul Derivation technique was unparalleled in the world. The reason why Zhou Xian had such great achievements in his previous life was largely related to this powerful soul derivation technique. The sensing ability of the Great Soul Derivation technique was too strong. He could even see the slightest crack on the Buddha statue. However, to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light and penetrate the interior of the Buddha statue with his soul power was undoubtedly not an easy task. No matter how hard Zhou Xian tried, he couldn't find the entrance. It was the same for Tyrant beside him. He was chanting the Lotus Sutra silently to stimulate his Buddha nature. He tried to resonate with the Buddha statue but to no avail. Chapter 696. One day later, most of the cultivators from the 1st to the 8th floor of the ancient pagoda had already left. Most of them had obtained enormous benefits, especially some of the small and medium-sized powers of the Xian domain. They had obtained some powerful cultivation techniques and battle skills. After returning, they could strengthen their foundation and quickly become stronger. A day had passed. In the 9th level of the ancient tower, Zhou Xian and Tyrant still hadn't found the entrance to the interior of the Buddha statue. De Huang Dog was bored to death. He was lying on the ground and was about to fall asleep. Nangong Wenyan was studying the Limitless Stars transformation while Guo Xiaofei was focusing on the boundless sword art. Both of them didn't feel that time was passing slowly, but Mo Sang was different. The cultivation techniques and combat skills here weren't beneficial to him. The Sanskrit on the Buddha statue gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. De Huang, you stay here and protect them. I will take my leave first. After saying that, Mo Sang left the ancient tower and headed towards another spatial zone. With De Huang Dog's presence, even if Zhou Xian and the other three were in seclusion, they wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed by others. The tragic death of the two 8th-grade combat emperors of the Tan family had shown them the terror of this group of people. Who would dare to cause trouble for them? That was no different from courting death. Wang Wing Zhou Qian's soul force and Tyrant's Buddha light were intertwined. They were trying to find their own way to break the barrier and obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. Ordinary cultivation techniques and combat skills weren't attractive to Zhou Xian anymore, but the attraction of the edifying light was extremely great. If he had the chance to cultivate it successfully, it would bring him great benefits. At that time he would be able to use the edifying light to subdue all kinds of evil devils. It was undoubtedly a very difficult task to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light, but Zhou Xian and Tyrant didn't give up. They firmly believed that the reason why the Buddha statue was placed in the 9th level of the ancient tower wasn't that simple. There must be a cultivation method for it. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. At this time the entire ancient tower was empty. Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei had completely immersed themselves in the cultivation of their combat skills. De Huang Dog was walking back and forth in boredom. He would turn around to check on Zhou Xian and Tyrant from time to time, but he was disappointed every time. The two of them were sitting there as if they were petrified. There was no sign of them waking up. It seemed like they hadn't found the cultivation method of the edifying light. Zhou Qian's soul energy had condensed into a solid form, and he had scanned through all the patterns on the Buddha's statue countless times. Suddenly his soul energy started trembling violently, and a crack suddenly appeared on the Buddha statue. It was right between the statue's eyebrows. Buzz. An intense buzzing sound could be heard. Zhou Qian didn't know whether Tyrant had found the cultivation method of the edifying light or not, but his soul force drilled into the statue like a tidal wave. The interior of the Buddha statue turned out to be a space of nothingness. This space seemed to be illusory and didn't seem to exist in reality. Zhou Qian had cultivated the Illusion Heart Sutra before, so he could tell at a glance that this space was an illusion. Zhou Qian's soul force and divine sense permeated the illusion. When Zhou Qian first entered the illusory realm, it was very peaceful. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. But suddenly, the chilly wind whistled and an ear-piercing roar was heard. A strong wind was blowing, black fog was rustling, and endless black waves covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire space. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Roars and laughter could be heard. In an instant the entire space was filled with demons and ghosts. Terrifying faces appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Countless demons and ghosts began to wreak havoc on the land. In just a few breaths of time, everything here was destroyed and the ground was shrouded by the aura of demons and ghosts. There was an ancient giant that was hundreds of feet tall roaring. The giant that had been demonized was more than 10 feet tall. He was not wearing a single piece of clothing as he roared towards the sky. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, his mind would be completely destroyed in an instant and he would be scared to death. This scene was too realistic, as if this space was real. Only people like Zhou Qian, who had cultivated the Great Illusion Realm, could tell at a glance that this was an illusion. Only a monstrous existence like him, who was the reincarnation of the world's greatest sage, could remain calm after seeing such a horrifying scene. Namo Abhiya. At this moment, an ancient chant resounded from beyond the heavens. Countless golden rays of Buddha's light suddenly appeared in the sky. Mysterious Sanskrit characters appeared. The monsters that were roaring and wreaking havoc below hurriedly raised their heads when they saw the golden rays of Buddha's light and heard the ancient chant. Their eyes were filled with fear. They gritted their teeth and their roars became even more intense. Suddenly, an unparalleled Buddha appeared in the sky. It was a Buddha. His entire body was covered in golden radiance. He wore a Sanskrit kasaya and his face couldn't be seen clearly. That was the heaven-shaking Buddha, a paragon existence of the Buddhist sect. After he appeared, he waved his hand, sending out boundless divine light. The divine light transformed into light screens that landed on the bodies of the demons and ghosts. In an instant, all the demonic chi was suppressed, and the world seemed to return to how it was before. The demons and ghosts let out pained howls as though they had met their nemesis. Their eyes were filled with terror. Zhou Qian's divine sense and spiritual energy turned into a shadow, floating quietly at the corner of the spatial zone. His eyes were unblinkingly staring at the Buddha. Now he had already understood that the cultivation method of the edifying light was a visualization technique. He had to engrave every movement of the Buddha into his mind and visualize it. Jiang Chen's divine sense and spiritual energy had already formed a silhouette of the Buddha in his mind. The Buddha moved again. He chanted in a loud voice, Namo Jalwa na Dua Luo Yi. The Buddha chanted in Sanskrit characters that were hard to understand. Jiang Chen could clearly see a dazzling light at the tip of the Buddha's finger. It was as bright as lightning and wriggled like a spiritual snake. This light seemed to be the supreme existence in the world. It represented light and holiness. No one dared to have any blasphemous thoughts towards it. The edifying light. Jiang Chen almost exclaimed. He knew that this holy light was the edifying light. He didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen's eyes were completely formed by soul power and divine will. He stared at the edifying light. After casting the edifying light, the Buddha ancestor turned his head and gave Jiang Chen a glance. Then the Buddha ancestor waved his hand and the edifying light flew out. The light grew bigger and bigger until it was like a dazzling sword. The speed of the edifying light was extremely fast. In a blink, it had pierced through the bodies of countless demons and devils. After a few breaths, the edifying light disappeared. All the demons and ghosts were no longer violent. All of them became extremely docile. Large groups of demons and ghosts knelt on the ground and worshipped the Buddha. In the end, even the giant demon and giant knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with sincerity and their eyes were filled with remorse. This scene shocked Jiang Chen. He was deeply shocked by the power of the edifying light. These demons and ghosts were actually edified by the edifying light. After being edified, these demons and ghosts started to feel that what they had done in the past was evil and unforgivable. It was the Buddha who saved them. From now on, they would follow the Buddha's orders and listen to him completely. This was too terrifying. If Jiang Chen could control the edifying light, he could even use the edifying light to edify the powerful demons and ghosts. He could make these powerful demons and ghosts listen to his commands and be completely loyal to him. Just thinking about it made Jiang Chen feel extremely satisfied and horrified. All the demons and ghosts knelt on the ground in worship. That Buddha was high up in the sky. He was truly a Buddha who saved the world. He was the legendary Sakyamuni, the savior of the world. The space that was about to be destroyed restored its previous clarity. Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the edifying light. Before he could react, the Buddha ancestor and all the demonic creatures vanished with a voila, as if they had never appeared. The entire spatial zone returned to its original state. Even the parts that were destroyed by the demonic creatures had been restored, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen knew that the scene just now was the cultivation method of the edifying light. Whether he could visualize it or not would depend on himself. Jiang Chen's shadow that was condensed by his soul power and divine will didn't leave the space. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed and combined with his real body outside the Buddha statue. He started to comprehend the edifying light. In Jiang Chen's mind, the Buddha ancestor's every move was flowing. The Huang dog saw Jiang Chen's movement and his eyes lit up. This guy seems to have found the cultivation method. The light on Tyrant's body is getting more and more exuberant. It seems that he has also obtained it. These two freaks. The Huang dog could see the changes in Jiang Chen and Tyrant. This was the first time such a change had occurred in 2 days. The Huang dog had reason to believe that they had obtained the cultivation method of the edifying light. This was undoubtedly a joyous thing. At least after they succeeded, the Huang dog wouldn't have to stay here to guard them anymore. However, the truth wasn't as simple as the Huang dog thought. Even though Jiang Chen and Tyrant had found the cultivation method, they still couldn't wake up. Both of them were still petrified. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Chapter 697. Inside the illusion of the Buddha statue, the figure formed by Jiang Chen's soul power and divine sense was exactly the same as his real body outside. He was sitting in the air and his body was glowing with golden light. That was the pure Buddha light. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked like a living Buddha. His temperament had completely changed, becoming incomparably sacred. More importantly, there was a ray of light on Jiang Chen's fingertip. That was the edifying light that he had comprehended. However, compared to the edifying light of the Buddha in the illusory realm, there was still a huge gap. Jiang Chen's edifying light was still an illusory image that was slowly solidifying. Because of the transformation of Jiang Chen, The entire ninth floor of the ancient pagoda was covered in golden light and emitted a buzzing sound. Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei were startled and woke up from their cultivation state. They followed De Huang Dog and came to Jiangchen. What a strong Buddha light. I have never felt the aura of Buddha from little Chinzi. It seems like he has mastered the edifying light and is going to transform himself into a Buddha. Nangong Wentian was incomparably shocked. Junior brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. There is nothing he isn't proficient in. Tyrant is a true genius of Buddha sect, but he has yet to condense the edifying light, yet he is one step ahead of him. This really makes me speechless. Guo Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. As a core disciple of the Nebula sect and a famous figure on the sky list, he had a noble status. Although he had heard that Jiangchen had appeared in the Nebula sect and turned the inner sect upside down, he didn't put it in his heart. After all, the gap between them was too big. However, after meeting Jiangchen in the Death Mountain, Guo Fei had witnessed how terrifying Jiangchen was. Furthermore, he was sure that with Jiangchen, the Nebula sect would become a super sect sooner or later. Look at his finger. It seems like it's the edifying light. It really looks divine. De Huang Dog said. His and Nangong Wentian's gazes fell on the light on Jiangchen's fingertip. That was the edifying light that Jiangchen had condensed. It was still as weak as a spiritual snake, but as the Buddha light on Jiangchen's body became denser, the edifying light became brighter and brighter. It was a very bright light. After looking at it for a long time, one would feel a sharp pain. This was the supreme light of Buddha sect, the light of salvation. However, Big Yellow and the other two only felt that this light was very mystical. They didn't feel a tremendous pressure like Mo sang. In other words, this edifying light only had an effect on the evil and crooked path. It didn't have any effect on Big Yellow and the other three. This was the meaning and essence of the edifying light. There's also some movement on Tyrant's body, but it's not as big as Little Chinzi's. It seems like he has also obtained the cultivation method of the edifying light. However, he hasn't condensed it yet. Big Yellow looked at Tyrant, who was meditating with his legs crossed. He had to admit that when Tyrant was meditating, he looked like an eminent monk. Those who didn't know him well would be confused by his mysterious appearance, but if they really treated him as an eminent monk, they would definitely be fooled by him. Big Yellow looked at Tyrant and said, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. The edifying light on Jiangchen's finger had finally fully manifested. In the illusory realm inside the Buddha statue, Jiangchen's shadow slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, Jiangchen, who was on the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda, also opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. After such a long period of comprehension, he had finally comprehended the edifying light and could condense it completely. Swoosh. Jiangchen retracted the soul power and divine sense that he had sent into the Buddha statue. The Buddha light on the surface of his body also disappeared and entered Jiangchen's body. Ah, Little Chinzi, you're really amazing. You've actually comprehended the edifying light. De Huang Dog laughed out loud and his face was filled with excitement. Although he didn't know the power of the edifying light, it must be something good since it appeared on the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda and was highly valued by Jiangchen and Tyrant. This edifying light. As soon as Jiangchen started to speak, his expression changed abruptly. A dazzling light shot out from the Buddha statue. The speed of the light was so fast that Jiangchen didn't even have the chance to react. He was instantly enveloped by the light. In the next moment, the light disappeared with a swoosh. Jiangchen disappeared along with the light. Little Chinzi. Junior brother Jiang. Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei exclaimed at the same time. They looked flustered as they didn't know what had happened. The change was too sudden. Even they didn't have the chance to react. Damn it. What's going on? What happened just now? That light seemed to have come from the Buddha statue. Little Chinzi was taken away by that light. De Huang Dog also didn't know why. The change just now was too sudden and they weren't prepared at all. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen to the Buddha statue? They spread their divine sense and enveloped the Buddha statue, but they still couldn't find anything. What should we do now? Will junior brother Jiang be in danger? Guo Fei said worriedly. The Death Mountain is filled with dangers everywhere. It's hard to say. However, Little Chinzi is different from ordinary people. He's a person with great luck. He should be able to overcome all kinds of dangers. There shouldn't be any problem. Nangong Wentian nodded. Although he said that, he was still a little worried. This was the Death Mountain after all. It was full of uncertainties. For example, when he entered the herb garden, if it wasn't for the fact that the Death Mountain only opened once every 30 years, he might have been trapped in there for the rest of his life. Don't worry. I'm guessing that since the Death Mountain only opens once every 30 years, it will be the least dangerous during this month. Most of the dangers inside are the ancient formations and nether spirits. The formations shouldn't be a problem for little Chenzi. As for those nether spirits, you've seen them before. His flames are the nemesis of these nether spirits. Moreover, he has already condensed the edifying light. This edifying light is the nemesis of all evil spirits. De Huang Dog said. He had incomparable confidence in Jiang Chen. All along he had the most confidence in Jiang Chen because he had been by Jiang Chen's side for the longest time. He deeply understood how abnormal a person like Jiang Chen, who possessed great luck, was. If it was so easy to die, Jiang Chen would have died hundreds of times already. Then what do we do now? Nangong Wentian asked. There's still half a month before the Death Mountain opens again. Naturally, we have to continue advancing deeper into the Death Mountain. De Huang Dog said. That's right. Moreover, the exit will be in the inner part of the Death Mountain after it opens for a month. If we can't reach the inner part, we won't be able to get out. Wu Xiaofei said. He was originally one of Xuanyu's men, so he knew more about the legend of the Death Mountain than the others. Then let's wait for Tyrant to wake up and set off together. We can't leave him alone. He's completely immersed in the state of comprehending the edifying light. If we leave now, he won't even have a protector. If someone forcefully interrupts him, it'll be a great loss. De Huang Dog said. When Jiang Chen wasn't here, De Huang Dog would definitely be the backbone. Although this dog was extremely shameless, he was a meticulous fellow. Nangong Wentian and Gu Xiaofei nodded. They took a look at Tyrant's state. Indeed, they couldn't leave now. If they left Tyrant here alone, they would definitely be worried. On the other side, Jiang Chen was taken away by a beam of light. That light didn't harm him but brought him to another spatial zone. Jiang Chen was thrown out from the spatial zone. He stabilized his body and started to look around. He saw black mountain peaks everywhere in this spatial zone. Every mountain peak seemed to have existed for a very long time. Some of the mountain peaks were extremely dilapidated. The air here was filled with Yin Qi and Death Qi, which matched the aura of the Death Mountain. It seems like this is another spatial zone in the Death Mountain. I wonder what that beam of light is and why it brought me here. Maybe it's related to the edifying light that I have comprehended. Jiang Chen guessed. All of this was very strange. There was nothing in this empty spatial zone except for one person. However, his face didn't show any signs of panic. As the greatest saint in the world, his temperament was very tenacious. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to him. Jiang Chen didn't discover anything in this spatial zone. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way to get out of here. With a leap, Jiang Chen jumped 100 miles into the spatial zone and entered the mountain range. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of the Yin Qi and Death Qi at all. He directly entered the mountain range. Hafnium. As expected, a hoarse voice was heard. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Jiang Chen. It was the voice of a Yin spirit. He raised his head and saw 3 terrifying Yin spirits appearing not far away from him. Their hollow eyes were filled with ghost flames. Those ghost flames were completely formed by the Death Qi. Those ghost flames were like the eyes of the Yin spirits, completely locking onto Jiang Chen. These Yin spirits are all of the Yin attribute. The edifying light is a light that can purify all living beings, can purify all kinds of demons and ghosts. The Yin Qi and Death Qi in this spatial zone have reached a certain level. There must be a lot of Yin spirits here. Could it be that the beam of light brought me here to edify these Yin spirits and test the power of the edifying light? Jiang Chen guessed. Brr. The 3 Yin spirits roared. Their speed was extremely fast as they pounced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't have time to think too much. He didn't care why he entered this spatial zone. Since he had successfully cultivated the edifying light, he had to test it on these Yin spirits. Chapter 698. When the three powerful apparitions saw the intruder, they immediately launched their most ferocious attacks. They cooperated with the environment and were almost untraceable like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Zhou Xian. However, these apparitions were far from being able to deal with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was not in a hurry. When the three apparitions arrived in front of him, a dazzling light appeared on his fingertip. It was the edifying light. Go! Zhou Xian shouted, and the edifying light was thrown out. It pierced through the glabella of one of the apparitions with lightning speed. Then, it rushed out of its body and entered the glabella of another apparition. The edifying light was too fast. It pierced through all three apparitions in the blink of an eye. After being pierced by the edifying light, the three tyrannical apparitions suddenly stopped moving. They were petrified on the spot. At the next moment, the ferocious light in their eyes gradually disappeared. The green will-o-the-wisp in their eyes blinked twice. The three apparitions looked at Zhou Xian at the same time. Then the three apparitions knelt on the ground and trembled in submission. Seeing this situation, even with Zhou Xian's temperament, he almost jumped in excitement. The edifying light was a treasure. The three ferocious apparitions were subdued by him in an instant. From now on, they had to listen to his commands and be used by him. This ability was simply heaven-defying. The edifying light was the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. The ability of the edifying light wasn't to kill evil spirits, but to edify evil spirits, to make them turn over a new leaf and obey the person who cast the edifying light. Even if Zhou Xian ordered the three apparitions to commit suicide on the spot, the three apparitions would immediately follow his order without any stubbornness or resistance. The edifying light evolved from the Supreme Heart Sutra of the Buddhist sect is indeed mysterious and has supreme power. It's not just a saying. I wonder if the monk has comprehended the edifying light. Now that I've entered this space, I'm going to test the power of the edifying light with the help of the Yin spirits here. With a smile on his face, Zhou Xian glanced at the three kneeling spirits and said, "Stand up." After the three Yin spirits were purified, they could actually understand Zhou Xian's words. They didn't dare to resist at all. They quickly got up from the ground and stood respectfully. Zhou Xian's body shook again and he continued to fly into the space. Hafnium. The eerie cries of the apparitions were heard again. This time, more than 10 powerful apparitions appeared and blocked Zhou Xian's path. Each of these apparitions had an extremely tyrannical aura, and they let out extremely unpleasant cries that made one's scalp go numb. Seeing this, Zhou Xian sent out a spiritual will, and the three apparitions behind him immediately roared and charged at the apparitions in front of them. They were fighting with no regard for their lives. Seeing that their companions had actually attacked them, the dozen or so Yin spirits were stunned for a moment. However, the three Yin spirits that had been purified did not stop at all. They exploded the other three Yin spirits on the spot before turning to attack the other Yin spirits. Hafnium. The remaining apparitions finally reacted. They didn't know what was happening and they didn't know why their companions would attack them. However, the apparitions didn't hesitate at all. The remaining apparitions surrounded the three apparitions that were purified. Edifying light. Zhou Xian shouted again. The edifying light was once again cast out by him, and it charged at the apparitions in front of him. The edifying light gradually grew stronger as the number of apparitions that were purified increased. Swoosh swoosh. The edifying light was like a meteor and it constantly passed through the apparitions' bodies. All the apparitions were purified in an instant, and they completely obeyed his command and knelt on the ground. This situation made Zhou Xian extremely happy. Every one of these apparitions had the combat strength of a combat emperor. When they joined forces, it would be very terrifying. However, after Zhou Xian cast the edifying light, he had gained a deeper understanding of the edifying light. This edifying light couldn't purify any kind of evil spirit. It was related to his cultivation grade. The edifying light could only purify those who were weaker than him. If he encountered those who were stronger than him, it would be extremely difficult to edify them. Just like the current Zhou Xian, he could kill a 7th grade combat emperor with his 4th grade combat emperor cultivation grade and 8th grade combat emperor. If he encountered an 8th grade combat emperor devil, the edifying light could easily purify it. But if he encountered a 9th grade combat emperor devil, it wouldn't be that easy. He needed to find the right time to do it. It was simply impossible to edify a minor saint devil, unless his luck was heaven-defying and the devil wasn't on guard. Only then could he succeed. "Ao how!" the apparitions roared. In the next half an hour, Jiang Qin had used the edifying light to edify more than 100 apparitions. These apparitions all obeyed his command. However, at this time Jiang Qin was surprised to find that his edifying light had reached its limit. He couldn't edify another apparition anymore. This made him understand that due to his strength, the number of devils that the edifying light could purify was limited. It was impossible for him to edify all the devils like the Buddha ancestor in the illusion. Moreover, the number of devils would change according to the cultivation grade of the devils. The more powerful the devil, the lesser the number of devils that could be purified. It seems like I have to increase my cultivation grade as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this edifying light is a light that can purify all living beings. Because I am not a Buddha sect disciple, even if I successfully cultivate it, it won't be of any help to my cultivation grade. Jiang Qin sighed. Initially he thought that he could use the edifying light to advance his cultivation base to the next level, but it seemed to be impossible now. If only he had comprehended the edifying light. If Tyrant could successfully cultivate it, he might obtain the blessing of the edifying light and increase his cultivation grade. As a matter of fact, if the people outside knew that Jiang Qin had edified more than 100 apparitions and made them obey his command, they would probably faint from the shock. How could this bastard not be satisfied? He really deserved to be scolded. 100 apparitions was naturally very terrifying. Jiang Qin could lead this army of apparitions to sweep across this spatial zone. In the remaining time, Jiang Qin needed to find a way to exit this spatial zone. He had tested the power of the edifying light. He was very satisfied with it. The reason why he was brought to this spatial zone was to test the power of the edifying light. In that case, there was no need for him to continue staying here. Honglong. The shockwaves of battle could be felt everywhere. The apparitions that appeared later were defeated by Jiang Qin's apparitions army. Many of them were torn into pieces on the spot. The scene was extremely tragic. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and followed behind Tyrant. He was overjoyed to see such a scene. The edifying light was an unparalleled treasure. At this moment, a roar suddenly resounded from the inside of the spatial zone. It was just a roar, but the entire spatial zone began to tremble violently. The apparitions that were fighting fiercely fell to the ground. Jiang Qin's soul was quivering. He felt that his ears were going deaf. If he didn't use the Great Soul Derivation technique to block a part of the sound wave, he would have fallen to the ground like those apparitions. A minor saint apparition. Jiang Qin's facial expression turned incomparably ugly. He had never thought that there would be a minor saint dark soul in this spatial zone that the light beam had brought him to. Jiang Qin had the urge to curse out loud. With his current strength, he would certainly die if he fought against a minor saint apparition. He couldn't even use the broken pot unless he used the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ranfeng. However, the talisman was very precious. Unless it was a critical moment, Jiang Qin wouldn't use it. It would be a waste if he used it in this Death Mountain. Moreover, the highest grade of the people who entered the Death Mountain was only an 8th grade combat emperor. Guo Xiaofei refrained from breaking through to the 9th grade combat emperor in order not to cause any accidents in the Death Mountain. If Jiang Qin used the source of combat strength talisman, it would immediately trigger the restriction of the Death Mountain. But this apparition was different. Although it was a minor saint apparition, it was a creature of the Death Mountain. It wouldn't cause any backlash from the Death Mountain. Dong after the roar ended, a giant creature suddenly appeared. It was a giant skeleton man that was about 100 meters tall. His entire body was covered with death qi. It was incomparably gloomy. There were 2 balls of ghost fire in his eye sockets, scaring people to death. This giant apparition stomped on a mountain peak, crushing it into pieces. It has the combat strength of a 1st grade minor saint. Jiang Qin's eyes were about to bleed. He could already tell that this giant apparition had the combat strength of a 1st grade minor saint. It was unimaginably powerful. A minor saint was already a saint. This step was a huge leap. Those who had reached the minor saint realm had already comprehended their own domain. The power of their domain was incomparably strong. Within the domain they were invincible. The minor saint dark soul in front of him was just a dark soul. The only thing it could release was death qi and yin qi. Its domain had already disappeared, but it still had the combat strength of a first-grade minor saint. If they were to fight, the domain wouldn't be able to control it. Roar! The minor saint apparition roared again. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out death chi that was as sharp as swords. These death chi instantly covered all the apparitions on the ground. Ka-ka! Like a violent storm, all the apparitions were crushed into pieces. The death chi turned into a strong wind, rolling all the shattered apparitions into the mouth of the minor saint apparition. They were all swallowed in one gulp. The scene was too scary, it made people shudder. Chapter 699. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed completely. He had the urge to curse. Even if the edifying light was to test him, there was no need to create such a big guy. With his current strength, how was it possible for him to edify a minor saint like Jiang Chen with the edifying light? It was simply a dream. The true dragon fire, true thunder fire, and even the dragon transformation art could restrain all kinds of evil things, but in the face of the absolute gap in strength, all these restraints were just bullshit. Jiang Chen had no doubt that even if he used all of his skills, the dragon transformation art and the 2 types of flames to their maximum, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from this big guy. The gap between a 4th-grade combat emperor and a 1st-grade minor saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. What was a saint? Once you comprehend the Tao, you will become a saint immediately. Even if you were just a minor saint, you would still be a saint. The gap between a combat emperor and a minor saint was no doubt like the gap between the earth and the sky. The gap between the two was indescribable. Even a peak 9th-grade combat emperor would be slapped to death by a true 1st-grade minor saint. In this space that was filled with death chi and yin chi, there was a powerful 1st-grade minor saint dark soul. Jiang Chen had a feeling that unless he used the source of combat strength talisman of Great Master Ran Feng, he wouldn't have any way to resist this dark soul. If he used the talisman, he could kill the dark soul, but it would bring about other disasters. It wouldn't only be a disaster for him, but also for everyone in the Death Mountain. Therefore, he still couldn't use the source of combat strength talisman. Then Jiang Chen could only use other methods to deal with this gigantic existence. Run. That's right, the most important thing to do was to run. Since he couldn't win the battle, he could only run away. With a sway of his body, he casted the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial shift to the extreme, turning into a green smoke and disappearing in a blink. Jiang Chen had traveled at least 200 miles in an instant, but what terrified him was that the chi of death was still shrouding him. He turned his head and found that the terrifying dark soul was still standing not far behind him. He had run 200 miles in an instant, but the distance between him and the dark soul didn't increase at all. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found out that the entire spatial zone was sealed by an invisible force. It was sealed by the dark spirit using the dense yin chi and death chi. In other words, the spatial zone had become a cage. Even with his ability, there was no way for him to escape from this place. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed. The edifying light had really screwed him over this time. He had encountered an opponent that he couldn't deal with at all. Roar! The huge yin spirit roared again and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. The ghostly fire in its eyes flickered, and it didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood the meaning of the yin spirit's eyes and almost vomited blood on the spot. This big guy actually regarded him as a prey. That kind of gaze represented a kind of teasing and toying with him. If the yin spirit wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he could easily crush Jiang Chen like an ant. However, the yin spirit didn't make a move. It was obvious that it was toying with Jiang Chen. Go to hell. You even dare to play a trick on me. Jiang Chen was furious. He suddenly struck out the fire dragon seal. The huge fire dragon dragged its long tail and rushed towards the yin spirit. Feeling the strong impact of the fire dragon, the yin spirit was obviously stunned. It seemed that it didn't expect that the outsider in front of it could actually use such a fire. It made it feel a trace of pressure. It was the feeling of a natural enemy and nemesis. However, the yin spirit didn't care. It raised its fan-like hand and grabbed lightly. It completely crushed Jiang Chen's fire dragon, and the fire dissipated in the void. This result was within Jiang Chen's expectations. Jiang Chen didn't want to be entangled with the Yin spirit because he knew that the gap between them was too big. He wasn't a match for the Yin spirit at all. Therefore he turned and ran. Rumble, Jiang Chen kept striking out the fire dragon seal as he ran. Unfortunately, the powerful fire dragon seal had no effect on the Yin spirit. Every time he struck out a fire dragon, it would be directly destroyed by the Yin spirit. What was even more infuriating was that no matter how fast Jiang Chen ran, he couldn't increase the distance between him and the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit would always appear not far away from him. The Yin spirit also didn't attack. He just continuously destroyed Jiang Chen's fire dragon. This situation made Jiang Chen feel like he was about to vomit blood. He felt like he was being teased. The Yin spirit could obviously kill him easily, but it didn't do anything. It seemed like it wanted to play with him enough before killing him. This can't go on. I can't escape from the Yin spirit's palm. Seems like I have to fight. A ruthless look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Facing such a situation, it was almost certain that he would die. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already panicked or even felt despair. However, Jiang Chen was the greatest saint in the world. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he could still stay calm and keep a clear head. Because only a clear head would be able to deal with everything. Swoosh. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped moving. He turned around and looked at the Yin spirit. He pointed his finger at the Yin spirit and said loudly, "Big guy, attack me if you have the guts. Fight me for a few moves." Jiang Chen knew that the Yin spirit could understand his words. An existence that had reached the minor saint realm, even if it was just a dead body, would still have spirituality. In other words, the Yin spirit was also a kind of living creature. It was a special form of existence. The Yin spirit in front of him was just a skeleton, but it had a high level of spirituality. Otherwise it wouldn't be teasing Jiang Chen. The Yin spirit didn't expect that the human in front of it would suddenly stop and provoke it. In its opinion, the human should be running for his life at this moment. But now it seemed like the human had given up because he knew that he was going to die for sure. Hafnium. The Yin spirit let out a deep roar. The playful look in its eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a murderous look. Since the human dared to provoke it, it would be better to fulfill its wish. There was no point in playing with it any longer. A cold force burst out from the Yin spirit's body. It instantly locked onto Jiang Chen, leaving no chance for Jiang Chen to escape. In the next moment, the Yin spirit raised its huge palm and slapped at Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He could feel a mountain-like force pressing down on him, but he still fought back with all his might, because he knew that if he didn't fight back he would be killed by the force. Moreover, Jiang Chen could feel that the Yin spirit didn't use its full strength in this slap. Perhaps in the Yin spirit's opinion, it didn't need to use its full strength to kill a person like Jiang Chen. In this case it had given Jiang Chen a chance. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength. He circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme and struck out the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw rushed out and blocked the Yin spirit's sharp claw. Ponglong. The earth trembled. Jiang Chen's true dragon palm was destroyed. The huge palm pressed down on Jiang Chen. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was slapped to the ground. A large crater appeared on the hard ground and Jiang was lying in the crater. His entire body was covered in blood and many parts of his body had been torn apart. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. If it was anyone else, they would have been smashed into meat paste and died on the spot. However, Jiang Chen's body was very strong. Not to mention the fact that he often refined his dragon transformation skill, he had experienced the heavenly tribulation 3 times. Each time his body was tempered to a higher level. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen dared to fight with the Yin spirit. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was risking his life. At this moment, Jiang Chen was enduring the pain in his body. He was lying on the ground motionlessly. He had concealed all his aura. From the outside he looked no different from a dead man. However, under his body, a dazzling light was faintly discernible on his index finger. This was Jiang Chen's last attack. If the Yin spirit didn't fall for it, he would have to use the source of combat strength talisman. No matter what, he couldn't die here. Hafnium. The Yin spirit let out a carefree sound. He came to the edge of the crater. After seeing Jiang Chen's condition, he didn't have any doubts. He opened his skeletal mouth, obviously laughing. From the Yin spirit's point of view, Jiang Chen was already dead. He didn't have any doubts about this because the gap between them was too big. He was very confident in his slap. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was enough to slap a 4th-grade combat emperor to death. Voila, the Yin spirit absorbed all the death qi and yin qi into his body. Just like what Jiang Chen had expected, the Yin spirit didn't have any defense at all. He bent his body and stretched out his huge palm, trying to grab Jiang Chen's back. He wanted to eat Jiang Chen's heart. Just as the Yin spirit's sharp claw was about to touch Jiang Chen, the dead Jiang Chen moved again. Jiang Chen endured the pain in his body and turned around with lightning speed. His finger was like a sword and the edifying light was shot out like a meteor. This sudden change was something the Yin spirit didn't expect. While he was stunned, Jiang Chen succeeded. The edifying light went straight into the Yin spirit's glabella and drilled into his body like a snake. Roar! Then the Yin spirit roared crazily. He held his head with both of his hands and hammered it continuously, trying to squeeze the edifying light out of his head. He felt that the edifying light was an incomparably terrifying thing that wanted to change his entire body. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and jumped out of the crater. Without saying a word, he took out a large amount of healing pills from his qi and some divine pills that he got from the herb garden. He swallowed them all at once and circulated the dragon transformation art to heal his injuries. The injuries he suffered just now were too serious. All his internal organs were shaken. Fortunately, his dragon transformation art was very powerful. It was able to heal his injuries at all times. In addition, he had a lot of spiritual pills with him. His recovery speed was very fast. Roar! The Yin spirit roared. It was having an intense battle with the edifying light, trying to squeeze the edifying light out of its body. Chapter 700. During the process of dealing with the dark soul, Jiang Chen's wisdom and courage were fully displayed. Jiang Chen's grasp of the situation was truly amazing. He had already figured out that the only way to deal with the dark soul was to use the source of combat strength talisman or the edifying light. The source of combat strength talisman was undoubtedly the worst choice. It could only be used in a life and death situation. Therefore, Jiang Chen targeted the edifying light. First, he provoked the dark soul to attack him. Then he struck out the true dragon palm to block a part of the dark soul's attack while he bore the rest of the attack. He had measured the dark soul's strength and determined that his body could withstand the attack. He was sure that the dark soul would think that he was already dead and would be careless when it dug out his heart. Jiang Chen was betting on this point. Then he struck out the edifying light into the dark soul's body at lightning speed. If the dark soul was on guard, it would be impossible for him to cast the edifying light into the dark soul's body. The fact proved that everything was going according to Jiang Chen's plan. The dark soul had underestimated Jiang Chen and was attacked by Jiang Chen at the last moment. The edifying light was the nemesis of all evil things. Even if the dark soul was a minor saint, it would be hard for him to escape from the fate of being controlled by the edifying light. However, the dark soul in front of him was too strong, or it could be said that Jiang Chen's cultivation was too weak. The edifying light that he cast out was also very weak. Even when the edifying light entered the dark soul's body, it still wasn't edified like the other dark souls. The dark soul roared crazily, destroying the entire area. It held its head with both of its hands and kept tearing it. The ghost fire in its eyes had turned blood red, making it look extremely ferocious. Currently, the dark soul was in a very painful stage. It was enduring an unprecedented torture. It didn't dare to relax even a little bit because once it relaxed it would be edified. Jiang Chen stood at a distance and healed himself. At the same time, he was observing the dark soul's reaction without blinking. He didn't dare to be careless. Hafnium. The Yin spirit was getting more and more agitated. It used its sharp claws to hit its head continuously, making sounds of metal being hammered. Every time it hit, there would be a lot of sparks. As it hammered, the edifying light actually appeared between its brows. It seemed like it would be forced out at any time. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed again. This big guy is too terrifying. It's hard to deal with. I can't let it force the edifying light out. Once it's out, it'll be impossible to edify it again. I'll be done for. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He didn't dare to relax at this moment. He couldn't care less about the injuries on his body. He had to edify the dark soul completely. Putting aside the benefits it would bring him after edifying the dark soul, he could at least guarantee his life. Xianxia didn't hesitate anymore. Once the dark soul was forced out of the edifying light, the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately sat cross-legged not far away from the dark soul and activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. A terrifying soul power spread out like a tide and enveloped the dark soul completely. He wanted to use the soul power to affect the mind of the dark soul so that it wouldn't be able to fully focus on forcing out the edifying light. True dragon fire, true thunderbolt fire, come out. Xianxia roared and a sea of fire was shot out from him. It instantly covered the dark soul, causing it to be completely engulfed in the sea of fire. Affected by the soul power and the flames, the Yin spirit's screams became louder and louder. Its screams sounded like it was enduring endless pain. It was heart-wrenching. The edifying light that it had hammered out entered the Yin spirit's body once again. Xianxia activated the soul power and the flames while controlling the edifying light. He wanted to use the edifying light to destroy the last direction of the dark soul's mind and edify it completely for his own use. However, the difference between them was too great. This wasn't going to be an easy task. Xianxia and the dark soul were in a stalemate. It seemed like there wouldn't be a winner in a short period of time. Given the current situation, Xianxia and the dark soul had no way out. The dark soul didn't have the mood to deal with Xianxia at all. It had to focus on dealing with the edifying light. Once the light destroyed its last line of defense, it would be finished. Xianxia was the same. He also had no way out. He had to use the edifying light to edify the dark soul. If he failed, he could only use the source of combat strength talisman to resolve the Dao querying issue. However, by then it might cause a bigger problem. Roar, roar. The dark soul continued to roar. There was blood at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He controlled the raging flames and dealt with the dark soul while refining the medicinal power in his body. He circulated the dragon transformation art to heal his injuries. He and the dark soul were in a stalemate. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. At the same time, in the 9th level of the ancient pagoda, De Huang Dog and the other two were still guarding the monk. They were worried about Xianxia. However, they understood that Xianxia had been taken away by a ray of light and entered the Buddha statue. He wouldn't be able to come back. At least he wouldn't be able to come out from the Buddha statue. We don't know where little Qinzi went. We don't know what kind of danger he encountered. The monk hasn't woken up yet. Nangong went inside. Xianxia's disappearance made him lose the mood to cultivate the unbounded stars transformation. Buzz. As soon as Nangong Wentian's voice faded, a golden wave suddenly shot out from Tyrant's body. Pure Buddha light engulfed him like a tidal wave. Tyrant let out a soft cry and suddenly opened his eyes. There was also a dazzling light circulating at the tip of his finger. However, this light seemed weaker than Xianxia's. Haha, the edifying light. I finally comprehended it. Tyrant laughed excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited. As a member of the Buddhist sect, no one knew better than him what the edifying light represented. Tyrant was indeed a rare genius of the Buddhist sect. He actually managed to condense the edifying light. Tyrant, you finally woke up. However, I'm really happy for you to successfully condense the edifying light. De Huang Dog said. Tyrant turned his head and realized that Xianxia wasn't around. He looked at the spatial zone of the 9th level and didn't see Xianxia's figure. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He kept the edifying light and stood up from the ground. He asked, "Where's little Qinzi?" He stood up from the ground, which stunned De Huang Dog and the others. Nangong Wentian looked at the Buddha statue and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you fine? What's wrong with me? I can sense the edifying light. I'm about to break through to the 4th grade combat emperor. I'm fine." Tyrant spread his hands. Damn it. How could this happen? Little Qinzi had also condensed the edifying light, but it was taken away by a mysterious light that rushed out from the Buddha statue. Disappeared, but you are fine. Chapter 701. What? You're saying that little Qinzi has also comprehended the edifying light? Tyrant couldn't help but be shocked. He then started to roll his eyes, thinking that Xianxia was really a monster. He wasn't a Buddhist, but he was able to comprehend the edifying light. This was simply a miracle. What made Tyrant feel even more unbearable was that this guy actually comprehended the edifying light before him. This was too much of a blow to him. However, after thinking about it, Tyrant felt relieved. He had known Xianxia for a long time. Xianxia had created countless miracles. But why would the Buddha statue shoot out a beam of light and take little Xianxia away? Where is he being taken to? Could it be related to the edifying light? Tyrant also thought of something unusual. Logically speaking, even if there was a change, it should have happened to both of them at the same time. After all, both of them had comprehended the edifying light. However, that mysterious beam of light only took away Xianxia. Now that he had comprehended the edifying light, the Buddha statue didn't have any reaction at all. Wasn't this too strange? The edifying light is the supreme existence of Buddhism. Could it be that junior brother Jiang is not a Buddhist and cultivated the edifying light? Could that beam of light be used to punish junior brother Jiang? Guo Fei said with a frown. For a moment, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian were silent. Guo Fei's words made sense. After all, Xianxia wasn't a Buddhist and Tyrant was a Buddhist. He was fine after cultivating the edifying light. Only Xianxia had disappeared. Don't worry, that kid won't die. Even if he encounters a big problem, he will be able to handle it. We don't have to worry about him blindly. It's useless even if we do. We don't even know where he went, let alone help him. De Huang Dog shook his head. Although he was also worried about Xianxia, he trusted Xianxia more. He had been by Xianxia's side for the longest time, so he naturally knew what Xianxia was capable of. Along the way he had gone through countless life and death situations, but he still managed to survive. That's right, little Xianxia can't even be killed by the heavenly tribulation. He is a heaven-defying existence and won't die easily. We don't need to worry, we should just take care of ourselves. We have already stayed in this ancient pagoda for more than 3 days and half of the Death Mountain's opening time has passed. We should continue to move deeper into the pagoda. Otherwise, when the Death Mountain opens, we will be finished if we don't reach the exit. I don't want to stay here for more than 30 years. Little Xianxia will meet us there. Nangong Wentian said. He had already stayed in this broken place for a long time and was about to go crazy. He couldn't wait to go out and see the scenery of the divine continent. If he had to stay here for another 30 years, he would rather die. Wait a moment, let me advance my grade. Tyrant sat down on the ground again. The qi in his body started to surge. The scene made De Huang Dog, Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei want to beat him up. However, Tyrant was indeed abnormal. His body was filled with Buddhist light, and he quickly advanced to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Even after reaching the 4th grade Combat Emperor, his qi didn't stop. It continued to rise until he reached the peak of the 4th grade Combat Emperor. The reason why Tyrant could advance his grade was because of the edifying light. This edifying light came from the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect. It was extremely beneficial to any disciple of Buddha sect. Tyrant was different from Xianxia. He was a true disciple of Buddha sect. His body was filled with Buddha nature and there wasn't a single impurity in him. Naturally, he could obtain great benefits from the edifying light. It could be said that after the edifying light was condensed, the first thing it did was to cleanse his soul. All right, I've finished my advancement, we can leave now. Tyrant patted his butt and stood up, then flew out of the ancient pagoda. De Huang Dog didn't feel anything, but Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei were completely speechless. This Tyrant was really asking for a beating. He made advancing his grade so casually as if it was a very simple and easy matter. It was too much of a blow to them. On the other side, in the space of death, the battle between Xianxia and the Dark Soul was still going on. The Dark Soul was on the verge of going berserk. Its roars were echoing in the air above the space. It was using its sharp claws to beat its own head. Unfortunately, due to the interference of Xianxia's flames and soul force, it was very difficult for the Dark Soul to force the edifying light out of its body. On the opposite side, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His whole body was covered by the pure Buddha light. His eyes were tightly closed, he was wholeheartedly fighting against the Dark Soul. This kind of battle was the most dangerous, no one dared to take a step back. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, it would lead to death. However, with the continuous circulation of the dragon transformation art and the support of various powerful herbs in his body, Jiang Chen's injuries were quickly recovering. What made Jiang Chen even happier was that with the continuous recovery of his injuries, new dragon marks were condensing in his qi. Jiang Chen understood that this was a blessing in disguise. His previous battle with the Dark Soul had stimulated his potential once again under the immense pressure of the Dark Soul. In addition, during the process of recovery he had to continuously absorb the essences of the herbs. These essences were all converted into pure energy and were absorbed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen estimated that as long as he fully recovered this time, he would be able to successfully convert this powerful Dark Soul and directly break through to the 5th grade Combat Emperor. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. His will was firm and his temperament was calm. He knew that when dealing with such a powerful existence like the Dark Soul, he couldn't be careless or impatient. This kind of battle with the Dark Soul was destined to be a long process. Just like this, when everyone was still searching for treasures in different spatial zones, Jiang Chen could only fall into this kind of endless battle. However, to Jiang Chen no treasure was attractive to him. The Dark Soul in front of him was the real thing that attracted him. If Jiang Chen could convert this minor saint Dark Soul and make it submit to him, it would be another big trump card. Moreover, this trump card could be used endlessly, unlike the source of combat strength talisman left by Great Master Ranfeng, which could only be used once. Xiaoyao Palace. At the top of the tower, Freedom King was sitting on the throne. His eyes were slightly closed. Between his brows, traces of golden light were constantly floating. With him as the center, a powerful qi field was formed around him. This invisible qi field was the domain of a minor saint. Anyone who stepped into this domain could only be at the mercy of Freedom King. Below the main hall, the majestic white tiger was still lying on the ground, as if it didn't care about anything. However, even Freedom King didn't dare to underestimate this white tiger. If the white tiger went berserk, he wouldn't be its opponent, even if he was 1 grade higher than the white tiger. At this moment, the void in the main hall trembled. Then a golden light rushed out and turned into a person. It was the leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties. At this moment, the leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties had a scheming face. His qi was a little chaotic and his eyes were filled with evil. Northern and Southern princes, how was it? Did you manage to kill that Jiang Chen? Freedom King asked when he saw the leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties had returned. Humph. That bastard has already advanced to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. His combat strength is on par with mine. Plus, he has a terrifying treasure in his hand that can release terrifying magma. If it wasn't for my superior technique, I would have been burned to death. The leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties harumphed coldly. Thinking about this trip to the Death Mountain made him feel extremely gloomy and sullen. He was defeated by Jiang Chen for the 2nd time. He wouldn't let such a thing happen a 3rd time. What? 4th grade Combat Emperor? When we entered the Death Mountain he was just a 2nd grade Combat Emperor. How long has it been since then? This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Freedom King's expression changed slightly. The speed of Jiang Chen's advancement was too terrifying. He initially thought that the Northern and Southern dynasties would definitely kill Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that the Northern and Southern dynasties would be the one to suffer. The Northern and Southern dynasties had a true immortal physique. Such a peerless genius was one of a kind. However, compared to the Northern and Southern dynasties, Jiang Chen seemed to be even more terrifying. He was only a 4th grade Combat Emperor, but he was able to fight the 6th grade Combat Emperor of the Northern and Southern dynasties to a draw. It doesn't matter. This man will die in my hands sooner or later. Tomorrow I will go to the Immortal Possessive Mountain and obtain the inheritance of the Great Immortal. At that time my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. A mere Jiang Chen is nothing in my eyes. The leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties said. Good. If the Northern and Southern princes obtain the inheritance of the Great Immortal, they will be even more terrifying. Our plan to rule over Xuanyu can be carried out in advance. Freedom King's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He knew that the Northern and Southern dynasties had entered the Immortal Possessive Mountain before and obtained great benefits from it. The Immortal Possessive Mountain was one of the 8 forbidden areas in the Divine Continent. It was rumored that there was an immortal treasure inside, but those who entered to search for the immortal treasure all died in the end. Those who walked out of the mountain went insane. Therefore, the immortal possessive mountain became another forbidden area. However, the leader of the northern and southern dynasties was the reincarnation of an immortal. He could enter the immortal possessive mountain as he wished. Not only Xuanyu, the other big domains are also under my rule. We are now going to carry out the first step of our plan to rule over Xuanyu, which is to destroy the geniuses of the other 4 major powers. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties revealed a cold smile. Freedom King was stunned. He didn't understand what the leader of the northern and southern dynasties meant. Currently, most of the geniuses of Xuanyu are in the Death Mountain. The opening of the Death Mountain only allows those who are below the 8th grade to enter. If we secretly send a 9th grade combat emperor into the mountain and release his power, it is very likely that it will stir up the Death Mountain and bring disaster to everyone. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties, Lung Lung, said. Hiss. Chapter 702. They wanted to kill everyone in the Death Mountain. This was a sinister plan. Once it was spread out, the whole of Xuanyu would be shaken. This time, the people who entered Xuanyu Mountain weren't only the people from the 5 major powers, there were also a lot of small and medium-sized powers in Xuanyu, and a large number of rogue cultivators. If a 9th grade combat emperor entered the 3rd layer, it might not cause any harm to the combat soul and combat king warriors, but to the combat emperors in the 3rd layer, it would be a real disaster. These combat emperors were the true trump cards of the major powers. If all of them were killed, it would be an unimaginable blow to any major power. Even if he, Freedom King, desired to conquer Xuanyu, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Putting aside the fact that there were people from Xiaoyao Palace, if this matter was known by others, Xiaoyao Palace would immediately become the target of public criticism. Prince Nanbei, I don't think this is appropriate. The geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace are still in there. Freedom King frowned. No matter how cruel he was, it was impossible for him to abandon his own people. From this incident, Freedom King could see the ruthlessness of the northern and southern dynasties. This was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties were walking on the path of an emperor, a path of domination. In order to achieve his goal, all living beings were like ants in his eyes. Such a man was the scariest. Don't worry. I can enter and exit the Death Mountain at will. I can build a new passage to allow the people of Xiaoyao Palace to come out earlier. Even if there are 9th grade combat emperors, there won't be any accidents. Palace Master doesn't have to worry about this. The northern and southern dynasties said with a smile. He knew very well that if he couldn't guarantee the safety of the people of Xiaoyao Palace, Freedom King wouldn't agree to his request. But when the time comes, only the people of Xiaoyao Palace can come out, wouldn't it be too suspicious? King Xiaoyao frowned. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, even if the people of Xiaoyao Palace find another exit, they can instantly bring some of the other major powers and rogue cultivators out. At that time they will naturally testify for us. If necessary, we can keep some of the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace in there. Those who want to achieve great things don't bother about trifles. This is a good opportunity to attack the 4 major powers. Palace Lord, you must not miss it. When I come out of the Immortal Depository Mountain, it will be the time to dominate Xuanyu. The northern and southern dynasties all exuded the aura of a high and mighty emperor. That aura was so oppressive that no one dared to look at it directly. King Xiaoyao sat back on his throne with a grave expression on his face. If this matter was not handled properly, there would be a lot of trouble. However, as long as this matter was carried out, Xuanyu would be plunged into an unprecedented shock. He had to consider it carefully. The northern and southern dynasties stood beside the white tiger, caressing the head of the white tiger. They didn't urge King Xiaoyao to make a decision hastily. They believed that King Xiaoyao would know what to do. The grand hall was filled with silence. This silence lasted for more than 10 minutes. King Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He exerted force with both of his hands, causing the armrests of the throne to make a cracking sound. Alright, those who want to achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If the 4 major powers lose so many of their elites, it will be an unimaginable blow to them. When you come out of the Immortal Depository Mountain, We will take action against the 4 major powers. Don't worry, Palace Lord. Xuanyu will be yours sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties smiled. After that, King Xiaoyao sent out his divine sense. Not long after that, a young man with an imposing appearance walked in. The young man was very handsome. His messy hair showed that he was a very flamboyant person. He looked very young, but what caught people's attention was his cultivation grade. He was at the peak of 9th grade combat emperor. He was only 1 step away from the minor saint realm. Zhu Yifeng, the number 1 genius of Xiaoyao Palace. He was ranked first in the sky ranking among the core disciples. Palace Lord. Zhu Yifeng bowed to King Xiaoyao, then shifted his gaze to the northern and southern dynasties. When he sensed the cultivation grade of the northern and southern dynasties, he couldn't help but frown. What was this place? This was the most honorable place in Xiaoyao Palace. Without King Xiaoyao's permission, not even the Supreme Elder was allowed to enter. Today was Zhu Yifeng's 2nd time here, but this young man who was only a 6th grade combat emperor was actually standing in front of him. Yifeng, this is young Master Nanbei. Don't neglect him. King Xiaoyao said. Yes. Zhu Yifeng nodded. He instantly put away his contempt towards the northern and southern dynasties. Someone who was valued by King Xiaoyao was certainly not an ordinary person. Yifeng, I have asked you to come here to give you a big mission. Are you willing to accept it? King Xiaoyao looked at Zhu Yifeng and said in a serious tone. There were many 9th grade combat emperor elders and core disciples in Xiaoyao Palace, but King Xiaoyao only asked Zhu Yifeng to come here. It wasn't only because Zhu Yifeng was ranked first in the sky ranking and had a strong cultivation grade. It was also because Zhu Yifeng was picked up by King Xiaoyao when he was young. Zhu Yifeng was loyal to King Xiaoyao. This mission was of great importance and required a very loyal person to complete it. I am willing to go through fire and water. Zhu Yifeng clasped his fists and said. From King Xiaoyao's tone he could tell that this mission wasn't simple. I want you to sneak into the Death Mountain to carry out a very important mission. King Xiaoyao said. Zhu Yifeng was stunned. Palace Lord, the Death Mountain doesn't allow 9th grade combat emperors to enter. Also, the passageway to the Death Mountain has disappeared. I have no way to enter. Young Master Nanbei has a way to send you in. What you need to do is... King Xiaoyao told Zhu Yifeng about the plan that he had discussed with the northern and southern dynasties. After listening to him, Zhu Yifeng's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the mission that he was going to carry out would be like this. It was imaginable that once this happened, the whole of Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. Yifeng, our Xiaoyao Palace is going to achieve hegemony. It won't take long before we rule over Xuanyu. If you do this well, I will give you a great reward later. You will enter the mountain in advance and hide your identity. Remember, you cannot expose yourself. You have to find a way to lure most of the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace into the passageway that young Master Nanbei has opened up. At the same time, bring out some people from other powers and rogue cultivators. At the very last moment, release your energy and cause a turbulence in the Death Mountain. You have to remember, when you are in the Death Mountain, you are not allowed to expose your identity and you are not allowed to kill anyone. Even the people of Xiaoyao Palace must not know of your existence. King Xiaoyao instructed solemnly. He wanted this matter to be carried out without anyone knowing. He wanted to cause a huge turbulence at the last moment of the Death Mountain's opening, and make everyone stay in the Death Mountain. I promised to complete the mission. Zhu Yifeng bowed to King Xiaoyao once again. He was a smart person and knew the pros and cons of this matter. More importantly, he would definitely complete the mission that King Xiaoyao had assigned to him. Even if King Xiaoyao asked him to die, he would not even frown. In his heart, King Xiaoyao was like his father and master. If it wasn't for King Xiaoyao back then, he would have died a long time ago. Hence, Zhu Yifeng was willing to use his life to complete everything that King Xiaoyao had entrusted to him. He was willing to use his life to help King Xiaoyao achieve hegemony. Let's go. The northern and southern dynasties said this and took the lead to leave the palace. Zhu Yifeng followed behind the northern and southern dynasties and flew in the direction of the Death Mountain. The northern and southern dynasties had the body of an immortal. There were traces of the immortal world in their bodies, and they had the inheritance of the immortal realm. They could do many things that others could not. Death-forbidden lands like the Death Mountain and the Immortal Depository Mountain could not stop them at all. In the Death Mountain, countless people were still searching for treasures everywhere. However, the treasures here were really hard to find. There were many overlapping spaces here, but most of them were empty. In addition, there were too many people who had entered. At this time, the scene of people fighting for treasures had already started to appear. People walked through many spaces. The deeper they went into the Death Mountain, the less space there was. Everyone knew that if they wanted to get out of this place, they had to enter the deepest space before the deadline. That was the exit. Countless cultivators were advancing towards the depths of the Death Mountain. No one noticed that in the Death Mountain, there was already an additional man in black. He was like a ghost in black. The day of the opening of the Death Mountain was getting closer and closer. The number of spaces in front of them was also getting lesser. People from various forces had also gathered together. The number of people in different spaces was also increasing. There were also more and more fights. Everyone was working hard for the treasures. No one noticed that the number of disciples in Xiaoyao Palace was decreasing. The more they walked, the faster they disappeared. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. At this time, most of the people had walked into the last space. This space was very big, but it was very empty. The void above the space was constantly twisting. This was the last node of the Death Mountain. 3 days later would be the 1-month deadline. At that time, the Death Mountain would open again, and this would be their only way out. And the closer it was to the last moment, the more nervous everyone was. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They didn't dare to relax at all. Many people had obtained their own benefits, and there were even more people whose cultivation had greatly improved. At this time, it was very easy for fights to happen. It was the easiest for battles to happen. No one dared to be negligent. Chapter 703. Seeing this group of people, they couldn't help but keep a distance from them. They had been in the Death Mountain for such a long time. Everyone knew what they had done. Out of the 5 leaders of the 5 major powers, they had killed 3 of them. The remaining 2 were their friends. This was the last moment. If this group of people wanted to plunder and rob them of their belongings, they would be in big trouble. Moreover, nothing was impossible for this group of people. However, their worries were unnecessary. Tyrant and the others didn't have the intention to rob others. They themselves had obtained great benefits. The treasures in the hands of others were nothing to them. At this time, Han Yen and Zhuo Xian appeared. Mo Sang was also coming from afar. There were only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. Basically, everyone would come to this place. At this time, there was nothing more to search for treasures. There were too many spatial zones in this place, and many of them were filled with strange things. If they were to enter a spatial zone and couldn't get out after 3 days, they would miss the opening time of the Death Mountain. If they couldn't get out, they would have to stay here for 30 years. Something unexpected happened, they would be finished. Han Yen and the others flew over when they saw the Huang Dog and the others. They didn't know what kind of fortune Han Yen had obtained, but he had already become an 8th grade combat emperor. Little Ling Er was indeed a rare genius. In just a month's time, she had advanced from 2nd grade combat emperor to 5th grade combat emperor. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, these people were people with great luck. They could only get their own benefits when they were separated. Today, Han Yen and Zhuo Xian had obtained their own fortune. Their progress was astonishing. Both parties were naturally happy to meet each other, especially when they saw each other's growth. They felt incomparably gratified. Everyone here was on the same side. It was Jiang Qin who had brought them together. In the future, they would definitely fight together. The stronger their cultivation, the better it would be for them. Where's Big Brother? Zhuo Xian looked around and didn't see Jiang Qin. He was puzzled. Yeah, De Huang, why didn't little Qinzi show up? If De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin weren't here at the same time, he wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, he knew that De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin were inseparable. Now that De Huang Dog was here but Jiang Qin wasn't here, this wasn't normal. Damn it, I can't find that guy. There are only 3 days left. This is really worrying. De Huang Dog could not help but ask. Then he told them everything that had happened in the ancient pagoda. What do you mean? Ever since little Qinzi was taken away by that ray of light, he hasn't been seen since? Han Yen frowned and looked a little worried. That's right. I don't know where that beam of light took him. Nangong Wen Tian said. Will Big Brother be in danger? Zhuoling Heir's face was filled with worry. Don't worry. Even if he encounters any danger, I believe he will be able to handle it. Let's just wait here. There are still 3 days left. I believe he will be here on time. Although Tyrant was also a little worried, he could only comfort everyone. Moreover, Jiang Chen wouldn't get into trouble so easily. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still in the death space, having a life-and-death battle with the Dark Spirit. The Dark Spirit was still in a frenzied state. Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged not far away from the Dark Spirit, controlling his soul force and flames. This battle had been going on for more than 10 days. Jiang Chen wanted to edify the Dark Spirit with the edifying light and disturb it with his soul force and flames, but the Dark Spirit only wanted to force the edifying light out of its body. This kind of stalemate had already reached the climax. This was a test of patience and willpower. It had been more than 10 days. If it was a normal person, his willpower would have collapsed by now. However, Jiang Chen was as calm as before because he knew very well that he had no way out. Only by edifying the Dark Spirit would he have a chance to live. What made Jiang Chen happy was that his injuries had fully recovered in these 10 days. Under the situation where his potential was stimulated, his strength had increased tremendously. He had condensed 1,500 dragon marks. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 47,500. He was at the peak of the 4th grade combat emperor. As long as he could condense another 500 dragon marks, he would advance to the 5th grade combat emperor. On the other hand, the Dark Spirit's energy was constantly being depleted. One could imagine the result of this battle. Due to the advancement of Jiang Chen's cultivation, the power of the edifying light had also increased. His flame and soul force had also become stronger. As a result, the suppression of all aspects on the Dark Spirit had become stronger. It was impossible for the Dark Spirit to force the edifying light out. As a matter of fact, even Jiang Chen didn't expect that the battle would develop to such an extent. More than 10 days had passed and there was still no winner. However, this made Jiang Chen understand that it was impossible for him to edify a minor Saint Dark Spirit with his current cultivation. He felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. If it wasn't because he pretended to be dead and sent the edifying light into the Dark Spirit's body, he wouldn't be able to deal with this giant Dark Spirit. Dark Spirit, you can't do it anymore. Give up. Jiang Chen shouted at the Dark Soul. He wanted to disturb the Dark Soul's mind. There are only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. I have to get rid of this Dark Spirit at the last moment. Otherwise, I will be trapped in this mountain forever. Although Jiang Chen had been fighting with the Dark Spirit for more than 10 days, he didn't forget about the time. He knew that there were only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. Time was running out. Fortunately, the Dark Spirit couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang Chen could feel it through the edifying light. It was eroding the Dark Spirit's mind bit by bit. It was getting deeper and deeper. The Dark Spirit couldn't hold on any longer. According to this trend, it would take at most 2 days for Jiang Chen to completely subdue the Dark Spirit. At that time, Jiang Chen's mind would relax and he would immediately advance to the 5th grade combat emperor, reaching a higher level. At that time he would have the Dark Spirit as his helper. This trip to the Death Mountain wasn't in vain. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the last spatial zone of the Death Mountain, basically everyone who could be here had appeared. Today was the last day, the day when the Death Mountain would open again. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to walk out of this place and return to Xuanyu. Many of their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation because they had obtained great benefits. When they returned, they would have a good time to digest the benefits. Han Yen and the others began to feel anxious. It was the last day, but Jiang Chen still hadn't appeared. Big Brother still hasn't come out. The little girl looked very sad. Her eyes couldn't help but look at the spatial zone, hoping that a figure would suddenly appear, but the result was disappointment. For God's sake, what is this kid doing? The Huang dog also began to worry. After all, they didn't know what kind of existence the light beam that took Jiang Chen away was. They also didn't know where the light beam had brought Jiang Chen to. It had been more than 10 days. As long as he didn't leave the Death Mountain, Xianxia should have appeared. Their thoughts were all on Xianxia. The others' thoughts were on the opening of the Death Mountain. Until now, no one had noticed that almost all the people in Xiaoyao Palace had disappeared. No one had noticed that at the corner of the spatial zone, a black figure appeared like a ghost. This black figure was wearing a black robe and a black hat was covering his head. He had concealed himself very well. The black-robed man raised his head and revealed a sinister sneer at the corner of his mouth. This black-robed man wasn't someone else. He was the number 1 on the sky ranking of Xiaoyao Palace, Zhou Xian. He estimated the time and said faintly, "Time's up." Then, everyone heard an earth-shattering rumble. A powerful wave of qi came from behind. Judging from the qi, it was at least released by a 9th-grade combat emperor. That's right, Zhou Xian had released all of his qi at the last moment, the qi of a peak 9th-grade combat emperor. The powerful wave of qi turned into a golden light beam, exploding in the entire spatial zone. In the next moment, Zhou Xian disappeared as if he had never appeared. No one had discovered his existence. What's going on? Such a powerful wave of energy. What was that just now? It was like the powerful qi released by a 9th-grade combat emperor. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but after the qi disappeared, the spatial zone returned to its original calmness. However, a few minutes later, the entire spatial zone suddenly shook violently. Cracks began to appear in the void above. Waves of bone-chilling qi and death qi drifted out from the cracks. The entire spatial zone began to shake as if the end of the world was coming. What happened? Is the spatial zone going to be destroyed? How could this be? Everyone's facial expression changed because they could feel the terrifying and dangerous qi. That was the qi of death. All of them were combat emperors. Each of their senses were extremely sharp. The qi of death had instantly made them feel fear. Not good, this is the turbulence of the Death Mountain. That qi just now was released by someone on purpose. That is the qi of a 9th-grade combat emperor. The Death Mountain doesn't allow 8th-grade combat emperors and above to enter, or else it will cause a disaster. Motherfucker, someone wants to kill everyone. Guo Xiaofei was the first one who thought of the key point of the matter and said loudly, "For God's sake, who wants to destroy us?" De Huang Dog had the urge to curse. When we came in, the 5 major powers had personally opened the passage. Under the supervision of the 5 minor saints, it is impossible for a 9th-grade combat emperor to enter. Who was that person just now? Chapter 704. Honglong. The spatial zone trembled more and more violently. The intense rumbling sound seemed to have come from hell. It made people feel that they were very close to death. Countless people's facial expression changed. They didn't know what was happening, but they heard Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang's words very clearly. They weren't fools. They knew that the reason why such a situation occurred was because of the tyrannical qi that was released earlier. Who is it? Who is so vicious that he wants to kill all of us? Is he trying to make the whole of Xuanyu his enemy? Who is that 9th-grade combat emperor? How did he come in? Motherfucker, the qi that was released by a 9th-grade combat emperor has caused the Death Mountain to tremble. This is the last day. The exit of the Death Mountain is about to be opened, but such an unforeseen event happened. It's over. Someone wants to kill all of us. Now the Death Mountain is trembling. I don't know what is going to happen. I can feel my soul trembling. That is the threat of death. Are we going to die here? Hateful, this is too hateful. Why is this happening? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Who is it that wants to harm us? The scene instantly turned chaotic. At this moment no one could remain calm. There were too many legends about the Death Mountain in Xuanyu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be named the Death Mountain. It only opened once every 30 years, which was the safest time. Now the Death Mountain was trembling. No one knew what was going to happen, but the scene of doomsday in front of them made them feel the threat of death and fear. This was the Death Mountain. Anything that happened here would be related to death. Brr, brr. All of a sudden, a sinister wind blew and an ear-piercing howl rang out from the crack in the void. These howls rang out one after another, causing the souls of those who heard them to tremble. It was like the howl of death. Countless people's facial expression changed drastically. As cultivators who had stayed in the Death Mountain for a month, They were very familiar with this sound. Not good, it's the dark souls. Oh my god, there are a lot of dark souls. The Death Mountain is in turmoil. Countless evil spirits have appeared. Someone cried out in alarm. This was the voice of a large number of Yin spirits. Roars could be heard from all directions. The spatial crack grew larger and larger, and powerful Yin spirits could already be seen peeking out. Soon these Yin spirits came out of nowhere and rushed out of the spatial crack. There were countless Yin spirits, and they were all skeletons. Some were humanoid, some were demonic beasts. Roar, roar. In the Death Mountain, dark spirits represented destruction. A large number of dark spirits rushed out from the crack in the void. Each of these dark spirits had the combat strength of a combat emperor. There were too many of them. In just a few breaths' time, thousands of dark spirits had rushed out. The army of dark spirits formed an encirclement, trapping all the human cultivators. Why are there so many Yin spirits here? Could it be that the super sect that was destroyed has become a Yin spirit? Impossible. Even if it's a super sect, it's impossible for them to have thousands of combat emperors. Mo Sang's face darkened. Just now, there was a 9th grade combat emperor who released his chi, which triggered the disturbance of the Death Mountain. These dark spirits don't necessarily come from the Death Mountain, but from the places where there are real dark spirits. The number of dark spirits is still increasing rapidly. This is a disaster for us. Tyrant's tone was extremely solemn. The army of dark spirits was too terrifying. In this death spatial, the dark spirits had a great advantage, making it impossible to defend against them. What should we do now? Zhuo Er's face turned slightly pale. She had never seen such a scene before. Even if she was strong, her heart was still very weak. Arg. Along with a blood-curdling scream, a cultivator's stomach was ripped open by a powerful dark spirit. He died on the spot. The dark spirit's attack was like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. It was already too late when the cultivators noticed it. Arg. Screams rang out one after another as the army of Yin spirits began to launch deadly attacks on the human cultivators. Their attacks were sharp and their movements were extremely fast, making it impossible to defend against them. In just a short period of time, the number of the army of Yin spirits had doubled again. This was an extremely terrifying scene. This was a real disaster. If there were no accidents, everyone here would die. Quick, the dark spirits are too scary. Everyone join hands and fight against them. Everyone join hands. Hurry up and form a formation to fight against these powerful dark spirits. Someone roared. A disaster had befallen them. This was the moment of life and death. Personal grudges weren't important anymore. Saving their lives was the most important thing. The army of dark spirits was too ferocious and extremely terrifying. A single person couldn't deal with them. They had to join hands to reduce the casualties to the minimum. Get lost. This is the camp of our Sky Hill School. Do you lowly rogue cultivators still want to seek protection here? An 8th grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School kicked a few rogue cultivators away. The disciples of Sky Hill School gathered together and formed a grand formation to fight against the dark souls. Bastard. Someone cursed. He was extremely angry at the actions of Sky Hill School. At this time a loud dragon roar was heard. De Huang Dog's majestic body flew up to the sky and crushed a dozen of dark spirits. He came to the front of Sky Hill School and shouted, "We are facing a great enemy. Everyone must unite. If Sky Hill School wants to exclude outsiders, I, Master Dog, will be the first one to eliminate you." De Huang Dog's chi was unparalleled. He had to stand out at this moment. There were also some small and medium-sized forces in Xuanyu. They were not weak. De Huang Dog had to stand out for Jiang Qin and win the hearts of the people, preparing for Jiang Chen's hegemony in the future. One had to admit that De Huang Dog was a meticulous person. He was a very intelligent person. His action had instantly made countless rogue cultivators feel grateful. Motherfucker. Only when we are in a difficult situation can we see the human heart. Sky Hill School is one of the 5 major forces, but they are too selfish. They are not even comparable to a dog. That's right. De Huang Dog is right. We should unite at this moment. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. That is Jiang Chen's dog. Although Jiang Chen is cruel, he is a man who can achieve great things. Sky Hill School's action had instantly turned them into the target of public criticism. The sudden appearance of De Huang Dog had increased their impression of Jiang Chen's camp. The disciples of Sky Hill School's face turned ugly, especially the 8th grade combat emperor who kicked the man. He gritted his teeth while looking at De Huang Dog but didn't dare to say anything. This dog was already very scary. They were no match for him. Moreover, this dog had the support of Jiang Chen. Moreover, the behavior of the rogue cultivators had made them realize their mistake. If they were to infuriate them now, it wouldn't do them any good. Honglong. The originally calm and tranquil spatial zone had suddenly turned into an Azura battlefield. No one had expected this to happen. The number of dark souls was increasing. As the number increased, more and more powerful dark souls appeared. Some of the dark souls were strong enough to kill an 8th grade combat emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Arg arg, blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. The human cultivators fell one by one. The battle hadn't been going on for a long time, but many of them had already died. Facing such a huge army of dark souls, it was useless even if they joined forces. Countless of them were in despair. They couldn't see any possibility of survival anymore. Sure enough, the Death Mountain didn't allow anyone above the 8th grade combat emperor to enter. Once they appeared, it would cause a disaster. It would be a disaster for everyone, a disaster for the whole of Xuanyu. On the other side, Tyrant and the others were killing the Dark Souls. They were extremely powerful, but due to the huge number of Dark Souls, they were starting to feel inferior. Tyrant was the one who killed the most powerful Dark Souls. His edifying light had shown its true power at this moment. He had edified a total of 10 powerful Dark Souls and used them to deal with the other Dark Souls. Once his own Dark Soul was killed, he would edify the others. Unfortunately, he was only a 4th grade combat emperor. He couldn't edify any powerful Dark Souls. Tyrant, your edifying light is very powerful. Also, your Buddha Sex combat skill is the nemesis of these Dark Souls. Nangong Wentian praised Tyrant. This can't go on. The number of Dark Souls is increasing. Sooner or later, all of us will be killed. Tyrant saw the situation clearly. At this moment, he had to do something. Otherwise, today would be a real disaster. Tyrant, do you have any good ideas? De Huang Dog asked. All of you come closer to me. Tyrant shouted. De Huang Dog and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They trusted Tyrant very much. Tyrant was a Buddha Sex disciple and he could use the edifying light. He was the nemesis of these Dark Souls. Help me kill the Dark Souls that are rushing towards us. Tyrant ordered. After that, he waved his hand and a bright blood-red light soared to the sky. Very quickly, the blood-red light turned into golden light. It was the pure Buddha light. Everyone saw a huge stone tablet appearing out of thin air. Ha! Tyrant shouted again. He struck the edifying light into the stone tablet. After that, he took off his kasaya and the Buddha beads on his neck and put them on the stone tablet. Suddenly, with the stone tablet as the center, golden light shot out in all directions. These rays of light formed a huge golden light shield, blocking all the Dark Souls outside. Everyone listen to me. Quickly enter the light shield. Tyrant's voice spread out in the form of sound waves. Everyone turned their attention to the light shield. No one dared to be negligent. Everyone flew towards the light shield. The Dark Souls here were too terrifying. But there were too many of them. It was impossible to deal with them. Tyrant's light shield had a radius of a few hundred zhang. It was enough to envelop everyone. He used the light shield created by the stone tablet to block the attacks of the Dark Souls. Chapter 705. The dark spirits roared again and again, but the golden light shield made them feel a trace of fear. Nevertheless, they were still ferocious and rushed towards the golden light shield like madmen. Dong dong dong. Countless dark spirits collided with the light shield, producing the sound of iron striking. There were even a lot of sparks when they clashed with the light shield. However, none of them could break through the light shield. On the other hand, the human cultivators who managed to break through the light shield were not hindered at all. Look, that's the defensive barrier created by an eminent monk of Buddhism. Can block the dark spirits. Let's go in quickly. Yeah, I didn't expect that shameless monk to be an eminent monk of Buddhism. The people of Buddhism are really righteous, taking it as their duty to save all living beings in the world. They saved us at the critical moment. They are much better than Tianshan sect. Let's not talk so much. Let's break through the dark spirits and enter the light shield. Countless human cultivators rushed towards the light shield madly. This was the only chance for them to survive. The light shield of Buddhism gave them a glimmer of hope. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, the human cultivators broke into the light barrier, which was equivalent to breaking into a safe area. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. They looked at the ferocious Yin spirits outside smashing into the light barrier, but they couldn't break it at all. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the sky, the huge stone tablet was supporting the entire light shield. Even though Tyrant was an eminent monk of Buddhism with his current means and strength, it was impossible for him to support such a huge light shield to defend against countless dark spirits. The main reason for this was that stone tablet. Tyrant, you are so powerful. You actually blocked all the dark spirits. De Huang Dog stood beside Tyrant and looked at him in a new light. It's the suppression of the stone tablet. I can only activate the power of the stone tablet. Tyrant said honestly. Others might not know about this stone tablet, but Han Yen and Zhuoling knew it very well. Back at the Magma River, no one could move this stone tablet except for Tyrant. Now it seemed like this stone tablet was indeed an incomparably powerful treasure that played the biggest role at the critical moment. Thank you for saving our lives, eminent monk. We will never forget it. Someone cupped his fists and said to Tyrant. Their gratitude was definitely not feigned. Everyone present could clearly see the situation. If it wasn't for Tyrant's Buddhist defensive barrier, they would still be fighting the army of Yin spirits and would undoubtedly die. The Buddhist sect is indeed to deliver all living beings from suffering. We have misunderstood you before. I am truly ashamed. That's right, you saved everyone. The whole of Xuanyu is grateful to you. Many people bowed to Tyrant to express their gratitude. It had to be said that Tyrant looked incomparably eminent at this moment. He allowed everyone to enter the light barrier, including the enemies of Tianshan sect, Tan family, and the remaining people from Xiaoyao Palace. Roar roar, dong dong. The Yin spirits outside were still crazily attacking the barrier. Countless Yin spirits wanted to tear the barrier apart, but the barrier formed by the stone steel was too strong. It blocked all the Yin spirits outside. Who is that 9th grade combat emperor? Why do you want to kill us? This is too abominable. They want to put the whole of Xuanyu to death. Many of them were infuriated. If it wasn't for someone releasing the chi of a 9th grade combat emperor at the last moment, the current situation wouldn't have happened. When the gate of the Mountain of Death reopened, everyone would be able to walk out safely. At this time, Han Yan's eyes suddenly fell on the remaining disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. He immediately asked, "Where are the people of Xiaoyao Palace? Why are there so few of them left?" As soon as Han Yan's words came out, everyone's attention shifted to the remaining disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. That's right. There are so many people in Xiaoyao Palace. Why are there only a dozen of them left? Where are the others? Motherfucker, could it be that Xiaoyao Palace is behind this? Is that 9th grade combat emperor sent by Xiaoyao Palace? Does Xiaoyao Palace want to put all of us to death? What is their intention? All the spearheads were pointed at the remaining disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. At the beginning, everyone was busy killing each other, so no one paid attention to them. After Han Yan's reminder, they realized that there were only a dozen of them left in Xiaoyao Palace. This was too strange. If it was during normal times, perhaps people wouldn't suspect anything, but now that the disaster had happened, the people of Xiaoyao Palace were all gone. No matter how they thought about it, something was wrong. Don't slander us. I don't know where the people of Xiaoyao Palace have gone to. If this is the doing of Xiaoyao Palace, why are we still here? Besides, when the Mountain of Death opened, the 5 great masters were watching. Is it possible for a 9th grade combat emperor to come to Xiaoyao Palace? A disciple of Xiaoyao Palace said loudly. In fact, they were feeling even more depressed. They had already noticed that their people were getting fewer and fewer, but they didn't know where they had gone to. Then where did your people go? Someone asked. How do we know? The disciple was infuriated. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Now isn't the time to argue. The number of dark souls is increasing and they are getting stronger. You all better pray that this barrier can last until the opening of the Death Mountain. As for the other matters, we will talk about it later. If there is really something wrong with Xiaoyao Palace, the masters of the other 4 major powers will certainly seek justice. Gu Xiaofei yelled. The number of powerful dark souls was increasing. Some of them had already reached the 9th grade combat emperor. They were attacking the barrier crazily. The terrifying attacks caused the barrier to tremble violently. Some parts of the barrier had already cracked. This scene made everyone tremble in fear. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The barrier is about to collapse. If it's broken, everyone will die. Someone yelled loudly. Extremely powerful dark souls had appeared on the outside. Even a 9th grade combat emperor had appeared. Once the light barrier was broken, everyone would die without a doubt. Everyone listen to me. Let's work together. Use all of your yuan force and hit it on the monument. Now only the monument can support the barrier. This requires a lot of yuan force. Today is the last day of the opening of the Death Mountain. As long as we can hold on until the opening of the Death Mountain, we will be able to leave this place safely. Tyrant's body was glowing with golden light. At this moment he was like a Buddha who was going to deliver all living beings from suffering. What he was doing was to save the people of the world. Alright, let's work together. At this moment there wasn't anything to argue about. In order to survive, everyone had to exert all of their strength and work together to strengthen the barrier. This was their chance and guarantee of survival. At this moment there was no distinction between friend and foe. Everyone shot out a light beam of yuan force and hit the giant monument that was floating in the sky. Voila! After receiving the huge yuan force impact, the monolith trembled violently again. The monolith was a supreme treasure. Although Tyrant had obtained the recognition of the monolith, he was still unable to unleash its full power. Now that he had obtained the support of so many combat emperors, it was no longer the same. The golden barrier became even more dazzling. The cracks on the barrier were restored to their original state. Wing inside the giant barrier, 7-colored energy lingered. The giant blood-colored monument had turned completely golden. It was covered by the Kasaya and Buddhist beads. It had turned into the supreme sacred object of Buddha sect that could defend against all kinds of evil spirits. Tyrant De Huang Dog Han Yen Nangong Wentian and Zhualing Air had also focused on defending against the Dark Souls. Currently, the entire spatial zone had been covered by the army of the Dark Souls. Death Qi and Yin Qi were drifting everywhere. It was incomparably terrifying. However, while they were defending against the Dark Souls, they were worried about another person. That person was Jiang Qin. Too much time had passed and it was already the final moment before the opening of the Death Mountain. However, Jiang Qin still hadn't appeared. It was as if he had disappeared along with the light beam. How could they not be worried? At the same time in the death space, the battle between Jiang Qin and the Dark Soul had finally come to an end. At this moment, Jiang Qin's whole body was filled with a tyrannical qi. Although the Dark Soul was still roaring, it didn't have the same evil qi as before. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was making its final resistance. All of a sudden, a tyrannical force exploded from Jiang Qin's body. The dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had already reached 47,900. He only needed 100 more dragon marks to advance to the 5th grade combat emperor. As long as he edified this Dark Soul, he would immediately advance to the 5th grade combat emperor. Bang! All of a sudden Jiang Qin stood up from the ground. Both of his eyes had turned golden. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a peerless god of war that had descended to the world. Following the roar, the Dark Soul couldn't resist any longer. It let out a final wail and completely gave up resisting. At this moment, the edifying light had destroyed all of the Dark Soul's spirit. It flew out from the Dark Soul's body and automatically entered Jiang Qin's body. At the moment when the Dark Soul was edified, Jiang Qin instantly advanced to the 5th grade combat emperor. A terrifying qi spread out. That kind of powerful feeling gave Jiang Qin the urge to raise his head and roar. Jiang Qin withdrew his qi and strode to the front of the Dark Soul. He shouted at the 30-meter-tall Dark Soul, "Kneel down." The ghost flames in the Dark Soul's eyes were stunned for a moment. Then it knelt on the ground with a puff sound, prostrating in front of Zhou Xian. Its body was trembling unceasingly. The powerful minor Saint Dark Soul had been edified and became Zhou Qian's slave. As long as Zhou Qian willed it, it would die instantly without any resistance. Haha. Chapter 706. Zhou Qian was very happy. Although the battle with the Dark Soul was very long and dangerous, he still won and gained great benefits. Looking at the demon soul that was crawling on the ground, Zhou Qian once again felt the scariness of the edifying light. If he didn't have the edifying light, he wouldn't be able to deal with this Dark Soul. Oh right, today seems to be the last day of the Death Mountain's opening. I hope I won't miss the chance to get out of here. It would be a tragedy if I was trapped here for 30 years. Zhou Qian suddenly thought of the most crucial point. It had been a month since he entered the Death Mountain. Today was the day the Death Mountain would open again. If he missed it, he wouldn't be able to get out of here and would be trapped here for 30 years. The exit of the Death Mountain must be in the deepest layer of the spatial zone. Zhou Qian was brought to this death spatial by the light beam. He didn't know where he was now, and he didn't know how to find the direction to the deepest layer of the spatial zone. His eyes fell upon the Dark Soul. Get up and follow me from now on. Zhou Qian said to the Dark Soul. Yes, Master. The Dark Spirit sent out a unique message. Zhou Qian couldn't understand this kind of communication method in the past, but now that he had edified the Dark Spirit and made it his slave, Zhou Qian could understand what the Dark Spirit wanted to express through this kind of message, just like what the Ice Demon King did in the past. The Dark Soul stood up from the ground. Its 30-meter-tall body was very eye-catching. Zhou Qian was as weak as a baby in front of the Dark Soul. However, the ferocious Dark Soul became an obedient child in front of Zhou Qian. Bring me to the deepest layer of the spatial zone. Zhou Qian said again. The Death Mountain was going to open soon. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. With the Dark Soul's guidance, he could save a lot of trouble. Yes. The Dark Soul completely obeyed Zhou Qian's order. Immediately, it brought Zhou Qian and disappeared from the death spatial. The minor Saint Dark Soul had developed a strong intelligence. It was very familiar with the environment of the Death Mountain. With it bringing Zhou Qian out of the Death Mountain, there wouldn't be any delay. At this moment, the deepest layer of the spatial zone was still in a frenzy. Tens of thousands of Dark Soul army filled every corner of the spatial zone. The powerful Dark Soul raised their sharp claws and attacked the defensive barrier. The powerful barrier that was created by the stone tablet was trembling under the violent attacks. All the cultivators inside the barrier didn't dare to be negligent. They exerted all their strength to inject their essence force into the stone monument to support the barrier. When someone's essence force was depleted, he immediately swallowed a heaven essence pill to replenish it. This was an incomparably crucial moment. No one dared to be careless. They had to hold on until the passage of the Death Mountain opened again. Only then would they have a chance to survive. If the barrier was torn apart before that, everyone would die here. There were a lot of 9th-grade combat emperors. Their attacks were the most powerful. Each of their attacks was like a mountain crashing down, causing the defensive barrier to tremble. Seemed like it would break at any time. Damn it! Why are there so many Yin spirits? These Yin spirits are too strong. I wonder if we can hold them off. Even if we can't hold on, we have to. There's no way we can deal with the current situation. There are too many evil spirits and their combat strength is tyrannical. In addition, the environment here is extremely advantageous to them. Once the barrier is torn apart, no one will survive. Everyone will die here. There is already a 9th-grade combat Emperor Dark Soul. Do you think there will be a minor Saint Dark Soul? Shut your crow's mouth. If it really appears later, I'll be the first to tear your mouth apart. As a matter of fact, the current situation had made many of them nervous. They were guessing if there would really be a minor Saint Dark Soul. If there really was one, they would be finished. Although they weren't minor saints, they knew how scary a minor saint was. That kind of existence wasn't something they could imagine and fight against. When the time comes, the barrier wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be torn apart in an instant. Everyone would die for sure. The roars, the sounds of collision, the pairs of eyes that were filled with ghost flames, and their ferocious expressions. All of these made people's scalp numb. These dark souls were too scary. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Each of them was extremely brutal. An army of tens of thousands of dark souls was equivalent to tens of thousands of killing machines. No one wouldn't be afraid of them. No one had thought that there would be such an accident at the last moment. The disaster came without any warning. It was too sudden. If it wasn't for Tyrant, most of them would have died. Until now, the only thing they could pray for was that there wouldn't be any minor saint dark soul. As long as there wasn't any, they would be able to hold on until the Death Mountain opened, then they would have the chance to leave this place safely. However, things didn't turn out as they wished. Not long after the Jinx finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar resounded. Following this roar, all the Een spirits who were attacking the defensive barrier instantly stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces, as if they were welcoming their king. A large hole was torn in the void above them. A terrifying dark soul that was more than 30 meters in size walked out from the hole. The moment the giant dark soul appeared, all the human cultivators who were hiding in the golden barrier were in despair. This was the king of dark souls, a powerful minor saint. Although it was only a first-grade minor saint, it was enough to kill all of them easily. It's over. We are all going to die here. There really is a minor saint dark soul. Heaven wants us to die. Damn it. This is too damn it. I don't want to die yet. I am a genius. I still have a bright future ahead of me. Why did this happen? The Death Mountain that only opens once every 30 years has turned into a disaster. We are all going to be buried here. We are all going to die. A few hundred years later we will become dark souls. No, they will eat our hearts. We won't even have the chance to become a dark soul. How sad. Everyone was in despair. This kind of despair was contagious. The emergence of a minor saint dark soul had rendered them powerless to resist. As long as the golden barrier was torn apart by the minor saint dark soul, the army of dark souls would rush over and devour all of them. Don't panic, everyone. Continue to support the barrier. This is our only hope. Wu Xiaofei shouted loudly. They must not give up until the last moment. Giving up would mean death. If they persisted, there might be a miracle, although he himself didn't believe that there would be a miracle. Dong the giant dark soul moved. Took a step in the void, creating a huge hole in the void. Endless gloomy chi of death spread out from its body, making people feel that they were already dead. At least they were on the verge of death. Even if they were to make a final struggle, the result would be the same. Nothing could be changed. Dong Dong the dark soul walked forward step by step. The army of dark souls automatically made a path for it. Very soon, the giant dark soul came to the front of the golden barrier. Its eyes were filled with ghastly ghost fire. It slowly raised its sharp claws and slammed on the barrier. Rumble. All the human cultivators were frightened. The dark soul's attack landed on the golden barrier. A monstrous force pressed down on the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Many places on the barrier started to crack. Barf, many of them were greatly shaken and spurted out blood on the spot. This dark soul was too strong. They were no match for it. Flourishing lotus flower. Tyrant shouted. He chanted the Lotus Sutra and spat out densely packed Sanskrit words, wrapping the stone monument in an attempt to resist the attack of the minor saint dark soul. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. The destructive power of the barrier couldn't be repaired. Roar the dark soul roared madly. Its attack didn't manage to break the barrier. It seemed to have angered it. It raised its sharp claws again and slammed it down. Kacha, this time the energy was even more berserk. Cracks appeared on every part of the defensive barrier and it swayed. Many cultivators coughed up blood again, suffering serious internal injuries. However, compared to their injuries, the despair in their hearts was the most indescribable. That's right. They were in complete despair. They couldn't see any hope at all. They couldn't even see a trace of miracle. The barrier couldn't withstand the attack anymore. The minor saint dark soul was too terrifying. It only needed one more attack from this big guy to destroy the barrier. When that time came, it would be the time of the calamity. AI. Tyrant put his palms together, shook his head and sighed. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He had tried his best, but it was futile. Even if he could cast the edifying light, it was impossible for him to edify this powerful minor saint dark soul. Despair, true despair. Even Tyrant had given up. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow. They had given up resisting and waited for the end of their lives, waiting for the arrival of death. At this moment, Zhou Xian and the Dark Soul who were teleporting through the layers of spatial zone had gradually finished their battle. Zhou Xian could feel the strong fluctuations of the battle. He could feel the trembling of the deep layer of spatial zone. He could even see the cracks in the void and felt a large amount of Dark Soul's chi. Not good. Dark Soul, hurry up. Zhou Xian knew that something was wrong. He cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. His soul's perception was extremely sensitive. He knew that something big had happened. Roar in the deep layer of spatial zone. The minor saint Dark Soul raised its palm again and slammed it towards the barrier. Countless eyes that were filled with despair could only watch it happen. Big brother Ling Er is going to die. The little girl raised her head and looked outside the golden barrier. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see her big brother before she died. Hong Long. Chapter 707. Hong Long. The destructive power of the collision between the two minor saints was unimaginable. Even with the protection of the golden light shield, many cultivators still felt their ears buzzing and chest tightness. It was an indescribable discomfort. The Dark Soul's attack was blocked by the outsider, but the aftermath of the attack had almost shattered the golden light shield. The number of cracks on the golden light shield had doubled. At this moment, even if the other Dark Souls attacked at the same time, they would be able to break the golden light shield in an instant. Everyone hurry up and protect the golden light shield. Someone is coming to save us. Tyrant shouted once more. Everyone's spirit was shaken. Although they didn't know who had saved them at this time, they knew that the Dark Spirit's attack had been blocked. Otherwise, their defensive barrier would have been broken. The human cultivators channeled their Yuan force again to support the golden light shield. However, their worries were unnecessary. After the minor Saint Dark Soul King appeared, the other Dark Souls didn't move anymore. They didn't dare to move recklessly without the Dark Soul King's order. Along with a roar, another powerful Dark Soul rushed out from the void under everyone's shocked gaze. This Dark Soul's chi was just as strong as the previous one. In fact, it was even stronger than the previous one. However, when they saw the sudden appearance of this minor Saint Dark Soul, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air once again. That's right. That's right. It's over. I thought that our savior has arrived. I didn't expect that another minor Saint Dark Soul would appear. We are finished. This isn't right. Why did this Dark Soul block the Dark Soul King just now? Judging from its appearance, it seems to be an enemy of the Dark Soul King. What's going on? I don't know. Let's wait and see. Hopefully a miracle will happen. At this time, everyone was incomparably nervous. The foreign aide that suddenly appeared was actually a Dark Soul King. This was too puzzling. The two Dark Soul Kings were standing opposite each other, seemingly discussing something. The Dark Soul King that was blocked by the Dark Soul King looked extremely angry. It seemed to be questioning why the Dark Soul King was blocking it and helping these outsiders. However, the Dark Soul that appeared later stood in front of the Dark Soul King and didn't give way to the Dark Soul King. The other Een spirits didn't even dare to move. With the presence of the two Een Spirit Kings, they didn't even dare to speak. Without the Een Spirit King's command, they didn't dare to do anything. For a moment the scene was strangely silent. The human cultivators in the Golden Shield were breathing heavily. Not to mention them, even Tyrant and Da Huang Dog didn't know what was going on. Inling, take him down. Right at this moment, a loud roar rang out from the sky once more. Following that, a white-robed young man whose entire body was glowing appeared like the savior of the world. He stood in the sky with a pair of eyes that were as dazzling as the sun, causing others to not dare to look straight at him. Little Chenzi. Big brother. Jiang Chen's appearance immediately caused a huge commotion, especially Da Huang Dog and Zhuoling. Each and every one of them was excited. Jiang Chen finally appeared. At this most critical moment he appeared on the battlefield like a dazzling star. It's Xianxia. I don't know where he went, but he appeared at the last moment. That Yin Spirit King seems to be listening to Xianxia's command. That's why he's helping us. Oh my god, why would the Yin Spirit King listen to Xianxia? How did he do it? Don't talk first. Let's wait and see. Don't let any accidents happen again. Everyone was excited. The appearance of Xianxia had given them a glimmer of hope. No matter what, Xianxia was a human and he was on their side. Seeing the appearance of an outsider, the army of Yin spirits instantly became agitated. Some of them couldn't help but attack Xianxia. The Yin Spirit King that was enlightened by Xianxia suddenly let out a loud roar. Under the powerful pressure, all the Yin spirits instantly stopped moving. They stood there submissively and didn't dare to act rashly. Kill it. Xianxia gave the order to the Yin Spirit King. The Yin Spirit King let out a frenzied roar. It stretched out its sharp claws and attacked the other Yin Spirit King. The Nether Soul King was incomparably angry. He was simply furious to the extreme. Other than anger, there was also a strong sense of disappointment. He didn't know what had happened. Why would his companion listen to an outsider's command? This was unimaginable. Honglong. The two minor Saint Yin Spirit Kings were engaged in a fierce battle. They were locked in a stalemate, but the Yin Spirit King that was enlightened by Xianxia obviously had the upper hand. Although they were all first-grade minor saints, there was still a difference in strength between them. However, it would be hard to determine the winner in a short period of time when these two Yin Spirit Kings were fighting. The other Yin spirits didn't dare to move after the two Yin Spirit Kings opened up a battlefield. Some of them were glaring at Xianxia angrily. They wanted to attack but didn't dare to. They didn't dare to go against the will of the Yin Spirit King. Little Xianxia, coming quickly. The army of Yin Spirit Kings will attack you. Tyrant shouted. It doesn't matter. They won't dare to move. I want to get rid of that Yin Spirit King. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. His eyes fell on the two Yin Spirit Kings who were fighting fiercely. He had already advanced to the 5th grade combat emperor. With the power of his edifying light, he could edify two first-grade minor saints. He wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Big Brother is so powerful. He can actually make the Yin Spirit King listen to him. Zhuo Air was incomparably excited. She had been worried about Xianxia all this while. Now that she saw Xianxia again, she couldn't help but be happy. Moreover, in her heart, her big brother was an omnipotent existence, a war god that could reach the heavens and the earth. Seemed like she was right. In order to save everyone here, Xianxia was the only one who could do it. I know it now. This minor Saint Yin Spirit King must have been edified by little Xianxia. That's why it listens to his command. This is really scary. With his current cultivation grade, he could edify a first-grade minor saint. This is unbelievable. I really don't know how he did it. Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. He admired Xianxia to the extreme. He had also cultivated the edifying light. Although the edifying light was terrifying, it was useless in the face of such a large army of dark souls. It was even more impossible to edify a first-grade minor Saint Dark Soul King with it. However, Xianxia did it. Haha, I knew it. There's nothing that this kid can't do. De Huang Dog laughed. He always creates miracles. Han Yan laughed. The appearance of Xianxia had eased their tension. They didn't know that Xianxia had become the backbone of everyone. As long as Xianxia was there, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Xianxia's appearance was equivalent to a miracle. No matter how strong the enemy was, they would be able to handle it. Xianxia is really a good man. He has saved all of us. That's right. Although he is brutal and overbearing, he is a righteous man. He is really admirable. Plus, he has a way to make a minor Saint Yin Spirit King listen to him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. If we can walk out of here alive today, Xianxia will be our savior. In the future, as long as he asks, I will definitely help him. Xianxia's action made a lot of people admire him, especially those rogue cultivators and the people from the small and medium-sized powers. Even the people from Xiaoyao Palace, Sky Hill School and Tan family who were enemies with Xianxia felt grateful to Xianxia. This wasn't the time to talk about personal grudges. In terms of righteousness, Xianxia was their savior. The The two great Yin spirit kings were locked in a fierce battle. Zhou Xian had been looking for an opportunity. He knew very well that it was impossible to rely on the Yin spirit king to kill the other Yin spirit king. He had to do it himself. Bang! The two great Yin spirit kings were entangled with each other again. The other Yin spirit king was in a state of anger and depression. It kept roaring as it fought. In such a state it was easy for Zhou Xian to find an opportunity. Here's my chance. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He saw the Yin spirit king that he had edified grab the shoulder of the other Yin spirit king. The other Yin spirit king's back was left for him. How could Zhou Xian let go of such a great opportunity? He immediately executed the spatial shift and appeared behind the Yin spirit king. A light flickered on his fingertip. The edifying light appeared in Zhou Qian's hand and he threw it out. The latter action had alerted the Dark Soul King. The Dark Soul King quickly turned his head. At the moment when the Dark Soul King turned his head, the edifying light drilled into the Dark Soul King's glabella like a spiritual snake. The edifying light was the greatest nemesis of evil things. The Yin Spirit King was caught off guard and the edifying light entered its body. It immediately felt that its nerves were going to be pierced. The Yin Spirit King immediately hugged its head with its hands. Just like the Yin Spirit King that was edified by Zhou Xian, it kept hammering its head with its claws, trying to force the edifying light out. Hit it! Zhou Xian commanded the Yin Spirit King once again. Previously he had used the edifying light and spent more than half a month to edify the Yin Spirit King. However, that was under the situation where there was no one to help him. Now it was completely different. With the help of the powerful Yin Spirit King, he would be able to make the Yin Spirit King collapse in a few hits and edify it. The Yin Spirit King that was edified was very obedient. It slapped the other Yin Spirit King's head with its sharp claws. Bang! The slap sent the Yin Spirit King flying hundreds of feet away. It was restrained by the edifying light and it didn't even have the chance to fight back. The Yin Spirit King that was edified roared and charged forward. It slapped the other Yin Spirit King's head crazily. In a few breaths, the Yin Spirit King was on the verge of collapsing. It then completely gave up resisting. Under countless shocked gazes, the ferocious Dark Soul King knelt down in front of Zhou Xian with a thump. His body was trembling. Chapter 708. This scene stunned everyone, including the tens of thousands of dark souls. Inside the golden barrier, everyone had their mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They looked at the Dark Soul King that was kneeling in the void and didn't even dare to raise its head. They felt that everything in this world had been turned upside down. They had no idea how Zhou Xian did it. Such a scene was like a dream. That's right. They were afraid that it would only happen in a dream. As those who had survived in the Death Mountain for a month, no one knew more about the scariness of a dark soul than them. Moreover, it was a first-grade minor saint dark soul. Now such a powerful existence was kneeling in front of Zhou Xian devoutly. By God! What am I seeing? That is a minor saint dark soul. How could it kneel in front of Zhou Xian? This is simply unimaginable. How did he do it? Could this Zhou Xian be a high immortal? He actually has the means to subdue a dark soul. He is truly a monstrous genius. It is indeed shocking, but it makes me even more excited. In any case, Zhou Xian has subdued the Dark Soul King. Our lives are safe now. Zhou Xian is our savior. This is an indisputable fact. No one wasn't surprised because the scene was too shocking. Zhou Xian's image in their hearts had instantly become lofty. That's right, it was lofty and superior. Putting aside the fact that Zhou Xian had subdued a minor saint dark soul, the fact that he had saved their lives had established a lofty image in their hearts. This bastard's edifying light is much more powerful than mine. He is truly abnormal. Whatever he cultivates, it always surprises people. Tyrant said with a smile. He had also cultivated the edifying light, but his edifying light could only edify a 9th-grade combat emperor demon soul. Of course, this was because he was only a 4th-grade combat emperor. Even if he was the same as Zhou Xian, a 5th-grade combat emperor, he could only subdue a 1st-grade minor saint dark soul. Moreover, the dark soul could only stand there without moving, allowing him to edify it. Jiang Chen's edifying light could edify 2 first-grade minor saint dark souls. He was indeed more abnormal than Tyrant. Junior Jiang is truly a rare genius. He is the most heaven-defying genius that I have ever seen. Guo Xiaofei said sincerely. Jiang brother has subdued the dark soul and saved all of our lives. The news of this will be spread across the whole of Xuanyu. At that time, because of Jiang brother, Nebula Sect's reputation will be the highest in Xuanyu. To put it bluntly, what Jiang brother did today has won the hearts of the Nebula Sect in Xuanyu. Old Man Impermanence said. There were too many people here, almost all of Xuanyu. Except for the 3 major powers that had established a hostile relationship with Jiang Chen, the others would be grateful to Jiang Chen. Plus, Jiang Chen was a disciple of Nebula Sect. In this way, the reputation of Nebula Sect would rise to the peak. Of course, Big Brother is the most powerful. The little girl said proudly. In her heart, Big Brother was the only one. No one could be compared to him. He was handsome and powerful. Jiang Chen stood in the sky like a ruler. All the dark souls were looking at him. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know why their king would kneel before this young man. However, with the 2 kings here, they didn't dare to attack again. Jiang Chen looked at the Dark Soul King who was kneeling on the ground. He felt incomparably carefree. He initially thought that subduing a first-grade minor Saint Dark Soul King was already his biggest harvest in the Death Mountain. He didn't expect that he would subdue another one. The 2 of you will follow me from now on. I will give you 2 names, Ada and Aer. Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense to the 2 Dark Soul Kings. If there was only one dark soul beside him, there would be no need to name it. Now that there were 2 dark souls, in order to distinguish them, Jiang Chen had to mark them so that he could command them in the future. Thank you, Master, for giving us the names. Ada and Aer sent out a special message at the same time. After being edified by Jiang Chen, they would listen to Jiang Chen's orders without any hesitation. Very good. The 2 of you immediately order the Dark Soul Army to retreat and hide yourselves. Only come out when I summon you. Jiang Chen said. Yes, Master. Ada and Aer answered. Aer stood up from the ground and let out a loud roar at the Dark Soul Army. Voila! All of a sudden, cracks appeared in the void. The Dark Soul Army rushed into the cracks. In just a few breaths' time, the army of tens of thousands of dark souls had vanished. Then Ada and Aer also vanished. The entire spatial zone returned to its original tranquility. All the dark souls had vanished. The human cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Tyrant made a grabbing motion. The Kasaya and Buddhist beads returned to his body. The stone tablet was also kept by him. The dark souls had vanished. All the pressure was gone. Jiang Chen flashed and came to the front of the formation. Little Chenzi, you are really awesome. You have saved everyone. Oh right, where are the 2 Dark Soul Kings? Han Yen asked. I have let them go. Not long after, the passageway will open again. At that time we will be able to leave this Death Mountain safely. Jiang Chen said loudly. He was mainly talking to the others. Ada and Aer were his trump cards. Naturally, he couldn't let others know about it. He said that he had let them go, but in fact he had made Ada and Aer hide. When the Death Mountain opened again, Jiang Chen would summon them again and keep them in his interspatial ring. Young Master Jiang Chen, it is all thanks to your help today that we are able to stay alive. We are unable to repay your kindness. We are from the Wolf Fong Gang. In the future, as long as young Master Jiang says a word, everyone in the Wolf Fong Gang will listen to young Master Jiang and the Nebula Sect. Young Master Jiang is righteous. You have saved all of us. From today onwards, my life belongs to young Master Jiang. As long as young Master Jiang says a word, I, Old Lu, will do anything for you. That's right. Our lives were saved by young Master Jiang. As long as young Master Jiang needs us, we will not hesitate. Those small and medium-sized forces and individual cultivators said solemnly. Even Jiang Chen was a little surprised by this. Could be said that he had never thought of this. Until now he still didn't know what had happened here. How did he manage to win over the hearts of the people in Xuanyu? Everyone, this is what I, Jiang Chen, should do. My Nebula Sect is righteous. We will not leave you in the lurch. You don't have to worry about this matter. Jiang Chen said with a righteous look. He immediately brought out the Nebula Sect. He wanted to make the Nebula sect into the benchmark of Xuanyu. It would be very beneficial for him to rule the whole Xuanyu in the future. Chapter 709. The disciples of Nebula sect felt extremely proud. Zhou Xian had saved all of them. That was equivalent to the Nebula sect saving all of them. Even Tyrant, who used the defensive barrier, was a friend of Zhou Xian. Being a disciple of Nebula sect was something to be proud of. From today onwards, the disciples of Nebula sect would be even more arrogant when they walked on the streets. They would be respected wherever they went. The hidden danger of the Dark Souls has been completely eliminated. Everyone doesn't need to worry anymore. Take your time to recuperate. The passageway of the Death Mountain will open again soon. Zhou Xian said loudly to everyone. The scene immediately quieted down. Many of them had suffered serious injuries and needed time to recuperate. However, most of them had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs and pills in the Death Mountain. Plus, their injuries weren't very serious, so it was easier for them to recuperate. Little Chinzi, where did that light bring you? Why did it take you so long to come back? Nangong Wentian asked curiously. I don't know where that place is. The light brought me to a death spatial. There I met a minor Saint Dark Soul King. I have been fighting with the Dark Soul King for the past few days. Today I succeeded in edifying it. Zhou Xian said. He didn't have anything to hide from his brother. How did you do it, brat? Tyrant widened his eyes while looking at Zhou Xian as if he was looking at a ghost. He couldn't figure out how Zhou Xian could use the edifying light to kill a minor Saint Dark Soul King. Moreover, edifying Ada was obviously different from edifying Air. Edifying Air was very easy because of Ada's help, but if it was a one-on-one fight, there was no chance for him to succeed. Zhou Xian pointed at his own head and said, use this. Abnormal. Tyrant was speechless. No matter how hard he tried, he absolutely believed that Zhou Xian was the only one who could do such a feat. Even if he had 18 heads, he wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with the Dark Soul King. Those two minor Saint Dark Soul Kings have obeyed you. Why did you let them go? Guo Xiaofei asked in confusion. Are you stupid? Do you think little Chinzi would really let the Dark Soul King go? De Huang Dog glared at Guo Xiaofei. Others might not know about Zhou Xian, but he knew very well about the two minor Saint Dark Soul Kings. How powerful were their combat strength and trump cards? With Zhou Qian's temper, would he let them go? The reason why he said those words just now was to hide his trump card. Zhou Qian smiled. He looked around and checked everyone's grade. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Even the little girl was a 5th grade combat emperor. Looks like everyone has obtained great benefits. Not bad. Zhou Qian nodded and shifted his gaze to Tyrant. What happened here? Why are there so many dark souls? For God's sake, this place was originally calm and peaceful. We were only waiting for the Death Mountain to open again. I didn't expect that a 9th grade combat emperor would appear at the last moment. He unleashed his chi and caused a turbulence in the Death Mountain, resulting in the emergence of a Dark Soul army. De Huang Dog spoke first. A 9th grade combat emperor? How could there be a 9th grade combat emperor here? This person obviously wants to kill everyone and create chaos in Xuanyu. Zhou Qian frowned. Little Chinzi, I suspect that this matter is related to Xiaoyao Palace. Look, there are so many people from the 4 major powers, but there are only a dozen people from Xiaoyao Palace. Where are the others? Han Yan said. Zhou Qian shifted his gaze to the group of Xiaoyao Palace and noticed something unusual. The northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Qian's eyes brightened. He had known about the relationship between the northern and southern dynasties and Xiaoyao Palace. The northern and southern dynasties were the people of the emperor who wanted to rule the whole of Xuanyu. If there was anyone who wanted to create chaos in Xuanyu, it would be the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had a relationship with Xiaoyao Palace. Before the 9th grade combat emperor appeared in the Death Mountain, most of the people in Xiaoyao Palace had disappeared. What? The northern and southern dynasties aren't dead? Han Yan was shocked. That's right. Not only is he not dead, he is now a 6th grade combat emperor. I have fought with him in the herb garden. I used the broken pot, but it still couldn't kill him. Zhou Qian said. What a lucky bastard. This bastard won't be able to live peacefully no matter where he goes. However, what is the relationship between this man and Xiaoyao Palace? Also, where did those people who disappeared from Xiaoyao Palace go? There is only one exit in the Death Mountain. Are they going to stay here for 30 years? Han Yen frowned. Don't forget about the burning sky valley in the eastern continent. The current Xiaoyao Palace is playing the role of the burning sky pavilion. The northern and southern dynasties want to borrow the hands of Xiaoyao Palace to complete their emperor's path. As for those people in Xiaoyao Palace, they must have a way to get out. Others can't do it, but the northern and southern dynasties can. Otherwise, how do you think that 9th-grade combat emperor could enter this place? Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with a cold light. This Nan Beichao was an immortal physique. He had always put himself in a high and mighty position, treating everyone as ants. Now he was going to bury everyone here for the sake of his path to becoming a monarch. This was a ruthless move. Who are these people from the northern and southern dynasties? Wu Xiaofei asked. This person is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. That year, the greatest saint slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the gate of the immortal world. An immortal soul fell from the sky. The northern and southern dynasties were formed by that immortal soul. He is a very powerful being. Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. From this aspect, he had a great relationship with the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's sword had created a formidable enemy for himself. This was his destiny. Freedom King isn't an idiot. If he does this, it will be hard to explain to the 4 major powers, right? Wu Xiaofei said. Explain? If all of us were to die here, who would know what happened here? Who would know that a 9th-grade combat emperor had entered this place? Freedom King wouldn't need to explain at all. Those people from Xiaoyao Palace would only need to say that they had found a new way out. Plus, there must be people from other major powers who had followed Xiaoyao Palace out. They could be their witnesses. All of this was planned. Jiang Chen sneered. He was very smart. In addition to his understanding of the northern and southern dynasties, he could easily figure out the key point of this matter. What a vicious conspiracy. If it wasn't for Tyrant and you, we would all be dead here. Humph. We must settle the score with Xiaoyao Palace after we get out of here. Wu Xiaofei let out a cold humph. Mo Sang was gritting his teeth. It's useless. You don't have any evidence. Unless you capture that 9th-grade combat emperor and prove that this person is from Xiaoyao Palace, it will be a dream if you want to overthrow Xiaoyao Palace. Jiang Chen understood the northern and southern dynasties too well. If this person wanted to do something, he would use all means to achieve his goal. Ah Yen, after you return, tell everything to the master of Moyin cult. The situation in Xuanyu will have a huge change very soon. Moyin cult must secretly ally with us, Nebula sect. Humph. Since the northern and southern dynasties want to play, I will play with them. I didn't kill him in Qi province that year. This time I won't give him another chance. Since Xuanyu is destined to be in chaos, we will be the masters of this place. Jiang Chen said. Junior Jiang, why don't you tell this news to Sky Hill School and Tan family? If the 4 major powers ally, we can eliminate Xiaoyao Palace first. Wu Xiaofei suggested. Why do we need to ally? Sky Hill School and Tan family are also our enemies. Do you think they will believe your one-sided words? I have killed so many of their men. When I get out of this place, the hostile relationship between us will be completely clear. Who would ally with their enemy? Also, we don't need to ally with them. More importantly, our biggest enemy is the northern and southern dynasties, not Xiaoyao Palace. Even without Xiaoyao Palace, the northern and southern dynasties still have other means. I want to make a big move. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He wanted to start another battle with the northern and southern dynasties in Xuanyu. Who would be the winner? It would depend on who was more powerful. At this moment, outside of the Death Mountain, the experts of the 5 major powers had arrived. In order to welcome their people, the 5 major powers were divided into 5 groups. There were a total of 15 people. Every major power had sent 3 9th-grade combat emperor elders. The Nebula sect sent Hua Gu-yi and Feng Yun San and Feng Yun Si of the Feng Yun 7. Which of the 5 forces do you think will benefit the most this time? An old man from Tianshan sect said proudly while stroking his beard. Is there a need to say it? It must be our Nebula sect. Hua Gu-yi immediately said, Old Yen, that grandson of yours isn't that powerful. Maybe his luck isn't good and he won't get anything. You don't have to have too much hope. Hua Guyi's words were really infuriating. This old Yen was called Yen Chongming. He was the grandfather of Yen Hui, the leader of the Sky Hill School. It was him who arranged for Yen Hui to be the leader. Now he personally came to welcome them because he had great expectations for his genius grandson. Hua Guyi, you are a woman, how can your mouth be so smelly? Just wait and see, Yen Hui will break through to the 9th grade combat emperor after he comes out. Yen Chongming was infuriated. It was hard to be happy when he talked to Hua Guyi. Old Yen, how dare you say that my mouth is smelly? Are you courting death? Hua Guyi's temper flared up. If it wasn't for Feng Yun and Feng Yun holding her back, she would have fought with Yen Chongming. What's the use of arguing? We will know when they come out. An elder of the Tan family said. Honglong. At this moment 2 loud noises were heard. 2 black passageways suddenly opened. Silhouettes jumped out from the passageways one by one. However, the elders of the 5 major powers didn't pay attention to these people. They didn't even bother to look at them because they were all combat soul and combat kings who came out from the 1st and 2nd level of the Death Mountain. What they paid attention to were the combat emperors in the 3rd level. Chapter 710. A month's time was up. The passageway was opened once again. Thousands of human cultivators flew out from the passageway. It could be seen that many of them had a happy smile on their faces. It was obvious that they had obtained great benefits in the Death Mountain. Of course, there were also many who looked unlucky. Many of them were severely injured. Some of them even had their arms broken. It was obvious that they didn't obtain any benefits in the Death Mountain and were injured. It wasn't easy for them to come out alive. Even so, the number of people who came out was less than 10% of the people who entered the Death Mountain. From this, it could be seen that even though the beginning of the Death Mountain was the safest time, there were still great risks. After the outer and inner disciples of the 5 major powers saw their elders, they immediately stood in 5 different groups. Very good. Congratulations on coming out of the Death Mountain. This old man has also seen many people who have obtained great benefits. All the outer and inner disciples of the Nebula sect, listen up. Return to the Nebula sect immediately and cultivate well. Elder Feng Yun and the other 3 elders shouted at the disciples of the Nebula sect. At the same time, the elders of the other major powers also ordered their disciples to retreat. Naturally, they didn't dare to neglect the order of the Great Elder. They immediately returned to the headquarters. A large number of rogue cultivators and those from the minor powers also left one after another. However, there were still some who stayed behind. They wanted to witness the glory of those combat emperors who entered the Death Mountain. As for those who didn't leave, the elders of the major powers didn't say anything. It was their freedom to stay here. The passageways of the previous 2 spatial zones have already been opened. Why hasn't anyone come out from the 3rd spatial zone yet? A great elder of the Xiaoyao Palace said. As for the scheme of the Freedom King and the Northern and Southern dynasties, no one knew about it. Even the great elder of the Xiaoyao Palace didn't know about it. He was still waiting for the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace to come out. Yeah, it should have been opened by now. The elders of the other major powers were a little anxious. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out and a passageway appeared. However, this passageway was clearly not as big as the previous 2 passageways. The number of people coming out also did not seem to be very high. As the people who walked out got closer and closer, the elders were able to see them clearly. What surprised them was that most of the people who walked out were from Xiaoyao Palace. There were very few people from the other forces. Aside from Xiaoyao Palace, the other 4 forces only had 5 or 6 people from each of them. Including the loose cultivators and the people from the small and medium-sized forces, there were less than 100 people in total. When the people from Xiaoyao Palace saw their elder, they immediately flew over. The people from the other 4 factions also walked over to their elder. What's going on? Why were there so few people? And they're all from Xiaoyao Palace. Hua Guyi was the first to object and immediately asked. Have the others not come out yet? Could it be that the passage we came out of isn't the final passage of the Death Mountain? A disciple of Nebula's sect looked at the empty area and didn't know what was going on. Motherfucker, what's going on? Why are only the people from Xiaoyao Palace coming out? Where are the others? The elder of Moyin cult was furious. He didn't know what was going on inside. However, the people who came out, including those from Xiaoyao Palace, were also confused. They were told that the passage was the one that the Death Mountain was going to open. But in the end they realized that there were only a few of them. As for what happened inside the Death Mountain, they didn't know at all. Xiaoyao Palace? Were the others killed by Xiaoyao Palace? If not, why are only the people from Xiaoyao Palace coming out? Yan Changming of Tianshan's sect couldn't take it anymore. His grandson was still inside and only 5 or 6 people from Tianshan's sect came out. This was too ridiculous. Almost all the core disciples of a big sect had gone inside. If all of them died, Tianshan's sect would probably cry. How would I know what's going on? Who knows what happened inside the Death Mountain? By the way, where's Li Long? An elder of Xiaoyao Palace was also very depressed. But his mood was obviously better than the elders of other factions. After all, most of the people from Xiaoyao Palace had come out alive. If something really happened inside the Death Mountain, Xiaoyao Palace wouldn't suffer too much loss. Elder, senior brother Li was killed by Jiangchen from Nebula sect. A disciple of Xiaoyao Palace said. What? He was killed? The faces of the 3 9th grade combat emperors of Xiaoyao Palace changed instantly. Li Long's grade was very high, but he was killed. This was something that they had never thought of. Hua Guyi and Feng Yun were stunned when they heard the news. They had a deep impression of Jiangchen. He was the person that Nebula Kid wanted to protect. However, if they remembered correctly, when Jiangchen entered the Death Mountain, he was only a 2nd grade combat emperor. Now Li Long, an 8th grade combat emperor, was killed by Jiangchen. This was too unbelievable. Hua Guyi, Feng Yun, how should we settle this? The elders of Xiaoyao Palace were infuriated. Settle your ass. What's there to settle? This is a battle between the young generation. Whoever lives or dies, it's all because of one's own strength. Li Long was an 8th grade combat emperor and the leader of Xiaoyao Palace, but he was killed by an inner disciple of Nebula sect. This is a very shameful thing. If it's me, I won't even mention it. You old brat still have the nerve to ask me to settle this? You really don't know shame. Hua Guyi wasn't afraid of him. In this world there was no one that she was afraid of. Elder, senior brother Yan Hui was also killed by Jiangchen. At this moment, a disciple of Sky Mountain sect said to Yan Zhongming carefully. He knew the relationship between Yan Hui and Yan Zhongming. He knew that Yan Zhongming treasured his grandson very much. Therefore he was very careful when speaking. What? Upon hearing this, Yan Chongming, who was gloating over Jiangchen's misfortune, was infuriated. After hearing this, Hua Guyi and Feng Yun felt dizzy. This Jiangchen was really arrogant. He had killed the leaders of 2 major powers. It had indeed boosted the morale and reputation of Nebula sect, but at the same time he had also offended the Sky Hill School and Xiaoyao Palace. Haha, the leaders of 2 major powers were killed by a brat. The elder of Tan family laughed loudly. His face was filled with gloating over Jiangchen's misfortune. The few disciples beside him had an ugly expression. Someone coughed softly. Elder brother Jibai is also dead. The laughter stopped abruptly. The elder's face turned into the color of pig's liver. He stared at the disciple angrily. What did you say? Jibai is dead? How did he die? He was killed by Jiangchen. Mo Sang and Han Yen from Moyin cult also killed him. The disciple said carefully. Puff, Feng Yun and Feng Yun almost vomited a mouthful of blood. This Jiangchen was too good at causing trouble. He actually killed the leaders of the 3 major powers. I didn't misjudge him. This brat is courageous. I like him. Hua Guyi was a person who wished to see the world in chaos. She didn't notice that the elders of the 3 major powers were about to spit fire from their eyes. The elders of the Dark Devil religion sneered but didn't say a word. They already knew about the relationship between their young master and Jiangchen. That's why they weren't surprised at all. Plus, the Dark Devil religion had never hesitated to kill anyone they wanted to. Damn it. I must tear Jiangchen into pieces to avenge my grandson. Yan Chongming's eyes were red. He was extremely angry. Let's wait for them to come out first. I wonder what happened in the Death Mountain. The elder of Moyin cult said with a frown. Only a few small fries from Moyin cult came out. None of the true geniuses came out. Most importantly, their young master didn't come out either. At this moment, the quiet space inside the Death Mountain started to shake. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. The whirlpool was tens of meters wide and gradually turned into a huge passage. Look, the passage is going to open again. Everyone get ready. We can go out now. Ah, this is great. I never thought that I would be able to get out alive. Thank you, young Master Zhongchen. Seeing that the passage was going to open again, everyone shouted excitedly. They couldn't help but be excited when they thought about the death they had just experienced. Only those who had experienced life and death would know how good it was to be alive. Rumble. Soon, the huge whirlpool turned into a huge passageway that appeared in front of everyone. Everyone had excited expressions on their faces as they leaped into the passageway in large batches. Big brother, let's go out too. Little girl said. All right. You guys go first. I will go last. When everyone has entered the passage, I will summon Ada and Air. Zhongchen said. Everyone nodded and flew into the passage. In the blink of an eye, only Zhongchen was left. Zhongchen's body flashed and came to the front of the passage. He casually sent out his divine sense to the void. Two strong and tall figures immediately flew to Zhongchen's side. Master. Ada and Air bowed in greeting. Zhongchen waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. He opened the door of the ring and said to the two Dark Soul Kings, Ada and Air, come in. You can only come out when I summon you. Yes, Master. Ada and Air didn't dare to be negligent and went into the interspatial ring. They were spirits of the dead, so they didn't need to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Even if they were stored in the interspatial ring, it wouldn't affect them at all. These two guys were too big. Each of them was more than 10 meters tall. If they were to be brought around, it would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, these two dark souls would easily attract the attention of experts who would eliminate them. Chapter 7:11. Following the opening of the third spatial passageway, powerful silhouettes flew out from it. Many of them began to laugh loudly the moment they walked out of the passageway. I have come out alive. The air outside is so fucking good. Many people were extremely excited. If they hadn't experienced that life and death situation, they wouldn't have known how good it was to be alive. Even if it was just to breathe the air outside and see the scenery outside, it would be a wonderful thing. Look, they are all out. The opening of the third spatial passageway is a little late. Hua Gui smiled. Seeing that the passageway was opened again, they felt relieved, but the faces of the elders of the other three major powers were unsightly, especially Yan Chongming. The leaders of the three major powers had all died in the hands of Jiangchen. This was an ironic matter. To Yan Chongming, he had lost his grandson. Whenever he thought of the name Jiangchen, he would grit his teeth. His eyes were fixed on the people who came out of the spatial passageway. As long as he saw Jiangchen, he would immediately pounce on him and kill him to avenge his grandson. After the people of the five major powers came out, they saw the elders of the other major powers. They quickly rushed to their respective camps and stood behind the elders. Master. When Zhou Ling'er saw Hua Gai, she quickly went up to her and threw herself into Hua Gai's arms. Although she had only known Hua Gai for a short time, the relationship between them was already very deep. Hua Gai even regarded Zhou Ling'er as her own daughter. She liked this disciple very much. Good disciple, you have reached the 5th grade combat emperor in a month's time. You really didn't disgrace master. Hua Gui pinched Zhou Ling'er's doll-like face and said proudly. A 12-year-old 5th grade combat emperor was an achievement that was rarely seen in the whole Saint Origin world, let alone in the whole of Xuanyu. Even the geniuses of the ancient families in the pure land of the divine continent couldn't compare to her. A wave of tyrannical qi suddenly rose up. The moment Guo Xiaofei walked out of the Death Mountain, he couldn't wait to advance his grade. He broke through to the 9th grade combat emperor on the spot. His qi had undergone an earth-shattering change. Guo Xiaofei let out a long roar towards the sky, feeling incomparably carefree. 3 out of the 5 leaders who entered the Death Mountain had died. Although Mo Sang had gained some benefits, it was still lacking compared to Guo Xiaofei. Guo Xiaofei had broken through to the 9th grade combat emperor after he came out from the Death Mountain. It could be said that he was the biggest winner in this trip. Look, Brother Guo has advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. Ah, this is great. Our Nebula sect is the most powerful one. He is the only one who has reached the 9th grade combat emperor after coming out of the Death Mountain. Congratulations, Senior Brother Guo, congratulations. The disciples of the Nebula sect burst into laughter. Naturally, they were very happy because the Nebula sect was the biggest winner in the Death Mountain. Greetings, elders. Guo Xiaofei came to Hua Guyi and Feng Yun and greeted them. Even though he had advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, he didn't dare to neglect the 3 elders. The 8 great elders had an important position in the Nebula sect. Even the number 1 on the sky ranking wouldn't dare to neglect them. Good Xiaofei. You are not bad. You have brought honor to the Nebula sect. 3rd Brother Feng Yun praised. Elder has flattered me. The one who has brought honor to the Nebula sect is Brother Jiang Chen. Even my life was saved by Brother Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang, I would have died in the Death Mountain. Guo Xiaofei didn't dare to claim credit for himself. This time Jiang Chen was the biggest contributor. He had saved the entire Xuanyu. Good. This Jiang Chen is really outstanding. He has brought honor to the Nebula sect. Where is he? Hua Guyi couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the name of Jiang Chen. Master Big Brother is at the back. He will come out soon. The little girl said. At the mention of her big brother, she was in a good mood. The people who came out later also found their own camps. Those small and medium powers and rogue cultivators didn't leave. They still needed to thank Jiang Chen. Where is Jiang Chen? I want an explanation from him. Yan Zhongming shouted. What explanation do you want from me? Just as Yan Zhongming's voice faded, a clear and bright voice was heard from the end of the tunnel. A few figures appeared at the same time. The first one was a young man in white. If he wasn't Jiang Chen, who else could he be? There were 3 people and a dog beside him. They were Han Yen, Nangong Wentian and Tyrant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, the elders of Xiaoyao Palace, Tan Family and Sky Hill School turned into 9 rays of light and rushed to Jiang Chen's side, blocking their path. How dare you? Do you think our Nebula sect doesn't exist? Hua Guyi was enraged. With her fiery temper, how could she let outsiders bully her own disciples? It was impossible. Let's see who dares to touch our young master of Moyin cult. The 3 elders of Moyin cult flew over as well. The situation was clear now. Although Moyin cult was not on good terms with the other 4 major forces, the situation was going to change today. The relationship between Moyin cult and Nebula sect would definitely improve because of Han Yen and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is the savior of the entire Xuanyu. Without Jiang Chen, none of the 3 major forces would be able to come out alive. Is this how you treat your savior? Han Yen said loudly. Young master, what did you say? The elders of Moyin cult were stunned. The others were stunned as well. They didn't know what Han Yen meant. Humph. On the last day of the Death Mountain's opening, a 9th grade combat emperor suddenly appeared and unleashed his qi, causing the mountain to tremble. Countless Dark Soul armies emerged and there was even a minor Saint Dark Soul King among them. Everyone was going to die in there. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen and this great master, everyone would have died. Han Yen said. Bullshit. This is utter nonsense. If there was a minor Saint Dark Soul King, how could Jiang Chen resist it? The elders of Xiaoyao Palace didn't believe it. Is that so? If you don't believe me, ask the disciples of your 3 major forces and everyone else here. Han Yen said. Upon hearing this, the elders turned their heads and looked at their disciples. Some of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything while some of them nodded. That's right. Young Master Jiang has saved all of us. You can't hurt our savior. Our Wolf Fang gang will follow young Master Jiang and Nebula sect's lead from now on. He's our savior. Jiang Chen has saved everyone. This is an indisputable fact. But the 9th grade combat emperor who appeared at the last moment wanted to kill everyone in the Death Mountain. He has ulterior motives. Everyone was agitated. There were at least thousands of rogue cultivators and combat emperors from small to medium powers. Judging from their expressions, they wouldn't agree to deal with Jiang Chen today. People of Xiaoyao Palace, I want to know, Why did you come out earlier than us? Why do you know the other way out? I have a serious suspicion that it was Xiaoyao Palace who sent the 9th grade combat emperor to infiltrate the mountain and kill everyone in Xuanyu. What is Xiaoyao Palace's intention? Han Yan immediately directed the fire to Xiaoyao Palace. Even if there wasn't any evidence, he couldn't let Xiaoyao Palace have a good time. After Han Yan's words, everyone shifted their gaze to Xiaoyao Palace. Seemed like something big had happened in the Death Mountain. It was Zhang Qin and the Great Master who saved everyone. A 9th grade combat emperor had infiltrated the mountain and wanted to kill everyone. This was too serious. Even the elders on the scene felt scared when they thought about it. If all of them died in the mountain, Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. The actions of Xiaoyao Palace were undoubtedly the most suspicious. Everyone else had died except for them. No one else knew about the other passageways that led out of the Death Mountain. Only Xiaoyao Palace knew about it. This itself didn't make any sense. Xiaoyao Palace, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You want to kill everyone in Xuanyu. Isn't your appetite a little too big? Hua Guyi was hot-tempered. She questioned them immediately. Bullshit. You want to put such a big pot of shit on us, Xiaoyao Palace? If it was done by us, why didn't we bring all of our disciples out? Why did we bring some of your people out? The elders of Xiaoyao Palace were anxious. They were originally targeting Zhang Qin. But before they could do anything to Zhang Qin, Xiaoyao Palace had been blamed instead. This pot of shit was too big. Once they were blamed, Xiaoyao Palace would become the target of public criticism. They wouldn't be able to survive in Xuanyu in the future. The other elders didn't say anything. They knew that this matter was somewhat intentional, but they couldn't find any evidence. Unless they could find the 9th grade combat emperor, only then would they be able to prove whether the Freedom Palace was behind this. Otherwise, there was no point in arguing. Let's not care about that for now. He's not dead yet. I want to settle the score with Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin, you little brat, how dare you kill my grandson? Pay with your life. Yan Zhongming shouted. His chi soared to the sky, ready to attack. Old man Yan, do you think I am a vegetarian? I want to see who dares to touch Zhang Qin. Hua Guyi stood in front of Yan Zhongming, not giving way. Zhang Qin smiled. His impression of Hua Guyi had always been good. She was a very protective and overbearing person. Hua Guyi, even if you and Moyin cult join forces, there are only 6 of you. Our 3 major sects have 9 of us. Zhang Qin has killed the leader of our 3 major sections. This revenge must be taken. If we attack together, how can you defend against us? Yan Zhongming said loudly. Although he had some rejection towards Xiaoyao Palace because of the previous incident, it was more important to kill Zhang Qin and avenge his grandson. You want to have a life and death struggle? Strike. Chapter 7:12. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Because of Zhang Qin, the 5 major powers were divided into 2 groups. One side was filled with murderous intent while the other side wasn't willing to give in. To the 3 major powers, Zhang Qin was too big of a threat. He had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Moreover, Zhang Qin had killed their leaders. This was undoubtedly a slap to the faces of the 3 major powers. Not only that, the death of the leaders of the 3 major powers had caused the morale of their subordinates to drop. Many of them didn't get any benefits in the Death Mountain. That's right. Everyone, we can't let this go. Let's attack together and eliminate this little scourge today. Yan Zhongming said. All right, let's attack together. Kill whoever dares to stop us. The elders of the Tan family immediately agreed. They had seen the threat of Zhang Qin. Since they had already confirmed that they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Such a big scourge must be killed in the cradle as soon as possible. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a great threat in the future. Fighting? I like it the most. The great elder of the Moyin cult unleashed his chi. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers, the people of the devil cult had never retreated before. If they were to run away because of 3 more people, it would be too shameful. Wouldn't that be smearing the reputation of the Moyin cult? Hong Hong. For a moment, the 15th grade combat emperors unleashed their chi. Of course, Hua Guyi and Feng Yun wouldn't retreat. A genius like Zhang Qin couldn't be found even once in 10,000 years. If anything happened to him, the Nebula sect would skin them alive when they returned. As for the elders of the Moyin cult, It was even simpler. Han Yan was their young master. He was standing beside Jiang Chen without any hesitation. Even if they didn't do it for Jiang Chen, they had to protect their young master. They had to stand on the same side as the Nebula sect. So, at this moment Jiang Chen shouted. His expression didn't change. He walked past Hua Guyi and the others and stood in front of Yan Zhongming. You want to kill me? Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put Yan Zhongming in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen was now a 5th-grade combat emperor. Even without the 2 Dark Soul Kings he could fight against a 9th-grade combat emperor. With his current ability, if he wanted to leave, even if the 9 9th-grade combat emperors joined hands, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, he didn't leave now. He still had things to do. Jiang Chen, be careful. Hua Gu hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen's arm. Elder Hua, it's all right. Jiang Chen smiled at Hua Gai. When Hua Gai saw the confidence in Jiang Chen's eyes, she removed her hand. She didn't know why, but she seemed to see the omnipotence in Jiang Chen's eyes. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. He really didn't put Yan Zhongming in his eyes. Brat, you killed my grandson. Today I will tear you into 1,000 pieces to avenge Yan Hui. Yan Zhongming gritted his teeth. His big hand was about to grab Jiang Chen. Facing Yan Zhongming's attack, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. Jia, this old man is finished. De Huang Dog revealed a trace of sinister smile. Others might not know, but he was very clear about Jiang Chen's trump card. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he had 10,000 ways to kill Yan Zhongming. When Yan Zhongming's palm was about to reach Jiang Chen's big hand suddenly stretched out. When Jiang Chen's palm and Yan Zhongming's palm collided, Jiang Chen's palm suddenly turned into a sharp claw. It was a huge skeletal hand grabbing Yan Zhongming's hand firmly. The skeletal hand suddenly exerted its strength. With a ka-cha sound, Yan Zhongming's entire palm was torn off. Blood spurted out, revealing the white bones. Looked very scary. Arg. That kind of instantaneous pain made even a 9th-grade combat emperor like Yan Zhongming couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. However, the blood-curdling scream couldn't save his fate. Jiang Chen's skeletal claw grabbed Yan Zhongming's skull with lightning speed. Under countless horrified gazes, Yan Zhongming's skull was crushed by the skeletal claw. A 9th-grade combat emperor elder died tragically on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody and scary. What? This scene frightened everyone, causing them to exclaim. Many of them who came out from the Death Mountain found the sharp claw familiar. It was the claw of a dark soul, but the claw of Jiang Chen didn't have any chi of death. It didn't look like a dark soul either. That sharp claw was the Dark Soul King. It was Jiang Chen who had secretly ordered Ada to kill Yan Zhongming. However, he had covered the sharp claw with his Yuan force, completely concealing the Dark Soul's chi. A 9th-grade combat emperor was killed by Jiang Chen. The other elders were dumbfounded. Even Hua Guyi and Elder Feng Yun had their mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. No one had thought that Jiang Chen could be this powerful. By God! What kind of attack was that? It was so terrifying. Could even kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. It was like the Dark Soul King in the Death Mountain. When it was in the Death Mountain, the Dark Soul King listened to him. Could it be that he had brought the Dark Soul King out? Child Jiang has always been bold. There is nothing in the world that he doesn't dare to do or kill. Now he even killed the first elder of Sky Mountain Sect. This is a great loss for Sky Mountain Sect. That's right. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen was too overbearing and unreasonable. He had killed the great elder the moment he arrived. In fact, there wasn't any reason for him to do so. If someone wanted to kill him, shouldn't he just stand there and let them kill him? That wasn't Jiang Chen's style. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the great elder of Sky Hill School? Another 9th-grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School shouted at Jiang Chen. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen glared at the elder. That elder was so scared that he shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak anymore. He didn't know what kind of method Jiang Chen used to kill Yan Zhongming. It seemed like killing him was a very easy task. Humph. Jiang Chen, we will meet again. I will settle the score between you and the Tan family in the future. The elder of the Tan family let out a cold humph and was about to leave. Jiang Chen had grown. Unless a minor saint expert attacked him, it would be very difficult to kill Zhou Xian. If that was the case, it was better for him to retreat first. Stop! Zhou Xian suddenly shouted. This time he stretched out both of his hands. Two terrifying sharp claws appeared at the same time, shrouding the two elders of the Tan family. Those were the two sharp claws of Ada. The two elders didn't even have the chance to escape. They were instantly controlled by Ada. The sharp claws turned into two indestructible cages, trapping both of them. He still had a score to settle with the Tan family. Today was the perfect opportunity. Open. Chapter 7:13. The two ninth-grade combat emperors of the Tan family were completely controlled by Zhou Xian. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the cage of the sharp claws. Instead, because of the strength of the claws, their bones were making cracking sounds and their faces were showing signs of pain. Zhou Xian pulled the two great elders of the Tan family towards him. This scene stunned everyone. Even Hua Guyi, Elder Feng, and the elders of the Moyin cult couldn't keep their calm. They didn't know what Zhou Xian was going to do. He had already killed the great elder of the Sky Hill School. If he were to kill the elders of the Tan family in front of so many people, the consequences would be severe. What shocked them even more was the strength of Zhou Xian. With their eyesight, they could already see that the sharp claws weren't the true strength of Zhou Xian. It was the strength of an external force. That was at least the strength of a first-grade minor saint. However, it didn't matter whether it was the external force or not. It was still Zhou Qian's means. A fifth-grade combat emperor could casually kill a ninth-grade combat emperor. How could they not be shocked? Even with Hua Guyi's arrogance, she had to admit that she wouldn't be able to escape from the cage of the sharp claws. She would be killed by Zhou Xian in an instant. Zhou Xian, how dare you? What are you trying to do? The remaining elder of the Tan family was infuriated. He pointed his finger at Zhou Xian and shouted. This man was insane. He had already controlled two of the elders of the Tan family. Zhou Xian hadn't even settled the score of Tan Zhibai's death. Now he wanted to deal with their elders. This was unacceptable. He didn't put the Tan family in his eyes at all. Zhou Xian, you dare to deal with us? You are courting death. Zhou Xian, you better let us go now. Otherwise, you can't imagine the consequences. The two elders who were controlled by Zhou Xian said while gritting their teeth. They were people of virtue and prestige. Even in the whole of Xuanyu, they would be respected wherever they went. No one had ever dared to deal with them like this. Zhou Xian had imprisoned them in front of so many people. This was a humiliation to them. How could they bear it? Shut up. If you two say another word, I will kill you immediately. Zhou Xian said lung lung. His gaze was like an ice-cold pond, penetrating straight into one's soul. The two elders didn't dare to say anything else. They had already witnessed how brutal Zhou Xian was. He even killed Yan Chongming without hesitation. This was a lunatic. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. The elders of Shaoyao Palace and Tianshan sect stopped. They didn't know why Zhou Xian would suddenly attack the people of the Tan family. Under the control of Zhou Xian, the two elders of the Tan family couldn't move at all. They had become fish on the chopping block, allowing Zhou Xian to slaughter them as he wished. They had never thought that Zhou Xian was just a puny combat emperor kid. They could easily kill him to avenge their genius disciple. Now, not only did they fail to avenge their disciple, their lives were also in the hands of Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at the other elder of the Tan family, Lung Lung, and said, I will give you half an hour. Go back and bring Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang here. Use their lives to exchange for the lives of these two old men. The first thing that Zhou Xian did when he came out from the Death Mountain was to save Tan Lang and Tan Zhihao. He was thinking about how to do it. Barging into the Tan family was the stupidest idea. Even if he had the help of Ada and Air, it was impossible for him to barge into the Tan family. As one of the 5 major forces in Xuanyu, the overall strength of the Tan family wasn't any weaker than the Nebula sect. If he were to barge into the Tan family with his current strength, not only would he not be able to rescue the people, he would also be killed. What? Tan Zhihao? The elder was surprised. He didn't expect that the reason why Jiang Chen captured the two elders was because of a young master of the Tan family. Of course he knew about Tan Jihao. He was also a rare genius among the younger generation of the Tan family. He had reached the combat emperor realm at such a young age. Later on he was locked up because he trespassed into the ancestral shrine. That's right. If there's even the slightest problem with the two of them, I'll settle this score with these two old fellows. Remember, you only have half an hour. My patience is limited. You better not challenge me. Jiang Chen said coldly. He believed that as long as the other party wasn't an idiot he would agree to his request. After all, compared to these two ninth-grade combat emperors, the lives of Tan Jihao and Tan Lang weren't precious at all. To a ninth-grade combat emperor, half an hour's time wasn't enough for him to return to the Tan family and bring them back. Alright, don't hurt them. I will return to the Tan family and bring Tan Jihao and Tan Lang here. The elder didn't dare to delay. He disappeared in an instant. He believed that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with him. He wasn't a person who was used to joking. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's cruelty. If he said that he had the guts to kill the two elders of the Tan family, no one would doubt it. Many of the disciples of the Tan family stood there, not daring to say a word. When they thought of Tan Jihao, many of them had humiliated him before. In their eyes, Tan Jihao was already a cripple, completely abandoned by the family. They didn't expect that Tan Jihao had a relationship with Jiang Chen. "Da Huang Dog, who are Tan Jihao and Tan Lang?" Han Yan asked in a low voice. "They are the friends that little Chenzi made in the past. Tan Jihao doesn't have much of a relationship with him. The key is Tan Lang. When we were in Liang province, our relationship with Tan Lang wasn't bad. After that, Jiang Chen personally sent Tan Lang to the Tan family to cultivate. Who would have thought that he would encounter a disaster?" Da Huang Dog explained. Upon hearing this, Han Yan and Nan Gong Wentian nodded. Jiang Chen had always been a person who valued friendship. Although he was extremely cruel to his enemies, he was absolutely merciful to his friends. Han Yan and Nan Gong Wentian knew this very well. That time, in order to save Han Yan's life, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to enter Inferno Hell to fight the Earth Devil Beast. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Nan Gong Wentian wouldn't be able to stand here in one piece. Hua Gai and Elder Feng couldn't help but nod secretly. Although this Jiang Chen was extremely daring, he was also very courageous and valued friendship. To the Nebula sect, this was a good thing. The people who came out from the Death Mountain didn't leave. The trip to the Death Mountain had just ended, but there was already such a big show to watch. Everyone wanted to see how the situation would develop. Today's matter couldn't be left unsettled. Perhaps the higher-ups of the 5 major powers would be drawn out. The elders below the minor saint realm could no longer control Jiang Chen. More than 10 minutes later, the elder who left the Tan family village flew back again. Behind him there were 2 figures in a sorry state. The 2 of them were covered in blood and their faces were extremely pale. They were Tan Jihao and Tan Lang. Tan Jihao was already a combat emperor while Tan Lang was a powerful combat king. Even with their abilities, they still needed the help of outsiders to fly in the sky. This showed how serious their injuries were. "Jiang Chen, I've brought them here. Let them go first." The elder opened his mouth and said. At this moment, Tan Jihao and Tan Lang saw Jiang Chen. Both of them were overjoyed. But shortly after, Tan Lang's eyes turned red and he almost cried. Thinking back to what he had gone through in the Tan family, it was even more suffocating and painful than when he was imprisoned in the cold prison of the Shura Temple. He thought that he had lost all hope. He didn't expect that he would be able to see the light of day again. "Brother Jiang." Both of their voices were extremely weak. Pong. A surge of monstrous anger suddenly burst out from Jiang Chen's body. With his eyesight, he could already see that Tan Jihao and Tan Lang's meridians were all broken. They had become completely disabled. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had their Qi Si and Yuan force supporting them, they would have been completely disabled. Even so, their Yuan force couldn't circulate through their meridians, which made them no different from disabled people. It would be extremely difficult for them to restore their meridians. Great. The way the Tan family handles things is really ruthless. Let the world see that Tan Jihao is a member of your Tan family. Even if he had made a mistake, you can't just cripple him. Jiang Chen was extremely furious. He hated this heartless family to the extreme. With Tan Jihao and Tan Lang's current condition, If they were to continue to stay in the Tan family and be bullied by others, they would probably die in less than a year. Damn it. The Tan family is too ruthless. They even treat their own people like this. De Huang Dog was also infuriated. Not only him, many people couldn't help but feel angry when they saw Tan Zhihao's miserable condition. In the eyes of many people, the Tan family was the holy land of Xuanyu. Many of them felt extremely proud to be able to enter the Tan family for cultivation. The situation in front of them instantly made many people hate this family. A family that even treated their own people like this was too chilling. Jiangchen, I have brought them here. They have trespassed into the ancestral temple of the family. This is the punishment they deserve. Release them quickly. The elder said as if it was the kindness of the Tan family to spare the lives of Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang. The punishment they deserve. Alright, I will kill you first and let you know what punishment is. Jiangchen was infuriated. A murderous aura overflowed from his body. Along with the murderous aura, another terrifying sharp claw rushed out. The speed of the claw was extremely fast. Before the elder could react, the claw had already enveloped him. It was Air who attacked. Pu Qi, the terrifying dark soul sharp claw pierced through the elder's body in an instant. The elder spurted out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head to look at the sharp claw that pierced through his body. He could feel the huge threat of death. His facial expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that Jiangchen dared to kill him. He couldn't believe that he was going to die today. He was a 9th grade combat emperor with a respectable status. He had never thought that he would die today. You dare to kill me? The elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. This is your so-called punishment? Chapter 7:14. While the crowd was in an uproar. This scene had stunned everyone. It was too brutal, too audacious. The elder of the Tan family was killed without batting an eyelid. He didn't even consider the consequences of killing. In the whole of Xuanyu, only Jiangchen had the audacity to kill the elder of the Tan family. However, to those who had entered the Death Mountain before, this scene wasn't too surprising. In their hearts, Jiangchen's image was that of a god of slaughter. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. In the Death Mountain, the leaders of the 3 major sects had died in his hands. They could still remember clearly that before they entered the Death Mountain, Jiangchen had killed the elder of Xiaoyao Palace. He even talked back to Freedom King and didn't put him in his eyes. This scene had frightened the 3 elders of Xiaoyao Palace and the remaining 2 elders of Sky Hill School. Their faces turned pale. To them, such a scene was too horrifying. They were all high and mighty figures. They had never felt so weak before. It was as if Jiangchen could kill them with just a thought. These 9th grade combat emperor elders were aggressive before, but now they didn't even dare to let out a fart. They were afraid that they would arouse Jiangchen's dissatisfaction and he would kill them. Jiangchen was too brutal. It had frightened them from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't even dare to use their identity as an elder to bully Jiangchen, because it was useless against Jiangchen. Not to mention them, even Hua Guyi and Feng Yunlao were frightened. They had been in the Nebula sect for a long time, but this was their first time seeing such a domineering disciple. This was an extremely courageous person. Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang's miserable condition had completely aroused Jiangchen's anger. The elder's death was their own fault. The 3 elders of Moyin cult looked at each other and couldn't help but nod. Although Jiangchen was a disciple of the righteous sect, his way of doing things was similar to the devil cult. He would attack when he needed to. He never knew fear or mercy. This kind of domineering style made them admire and like him very much. The 3 of them couldn't help but think that the person that their young master befriended was indeed not ordinary. Jiangchen, you are insane. How dare you kill the elder of the Tan family? One of the elders who was controlled by Jiangchen was scared out of his wits. Even his voice was trembling. Shut up. Believe it or not, I will send you to heaven immediately and let the 3 of you reunite. Jiangchen shouted coldly. The elder immediately shut up. He didn't even dare to look at Jiangchen's eyes. Seeing this situation, Tan Zhihao suddenly burst into laughter. He was only 16 years old this year. Originally he had a bright future. However, because of his grandfather, all his future was destroyed. Now he had become a useless person. How could he have any dreams at all? As a member of the Tan family, he saw Jiang Qin killing the elder of the Qin family with his own eyes. Not only did he not feel sad, but he felt extremely happy. His current mood was the same as when Tan Lang was imprisoned by the Shura temple. He had no feelings for the Qin family. All he saw in the Qin family was coldness and infighting. Lang, how both of you come here? Jiang Qin said. Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang walked to the front of Jiang Qin. Both of their eyes were filled with gratitude. They had been in despair for the past few days. They didn't expect to see the light of day again. Who destroyed your meridians? Jiang Qin asked in an extremely cold tone. As soon as he said this, the faces of 3 people who were originally in the camp of the Tan family village suddenly became extremely unnatural. They even revealed a trace of fear. Brother Jiang, forget it. Tan Zhihao shook his head. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Qin family. Forget my ass. If not, I must vent my anger. Tan Lang couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't Tan Zhihao, nor was he a member of the Qin family. He didn't have any feelings for the Qin family. Since he was tortured after entering the Qin family, how could he let it go? Tan Lang looked at the camp of the disciples of the Qin family. With his eyesight, it was a piece of cake for him to find his enemies. It's the 3 of them. Tan Lang pointed at the 3 of them. These 3 disciples looked very young and their cultivation grade wasn't high. The highest among them was a 3rd-grade combat emperor, while the other 2 were 2nd-grade combat emperors. When they saw that they were pointed out by Tan Lang, their faces turned extremely ugly. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment they felt death. That's right, it was death. Even the elder was killed by Jiang Qin, let alone them. The 3 of them had the urge to spurt out blood. They had never thought that such a scene would happen. They had bullied Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang in the past. They didn't put them in their eyes at all. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have thought that these 2 were related to Jiang Qin, the evil star. Moreover, they had just left the Death Mountain and they had already started a fight. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Jiang Qin didn't say anything. He raised his hand and grabbed the air. A terrifying blood-colored barrier appeared above the heads of the 3 of them. With a forceful pull, the 3 of them lost control of their bodies and were pulled in front of Tan Lang by Jiang Qin. As for the other disciples of the Tan family, each of them was trembling with fear. They didn't dare to resist. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? The leader of the group said in a trembling voice. What am I doing? Ask him what he wants to do. Jiang Qin said Lung. He would let Tan Lang deal with the 3 of them. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you taste the feeling of being a cripple. Little Qinzi, help me cripple them. Tan Lang said while gritting his teeth. Sometimes making a person feel worse than death was worse than letting him die. Don't cripple us. Aha, we know we are wrong. Please plead for mercy. Don't cripple us. Yeah, how? Considering that we are brothers, please let us go. The 3 of them were terrified. At this time they could only ask Tan Lang for help and hope that Tan Lang would be merciful. Tan Lang smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. Now it was Tan Lang's matter. It had nothing to do with him. Alright, I will cripple them. Jiang Qin's palm trembled. 3 tyrannical forces suddenly blasted out and hit the sea of qi of the 3 people. With a cracking sound, the 3 of them spurted out blood. Their sea of qi was crippled by Jiang Qin directly. A person's sea of qi was the most crucial place. It was the place where the spirit power was stored. Once the sea of qi was destroyed, one would be done for. The 3 of them were in a worse state than Tan Lang and Tan Zhihao. Tan Zhihao and Tan Zhihao only had their meridians broken, but their sea of qi was still there. They could still store their spirit power. In this world there were many ways to restore the meridians, but it was difficult even for a great sage to restore the sea of qi. With Jiang Qin's means, it was not too difficult for him to restore Tan Lang and Tan Zhihao. If the 2 of them had their sea of qi destroyed, Jiang Qin would probably fly into a rage on the spot. I'm crippled. I've become a cripple. How hateful. My sea of qi has been destroyed. My origin power is rapidly disappearing. From now on I can no longer cultivate. How could this be? I still have a bright future. I reached the War Emperor realm at such a young age. It's over. It's all over. The three of them were grief-stricken. Their hearts were filled with hatred and regret. They hated Jiang Chun for his ruthlessness, but they regretted the fact that they shouldn't have attacked Tan Lang and Tan Zhihao. Otherwise they wouldn't have ended up like this. How dare you? How dare you kill the people of my Qin family? You're simply insane. At this moment, a wave of anger rose from afar. In a blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in an emperor robe appeared with boundless saint power. He arrived in the sky in a blink of an eye. This man was full of qi. Between his eyebrows was a domineering aura. He was the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Tian. He was a powerful fourth-grade minor saint, a famous and peerless figure in Xuanyu. He was a true overlord. When the disciples of the Qin family saw Qin Tian, they immediately found their backbone. Patriarch, kill this brat. This bastard killed the great elder Zhi Bai and crippled our disciple. An elder who was controlled by Jiang Qin shouted when he saw Qin Tian. In his point of view, the appearance of Qin Tian meant that he could be saved. Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to kill him in front of Qin Tian because he didn't have the ability to do so. Brat, let them go. I will let you die a quick death. Qin Tian's eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Qin. That kind of qi in eyes that could subdue thousands of cultivators was enough to subdue most of them, but it didn't affect Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin was the greatest saint in the world. How could he be subdued by the qi of a minor saint? Jiang Qin, don't worry. I have already informed the patriarch secretly. He will be here soon. Hua Guyi transmitted her voice to Jiang Qin. The situation in front of her was out of control. She guessed that the patriarch of the Tan family would be here. That was why she had secretly informed Nebula Kid. As soon as Hua Guyi's voice faded, another powerful silhouette appeared. Qin Tian, do you think that the people of my Nebula sect are people that you can kill whenever you want? A middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared. He had sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes. He looked very domineering. He was the patriarch of the Nebula sect, Nebula Kid. The elders and disciples of the Nebula sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Nebula Kid. With Nebula Kid here, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Tian to kill Jiang Qin. Nebula Kid, your disciple has killed so many people of my Tan family. He has even controlled 2 of our elders. Aren't you going to give me an explanation for this? Qin Tian looked at Nebula Kid with a threatening qi. Jiang Qin, let them go. Nebula Kid looked at Jiang Qin. Get lost. Jiang Qin loosened his claws and released the 2 elders of the Tan family. He knew why Nebula Kid wanted him to release the 2 elders. It was meaningless to kill the 2 elders as it would only drive Qin Tian crazy, which would be disadvantageous to the current situation. Chapter 7:15. Nebula Kid had already displayed his stance of wanting to protect Jiang Qin at all costs. Putting Jiang Qin being a disciple of Nebula sect aside, Nebula Kid was the only one who knew about Jiang Qin's background. He dared not to let any mishap befall Jiang Qin. If that happened, it would be an immeasurable loss to him and the entire Nebula sect. The reincarnation of the greatest saint had the ability to penetrate through the heavens and the earth. These abilities had been fully displayed by Jiang Qin. After what happened in the Death Mountain, Nebula Kid no longer had any doubts about Jiang Qin. When he and Jiang Qin met for the first time in Nebula sect, Jiang Qin was merely a first-grade combat emperor. It had only been slightly more than a month and he had already reached the 5th-grade combat emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement. Other than the greatest saint, who else could have such an ability? Who could kill a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor when he was only a 5th-grade combat emperor? This itself was a miracle. Nebula Kid was powerful, but judging from Qin Tian's qi, he wouldn't give in. In today's situation, no one could give in. This was related to the reputation of a major power. Their great elder had been killed by the enemy. If they couldn't make the enemy pay the price, where would they put their face? Ooh. At this time the strong wind whistled. 3 tyrannical qi flew over from different directions. All 3 of them carried a strong saint's qi. Without a doubt they were the overlords of the other 3 major powers. Such a major event had happened here, it was bound to cause a huge commotion. The people of Tan family and Nebula sect knew that they had to inform their masters in secret. The other three major powers naturally did the same. For a moment, Nebula Kid of Nebula sect, Qin Jin Tian of Tan family, Freedom King of Xiaoyao Palace, Sky Hill Daoist, Wu Emo of Moyin Cult and Xuanyu, the 5 overlords of Nebula sect had gathered again. A month ago, the 5 of them had joined hands to open the passageway to the Death Mountain. When the mountain opened again, 3 9th-grade combat emperor elders were supposed to be there. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Jiang Qin, the devil incarnate, had forced them to appear again. Among the 5 of them, Freedom King was the most shocked. The moment he appeared, his eyes immediately locked onto Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with unconcealed hatred. Someone had sent him a message about the situation here, including the situation inside the Death Mountain. All of this was because of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for this hateful bastard, the plan of him and the northern and southern dynasties would have been completed smoothly. Everyone would have died in the mountain and there would be no evidence. Now, not only had the plan failed, it had also placed his Xiaoyao Palace in a very awkward position. Although there was no evidence that could prove that this matter was related to Xiaoyao Palace, the other 4 major powers weren't fools. It was imaginable that after this incident, the other 4 major powers would be secretly on guard against Xiaoyao Palace. Their relationship would become even more hostile. And all of this was because of Jiang Qin. It was caused by Jiang Qin. Through this incident, Freedom King also saw the huge potential and threat of Jiang Qin. His intention to get rid of Jiang Qin became even stronger. This matter has really gotten out of hand. Even the 5 great leaders have appeared. It seems that we won't be able to settle this peacefully today. Yeah. The main thing is that Jiang Qin is too daring. His methods are extremely cruel. No matter who the other party is, he will kill as he pleases without any scruples. Now that many experts of the 3 major powers have died in the hands of Jiang Qin, they will definitely not let this matter go. Look. Fortunately, the Moyin cult is on the same side as the Nebula sect. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with the situation today. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to even see one of the 5 great leaders. Now all of them had appeared at once. This was undoubtedly very rare. Jiang Qin killed Li Long of Xiaoyao Palace and killed an elder of Xiaoyao Palace. Today I will settle this score. Freedom King expressed his attitude in an extremely domineering manner. Arrogant and ignorant boy, how dare you kill the great elder of Sky Mountain sect? Who gave you the courage? Even if you are smashed into pieces today, it won't be able to make up for your sins and mistakes. The master of Sky Mountain sect, Sky Hill Daoist, spoke sternly. It was obvious that even though they had just arrived, they already knew what had happened here. As a major sect of Xuanyu, as a great figure, a young man didn't put them in his eyes at all. This was really infuriating. If they didn't kill Jiang Qin, their reputation would be completely ruined. How could they continue to dominate in Xuanyu in the future? A bunch of old bastards actually want to deal with a yellow-haired boy personally. I feel ashamed for all of you. Bah. Wu Emo laughed heartily. His words made Freedom King and the other 2 feel embarrassed. Although Wu Emo's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the truth. With their status and cultivation, it was indeed shameless of them to personally deal with a combat emperor of the younger generation. Han Yan's body swayed and appeared in front of Wu Emo. He held his fists at Wu Emo and said, "Father. Yan, not bad. You are already an 8th grade combat emperor. The bloodline of Gu Tianma is really scary." Wu Emo patted Han Yan's shoulder. He was very satisfied with this son of his. The possessor of the Gu Tianma physique would become a peerless devil when he grew up. Before this trip to the Death Mountain, the Moyin cult didn't have any advantage compared to the other sections. They cultivated the devil art, which was different from ordinary cultivators. There were very few treasures in the Death Mountain that could attract the attention of the cult. Even so, Han Yan had become an 8th grade combat emperor in a month's time. Wu Emo naturally had to praise him. Wu Emo, I advise the Moyin cult not to get involved in this mess. This is a matter between us and the Nebula sect. Freedom King said loudly. He purposely emphasized the words we, emphasizing that he was on the same side as the Sky Hill sect and the Tan family. He wanted to use this to eliminate the grudge between the two major powers against Xiaoyao Palace. Bah! Shameless. 3 against 1 and you still call yourself a righteous sect? Even our cult wouldn't do such a thing. In my opinion, the 3 major powers should be called the Shameless Gang from now on. As for me, I am born to meddle in other people's business. If I don't like it, I will meddle in other people's business. Today I will protect Xianxia. I would like to see if the 3 of you from the Shameless Gang can kill Xianxia in front of me. Wu Yimou's devil chi soared to the sky. This was the true style of the evil cult, but it made people feel refreshed. Xianxia saw everything, but the expression on his face didn't have the slightest change. After today's disturbance, the division of the situation in Xuanyu was basically very clear. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult would be on good terms and might even be on the same side. The Sky Hill sect and the Tan family might also be on the same side due to the relationship of benefits. However, they would definitely not be on the same side as Xiaoyao Palace. The incident in the Death Mountain had already made Xiaoyao Palace the target of public criticism. However, Freedom King and the Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't care too much about it. Even if Xiaoyao Palace became isolated, they wouldn't be afraid because the other 4 major powers weren't united. Therefore, they weren't afraid and it wouldn't even affect their plans. Therefore, the ones that they truly needed to deal with were still the Northern and Southern dynasties and Freedom King. This was what Xianxia had always thought. Freedom King Tianshan Daoist, it seems like today's matter can't be settled peacefully. Since that's the case, we might as well fight. Qinjin Tian said loudly. His body was filled with murderous intent. I think it's a good idea. If we don't get rid of that brat today, our 3 major powers will lose all their face. Freedom King was the first to agree. Tianshan Daoist also kept nodding his head. They weren't fools. They could see the potential of Xianxia. If such a person was allowed to grow, he would become a great threat to them sooner or later. Moreover, Xianxia's growth was too fast. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Nebula Kid's arm trembled. The Nebula sword appeared in his hand. This sword had the support of the Heavenly Saint sword. Its power was boundless. Although it was only a minor saint weapon, it was still a peak existence among minor saint weapons. An ordinary minor saint weapon simply couldn't be compared with it. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Wu Yimou casually shook his neck. His joints produced a caw-caw sound. He was a truly ferocious man. Even though he was fighting 3 enemies at the same time, there wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Stop. You can't kill Xianxia. At this moment, a loud shout came from the crowd. The one who spoke was an old man. He was the master of one of the minor powers in Xuanyu. His cultivation grade wasn't weak, he was already a 4th grade combat emperor. He was just a puny 4th grade combat emperor. If it was a normal day, he wouldn't dare to shout at the 5 overlords of Xuanyu. He didn't even dare to speak, but at this moment, this old man had mustered up his courage. Xianxia is our savior. We have just left the Death Mountain and you want to kill our savior? We won't allow it. The old man shouted. Who do you think you are? Do I need your permission to kill someone? Freedom King Leng Leng looked at the old man and said angrily. No, Xianxia has saved the entire Xuanyu. You can't kill him. That's right. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the core disciples and elders of your 3 major powers wouldn't have been able to come out. All of them would have died in there. Xianxia is their savior. You are repaying kindness with ingratitude. Your leader was killed by Xianxia because they wanted to kill Xianxia. Don't tell me that Xianxia is going to stand there and let them kill him? Now that Xianxia has saved all of you, you want to kill him? What kind of logic is this? Even if you are one of the major powers in Xuanyu, you can't be so unreasonable. You can't kill Xianxia. If you want to kill Xianxia, kill us first. Yes, kill us first. We are willing to die for Xianxia. For a moment the crowd was agitated. There were thousands of combat emperors in Xuanyu. Some of them were from the minor powers and some were rogue cultivators. Each of them was shouting loudly. All of them stood in front of Xianxia. Chapter 7:16. Such a huge commotion was beyond everyone's expectation. Let alone the 5 overlords, even Jiang Qin felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't expect that Xuanyu and the others would come to his aid. Little Qinzi, it seems like saving everyone is worth it. Han Yan smiled. That's right. The 3 overlords are determined to deal with Junior Jiang. They are 3 4th-grade minor saints. Even if the master and master of the Moyin cult join hands, they won't be able to stop the 3 of them. They only need 2 of them to stop the master and the remaining one will be able to kill Junior Jiang. At this moment it doesn't matter who they are, but these people are the best. The 3 overlords might not put 1 or 2 of them in their eyes, but they wouldn't dare to look down on all of them. Guo Fei said with a smile. The people on the scene almost represented the whole of Xuanyu. They came from all over Xuanyu. They represented the vast number of small and medium-sized powers and rogue cultivators. Any one of them was weak compared to the 5 major powers, but when they joined hands they represented more than just the surface strength. If the 5 major powers were to be regarded as the high and mighty emperors, then these people represented the people of Xuanyu. The emperor was the boat and the people were the water. The water could carry the boat, but it could also capsize the boat. Most of the disciples of the 5 major powers came from all over Xuanyu. They had inextricable relationships with many small and medium-sized powers and families. Even if the 3 major powers were given 100 times more guts, they wouldn't dare to kill them. Once they lost the support of the people, no matter how big the power was, it wouldn't be far from destruction, especially for Xiaoyao Palace. Freedom King didn't even dare to say a word when encountering such a situation. After all, he and the northern and southern dynasties wanted to bury everyone in the Death Mountain in order to create chaos in Xuanyu, but they failed. This had caused many people to hold a grudge against Xiaoyao Palace. Freedom King would avoid them if he could. He was only targeting Jiang Qin. Hua Guyi and Elder Feng Yun didn't expect such a situation, but they were relieved in their hearts. Just like what Guo Fei said, the strength of these people wasn't great, but it represented a great significance. In this situation only they could make the 3 major powers retreat. Hua Guyi looked at Jiang Qin and gave Jiang Qin an admiring look. She secretly praised Jiang Qin for saving this person. Not only did he obtain great benefits for himself, but he also allowed the Nebula sect to win the support of the people in Xuanyu. From now on, the reputation of Jiang Qin and the Nebula sect in Xuanyu would reach its peak. This kind of support was what the 5 major powers wanted to achieve, but it was so easily obtained by the Nebula sect. Bastard, you ants, are you courting death? Qin Jintian was furious. I didn't expect that we are just ants in the eyes of the Qin family. Seems that I was blind. Tomorrow I will summon the descendants of the Qin family back. An old man said loudly. They were now wholeheartedly helping Jiang Qin. Could be said that they were risking their lives. People would always be hot-headed, especially when countless people were hot-headed at the same time. In their hearts they only knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin, they would already be dead. How could they still be standing here? Since their lives were saved, they might as well go all out. Hearing this, Qin Jintian's expression changed slightly. Not only him, even Tianshan Daoist and Xiaoyao Palace had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. The 5 major powers had always been high up in the hearts of the people in Xuanyu. They were full of respect. Many families sent their descendants to the 5 major powers to cultivate, and they were proud of it. Many disciples of the 5 major powers were part of this group. The old man's words woke them up. Although the other party was only 1 person, he represented a large number of people. Once they lost the support of the people, even if they were a major power, they would not be far from destruction. Haha, Xiaoyao King, Tianshan Daoist, Qin Jintian. It seems that even if we don't make a move, you won't be able to kill Jiang Qin today. He is now the hero of the whole of Xuanyu. If you kill him, you will become the enemy of the whole of Xuanyu. Guillermo laughed out loud. Looking at the 3 people's embarrassed expressions, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Nebula Kid, who was standing at the side, also revealed a smile on his face. He had already decided to fight with all his strength, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to kill so many people in front of him, unless they were out of their minds. Tianshan Daoist glanced at the people and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, we, the Tianshan sect and the Tan family, are not unreasonable people. Jiang Qin killed our people. You all saw it with your own eyes. Now we want to seek revenge from him. Isn't that right? The people of your Tianshan sect were saved by Zhou Xian. Why don't you return the favor? Why do you want to kill Zhou Xian? Someone shouted loudly. That's a different matter. At that time, Zhou Xian wanted to save his own life. Qin Jin Tian said. That's enough. There's no need to argue endlessly about this matter. It's understandable that you all want to kill Zhou Xian for revenge, but the three of you want to do it yourself. Isn't that too shameless? Zhou Xian is only a 5th grade combat emperor now and he's still a young man. If you all want to take revenge, let your young core disciples seek revenge from Zhou Xian. I won't stop you all. Wuxia said. That's right. Since he's a young man, let him settle this. Don't tell me that the 3 major powers don't have any geniuses? Nebula Kid said. If that's the case, we won't say anything. The elder in the crowd said. This was a battle between the 5 major powers. They couldn't interfere in it. Zhou Xian had saved their lives, so they helped Zhou Xian to block the attack from the 3 major powers. This could be considered as repaying Zhou Xian's favor. This is a joke. I don't know how that brat can borrow the power of a minor saint. Even a 9th grade combat emperor isn't his opponent. Isn't asking the young generation of our sect to deal with him the same as courting death? This isn't fair. A 9th grade combat emperor elder said. Just now Zhou Xian had killed Yan Chongming and the elder of the Tan family. The 9th grade combat emperor didn't even have the slightest resistance. It was obvious that he had used an external force. That was at least a minor saint's power. It definitely wasn't Zhou Qian's own power. No matter how strong a 5th grade combat emperor was, it was impossible for a 9th grade combat emperor to not have the slightest resistance. When Zhou Xian was in the Death Mountain, he had subdued 2 minor Saint Dark Soul Kings. The ones who attacked just now were most likely those 2 Dark Soul Kings. A disciple of the Tan family said. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Xian. Borrowing the power of evil wasn't a righteous method after all. Plus, if Zhou Xian had this kind of external force, a genius like Xuanyu wouldn't stand a chance against him. That's right. The one who attacked just now wasn't my own power. It was the Dark Soul King that I had subdued. Since you all want to take revenge, I will release the Dark Soul King. Zhou Xian said. His divine sense moved. The 2 Dark Soul Kings, Ada and Air, appeared on his left and right side at the same time. Looking at the 2 powerful Dark Soul Kings, everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This Dark Soul King was too terrifying. As for Hua Guyi and the others who had never seen the Dark Soul King before, their faces turned ugly when they felt the terrifying qi from the Dark Soul King. At the same time, they were shocked by Zhou Qian's means. A 5th grade combat emperor was able to subdue a 1st grade minor Saint Dark Soul King. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. It was hard to imagine how Zhou Xian did it. Ada and Air returned to the Death Mountain immediately. You are not allowed to come out from there again. Zhou Xian shouted at Ada and Air. Ada and Air immediately responded to Zhou Xian, turned around and rushed into the Death Mountain, disappearing in a blink. For God's sake, little brat, those were 2 killing machines. How could you let them go? De Huang Dog scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. What do you know? I just hid them. As long as I summon them, they will return to my side at any time. Zhou Xian glared at De Huang Dog. Ada and Air were his 2 trump cards. He wasn't willing to let go of them. He allowed Ada and Air to fuse with the qi outside the Death Mountain. They were dead objects, not even the 3 overlords could sense them. They would think that Ada and Air had returned to the Death Mountain. After letting Ada and Air go, Zhou Xian turned to Jin Tian and the others. His qi fluctuated and he said loudly, I have let the Dark Soul King go. If any of the core disciples of the 3 great sects wants to seek revenge from me, I, Zhou Xian, will be waiting for you. How is it? Zhou Xian has already let go of the external force. He is only a 5th grade combat emperor now. Could it be that the 3 of you can't even find a genius who can't deal with a 5th grade combat emperor? Nebula Kid said. In today's situation, if they could avoid a fight, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. After today, it would be hard for the 3 major powers to unite again. As for the battle between the young geniuses, Nebula Kid wasn't worried at all. With Zhou Qian's means, all the geniuses in Xuanyu would become his stepping stone as long as they were his enemies. Alright, let's call it a day. Jiangchen, I will let you live for a few more days. Freedom King said. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. They weren't afraid of Nebula Kid and Wu Emo, but they were afraid of the people of Xuanyu. They had no choice but to stop temporarily. If they wanted to kill Jiangchen, they could only do it in the future. Freedom King brought the people of Xiaoyao Palace and left. Zhen Tian and Skyhill Daoist let out a cold humph and left with their own people. The biggest chaos in the history of Xuanyu had been settled just like that. Even Jiangchen didn't expect this. However, the chaos in Xuanyu had just begun. Chapter 717. Jiangchen, you have saved the people of Xuanyu and made a great contribution to our Nebula sect. When you return, come and find me immediately. Nebula Kid praised Jiangchen and disappeared. He wanted to say that the sect would reward Jiangchen greatly, but he didn't say it after some thought. To a greatest saint, Nebula sect couldn't offer any treasure that could attract Jiangchen's attention. Nebula Kid was very clear that the reason why Jiangchen joined Nebula sect was because of his Nebula sword. Wu Emo came to Jiangchen. Nephew Jiangchen, I admire your domineering style. If you have time, come to the Moyin cult with Ayen. Don't worry, master. There will be many opportunities in the future. Jiangchen smiled. Wu Emo laughed and left. The rest of the rogue cultivators also said goodbye to Jiangchen and left one by one. After all, this was the outer area of the Death Mountain. No one was willing to stay here for too long. Moreover, many of them had obtained great benefits from their trip to the Death Mountain. They were waiting to go back and digest the benefits. Anyway, the matter here had been settled. Jiangchen's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being. As for what would happen next, it would be the battle between the 5 major powers. They could only wait and see. Soon everyone had left. Even Hua Gui and Elder Feng had left. Only Jiangchen and a few others were left. Jiangchen turned to Tyrant and asked, Tyrant, when are you going back to the Western Domain? Jiangchen knew that Great Master Ranfeng had given Tyrant a clear mission, which was to return to the Western Domain after Tyrant had advanced to the Combat Emperor realm to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. If it wasn't for the trip to the Death Mountain, Tyrant would have returned to the Western Domain a month ago. Now that he was a 4th-grade Combat Emperor and had learned the Edifying Light, he would be able to give Great Master Ranfeng a surprise when he returned. I've already wasted a lot of time. I'm going to return to the Western regions right now. Let's say our goodbyes here. Once I receive the Patriarch's legacy, I'll be back soon. After Tyrant finished speaking, he clasped his palms together and waved goodbye to the crowd. Then he soared into the sky and left. Everyone looked at Tyrant's disappearing back. They could imagine how powerful this outstanding disciple of Buddhism would be after he received the inheritance of the old ancestor. Even Jiangchen wouldn't be able to estimate it. Little Chenzi, Mose and I have to return to the Moyin cult immediately. I want to tell my adoptive father about Xiaoyao Palace and the northern and southern dynasties, so that he can be prepared. Han Yen said solemnly. Alright, you have obtained quite a lot of benefits from the Death Mountain this time. You will need some time to digest them. After you return, make good use of the Moyin cult's resources to train. There are still big things to do in the future. Jiangchen patted Han Yan's shoulder. Brother Jiang, farewell. Brother Jiang, we will meet again. Mose and Old Man Impermanence cupped their fists at Jiangchen, then left with Han Yen heading towards the direction of the Moyin cult. At this moment, Jiangchen sent out his divine sense. After a few breaths of time, 2 tyrannical figures rushed out from the Death Mountain. They were Ada and Air. When they arrived in front of Jiangchen, Jiangchen stored them into his interspatial ring. Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh. I knew that you have some tricks up your sleeves. You won't be willing to give up on such a powerful person. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Ah, big brother is so cunning. Zhuo giggled. She really admired her big brother's cunning. Gui Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh as well. It was really uncomfortable to play tricks with Jiangchen. Even the 3 great figures of the Freedom King were fooled by Jiangchen this time. After summoning Ada and Air, Jiangchen came to the side of Tan Lang and Tan Jihao. The 2 of them stood there silently. Perhaps from the moment they were crippled, there was only darkness in their world. They didn't dare to speak because they were crippled. Even though they were friends with Zhou Xian, they couldn't raise their heads when they stood there. It was a strong sense of inferiority. How your injuries aren't incurable," Zhou Xian said directly. He knew very well that no words of comfort would work on the two of them. This was the most honest sentence. As expected, when they heard Zhou Xian said that it was possible to cure them, their eyes lit up instantly. They looked at Zhou Xian with eyes full of expectation, especially Tan Lang. In his heart, Zhou Xian had always been an omnipotent being. Since Zhou Xian said it could be cured, then it must be cured. "Brother Zhang, is what you said true?" Tan Zhihao was a little excited. "Of course. Although it's a little difficult, it can be cured. After all, it's only your meridians that were crippled, not your sea of qi. It's like a big tree. Even if all the meridians are withered, as long as the roots are still there, there's a chance that the withered tree can be revived," Zhou Xian said. He didn't say it to comfort them. It was the truth. For the greatest saint in the world, basically nothing was too difficult. "Great. As long as we can recover, we won't be crippled anymore." Tan Lang was incomparably excited. "Alright, follow me back to the Nebula sect first. I'll think of a way to cure you. Anan, you have just left the Death Mountain. Why don't you follow me back to the Nebula sect? Let's fight side by side against the northern and southern dynasties." Zhou Xian looked at Nangong Wentian. "Of course." Nangong Wentian grinned. There was nothing more refreshing than fighting side by side with his brothers. Nangong Wentian had been cooped up in the Death Mountain for too long. Along the way, he kept looking around and sighing. The outside world is really great. When Zhou Xian and the others returned to the Nebula sect, the disciples of the Nebula sect showed respect and admiration when they saw Zhou Xian. Obviously, they already knew what happened in the Death Mountain. The disciples of the Nebula sect couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they saw Zhou Xian. Who didn't want to be famous in the world? Who didn't want to be proud? Who didn't want to be Zhou Xian? "Brother Gua, I'll leave the two of them to you. Find a place for them to rest. I'll go find the sect master first." Zhou Xian handed Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang to Gua Xiaofei. Then he disappeared in a flash, heading towards the place where Nebula Kid was. In the main hall, Nebula Kid was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for Zhou Xian's return. A light flashed and Zhou Xian appeared. Nebula Kid's face immediately revealed a smile. "Zhou Xian, you have done a great deed for the Nebula sect this time. Now the hearts of everyone in Xuanyu are on your side. Such a deed can be recorded in the history of the Nebula sect. This is all thanks to the help of Freedom King and the northern and southern dynasties." Zhou Xian smiled. "What do you mean?" Nebula Kid didn't understand. "Sect Master, I think you have heard about it. At the last moment when the passageway of the Death Mountain was opened, a 9th-grade combat emperor sneaked in. He unleashed all of his qi and caused a turbulence in the Death Mountain. A large army of dark souls appeared, wanting to bury everyone in the mountain, creating the greatest chaos in Xuanyu," Zhou Xian said. "You mean this matter was done by King Xiaoyao?" Although Nebula Kid had his own guess, he didn't have any evidence. "That's right. In this world, only the northern and southern dynasties could sneak into the Death Mountain without anyone noticing, and only he could send a 9th-grade combat emperor in without anyone noticing. Today the northern and southern dynasties are in the Xiaoyao Palace. The white tiger beside me had injured you before. This man is ambitious, he wants to rule the whole of Xuanyu. This conspiracy is only the first step of ruling Xuanyu, but I have destroyed it. However, Xuanyu will be in chaos sooner or later. So, the Nebula sect must be fully prepared to deal with the chaos in Xuanyu," Zhou Xian said solemnly. Nebula Kid's face darkened. He had seen the northern and southern dynasties with his own eyes. Perhaps the northern and southern dynasties weren't a threat to him, but the white tiger was. He believed Zhou Xian's words without a doubt. The purpose of the northern and southern dynasties joining hands with Freedom King was to eliminate the other three major powers in Xuanyu. It seems like Xuanyu is going to be in chaos, but it won't be easy to increase the overall strength of the Nebula sect in a short period of time. Nebula Kid frowned. "I've brought back a large number of combat soldiers from the Death Mountain. Also, I've brought back the martial depository that was left behind by the super sect. There are a lot of saint-grade cultivation methods and combat skills. These things will be of great help to the Nebula sect. I've already passed those cultivation methods and combat skills to Gua Xiaofei." As for how to use them, it's up to master to decide. Zhou Xian said. What? Saint grade cultivation methods and combat skills? Nebula Kid's eyes sparkled. Saint grade cultivation methods and combat skills. Even the Nebula sect didn't have such resources. There were a lot of peak 9th grade combat emperors in the Nebula sect. It wasn't an easy task for people like Hua Guyi and the 7 Feng Yun brothers to step into the minor saint realm, but if they had the chance to obtain a saint grade cultivation method and combat skill, they might be able to comprehend it and break through. That's right. Also, I can see that your cultivation grade has reached the peak of 4th grade minor saint, only a step away from the 5th grade minor saint. I'll give you a hand and wish you a breakthrough. Zhou Xian flipped his palm. A pill that was emitting a dazzling golden light appeared in his palm. The pill was wriggling and there were lightning sparks flashing inside it. It looked extremely mystical, as if it was going to come alive at any time. This is the 9 solar less rond pill that I've concocted myself. It won't take long for you to break through to the 5th grade minor saint after taking it. Zhou Qian's palm trembled. The 9 solar less rond pill flew to Nebula Kid. Nebula Kid caught it and felt the surging energy wave from the less rond pill. He couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 718. The legendary 9 sun less rond pill. One pill can make a person reborn. I have never thought that it really exists. Nebula Kid looked at the pill in his hand and felt that it was worth 1,000 gold. As a 4th grade minor saint, even if he wasn't an alchemist, he had heard about the 9 sun less rond pill. This kind of pill only existed in the legends because no matter how great an alchemist was, he wouldn't be able to concoct it. However, the pill in front of him, whether it was the purity or the quality, it was a 100% high-grade pill. It was like a perfect piece of art. The value of this pill was unimaginable. However, when this pill was taken out from Zhou Qian's hand, Nebula Kid felt somewhat calm even though he was shocked. He was afraid that the only person who could concoct the 9 sun less rond pill in this world was Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian, I, Nebula Kid, will remember your kindness. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Zhou Qian. He didn't act pretentiously and kept the 9 sun less rond pill. To a minor saint, every advancement was incomparably difficult. Ordinary pills wouldn't have much effect. At this level, one couldn't rely on pills to advance. However, the 9 sun less rond pill was different. A 9 sun less rond pill was enough to stimulate Nebula Kid's potential and baptize his body again. This was extremely rare. It doesn't matter. Xuanyu will be in chaos sooner or later. As long as I am here, Nebula sect will definitely rule the entire Xuanyu and become the overlord of Xuanyu. You should focus on your cultivation. I still have other things to do. Zhou Qian said and turned to leave. Oh right, the Dan King of Danyuan City has a daughter. It seems that he is going to select a husband for his daughter next month. With your ability, why don't you go and have a look? If you can get the support of Dan King, it will be very beneficial to our Nebula sect. Plus you can marry the beauty. It's the best of both worlds. Nebula sect suddenly thought of this and said with a smile. Danyuan City? Zhou Qian was stunned. He had no impression of this Danyuan City, let alone any Dan King. It seemed like this was a force that had only appeared in the recent 100 years. Yes, Danyuan City is not under the jurisdiction of any of the 8 big domains, but Dan King himself has a great influence in the divine continent. Many tycoons of big domains are willing to make friends with him, because this person's alchemy skill is unparalleled in the world. He can concoct many strange pills. He is a real genius. Later he was given the title of Dan King. This time, Dan King is going to choose a husband for his beloved daughter. I'm afraid all the genius disciples of big forces of big domains will go there. Nebula Kid said. I'm not interested in choosing a husband. Sect leader, you should focus on your cultivation. Zhou Qian smiled and turned to leave. He already had Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. These 2 peerless beauties were enough for him to enjoy. He was not interested in Dan King's daughter at all. As for making friends with Dan King, Zhou Qian was even less interested. Compared to the Dan god Zhou Qian, a mere Dan King was really not worthy of Zhou Qian's attention. No matter how powerful a Dan King was, it was impossible for him to concoct the 9 suns less rond pill. Zhou Qian turned around and left. From the beginning to the end he did not show any courtesy to Nebula Kid. However, Nebula Kid was not angry at all. If Xianxia saw him and bowed to him, he would feel strange. Nebula Kid was very clear about the relationship between him and Xianxia. The person standing in front of him was the greatest saint, not a core disciple of the Nebula sect. As for Xianxia's disinterest in Dan King's daughter, Nebula Kid didn't say anything. First of all, Xianxia was wholeheartedly focused on martial arts and cultivation. He wouldn't care about love affairs. Secondly, a Dan god who could concoct the 9 suns less rond pill would never put a mere Dan King in his eyes. After Xianxia left Nebula Kid's palace, he immediately went to find Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang. Guo Fei treated them well. He arranged a courtyard for them to cultivate in peace. Little Chinzi, it's not easy to regenerate broken meridians. Do you have any method to cure them? Big Yellow asked with great interest. Even Guo Fei, who was at the side, was intrigued. One should know that Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao's injuries weren't ordinary injuries. Even if the sect master personally treated them, he wouldn't be able to heal them completely. Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang were very nervous. Their future and fate were now in the hands of Xianxia. Tan Lang firmly believed that in this world, besides Xianxia, there was no one else who could save them. Here are 2 mysterious yellow pills. Both of you take them first. This pill can consolidate your foundation and nourish your broken meridians. Xianxia took out 2 mysterious yellow pills. These 2 pills were concocted by him on the way back from Nebula Kid's place. Junior Jiang, although the mysterious yellow pill is precious and effective, it can't help them recover their broken meridians. Wuxia Fei asked. Of course, the mysterious yellow pill can't heal their broken meridians. In this world, there is no pill that can heal broken meridians. So they still have to wait. Xianxia said. Upon hearing this, Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao's face was once again filled with disappointment. It seemed like even Xianxia couldn't make them recover immediately. However, their injuries were different from ordinary injuries. They were almost crippled. It wouldn't be easy for them to recover completely. Wait for what? De Huang Dog said. Wait for me to find a way to regenerate their broken meridians. Xianxia smiled and said, regenerating broken meridians is like a withered tree coming back to life in the spring. Only then can it grow again. There are 5 elements in the world, which is the foundation of this world. The 5 elements have spirits. Earth is the foundation, which can consolidate one's foundation and nourish one's spirit. The one that can heal injuries is the spirit of wood. The spirit of wood has an extremely strong recovery ability. I am currently practicing the 5 elements combat dragon seal, which can absorb the spirits of the 5 elements into my body. I have already absorbed the spirit of water, fire, and earth. As long as I can find the spirit of wood and absorb it, I can use the strong recovery ability of the spirit of wood together with the best pills to help them recover their meridians. This was the only way Xianxia could think of to treat their injuries. As long as he could find the spirit of wood and absorb it, he would be able to help them. But the spirit of wood is so precious and rare. Where can I find it? Wuxia Fei frowned. That will depend on my luck. The spirit of wood is extremely beneficial to my cultivation. Therefore, even without the 2 of them, I will try my best to find the spirit of wood. Before I find the spirit of wood, the 2 of you can rest here and stabilize your foundation. Xianxia patted the shoulders of Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang. If he could not find the spirit of wood, there was nothing he could do for the time being. Having hope is better than having no hope at all. Anyway, if it wasn't for Brother Jiang this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have the chance to come out alive. When the spirit of wood is found, it will heal us, Tan Ji Hao said with a smile. Tan Ji Hao said with a smile. Including the time in the Azura Palace, Xianxia had saved his life twice. As for Tan Lang, the earliest connection between him and Xianxia was in the southern continent, and Xianxia had saved his life thrice. They would never be able to repay such kindness for the rest of their lives. Of course, Xianxia had no intention of asking them to repay such kindness. Well, you have to maintain a good attitude. Believe me, the spirit of wood will be found by me sooner or later. Xianxia comforted them. Big brother, big brother. At this time, Zhulinger's voice came from afar. The little girl came to Xianxia excitedly with a gilded invitation letter in her hand. What made you so happy, little girl? Jiang Chen patted Zwillinger's head. Jiang Chen liked this weird girl very much. This is for you, big brother. Your invitation letter is from Danyuan City. Zwillinger passed the invitation letter to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took it and saw the name of Jiang Chen and Danyuan City printed on it. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would Danyuan City send me an invitation letter? I don't seem to be familiar with this Danyuan City at all. Oh right, I heard that the Dan King of Danyuan City is going to select a husband for his daughter next month. I guess he must have sent an invitation letter to Brother Jiang because of this matter. However, the Dan King's selection of a husband is such a big event. Countless young geniuses will rush over there. The Dan King will not personally send an invitation letter. Brother Jiang, you are indeed given special treatment. Wuxiao Fei teased. Kaka, the Dan King's daughter must have taken a fancy to you. De Huang Dog laughed. Get lost. I don't even know who the Dan King is, not to mention his daughter. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. He was also very puzzled about the invitation letter from Danyuan City. Big brother, what is it? Won't you know after you open it? Zwillinger said. Jiang Chen's palm trembled. The invitation letter in his hand instantly exploded, transforming into a message that appeared in his mind. This kind of invitation letter was similar to a communication talisman. It was transmitted in the form of divine sense. In this way, there was no need to fear that it would be intercepted by others. Little man, you once promised me that you will defeat all the men in the world for me. Now the opportunity has come. Defeat all the geniuses in the world and marry me. I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will find someone else to marry. This was the content of the invitation letter. It appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Furthermore, it was someone's voice transmission. Jiang Chen could hear the voice clearly. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell to the ground. That familiar voice, that familiar tone. If it wasn't Wu Ningzhu, who else could it be? Jiang Chen had always been inquiring about the news of Wu Ningzhu, but to no avail. He never thought that Wu Ningzhu would take the initiative to find him today. Big brother, what's wrong? Could it be that someone is threatening you? Zwillinger blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression was a little abnormal, Nangong Wenyin couldn't help but say, Little Chenzi, who dares to threaten you? Even if it's the Dan King, I will still beat him up. Get lost. Even if I give you 8 guts, you still won't dare to touch her. How many days is left until the day of the Dan King's daughter's husband selection? Chapter 719. Wuxiao Fei was startled at first, then he smiled. He never thought that Jiang Chen would be interested in the Dan King's daughter. He immediately said, there are still about 20 days left. Danyuan City is very far away and it is not under the jurisdiction of any big city. However, with Junior Brother Zhang's speed, you should be able to reach there in no time. Wait, is Junior Brother Zhang going to participate in the selection? Little Chenzi, I never thought that you're such a playboy. You already have little Yu and Sister Ning, 2 peerless beauties, but you're still not satisfied? You want to participate in the selection? Aren't you afraid that little Yu and Sister Ning will tear you apart in the future? Nangong Wenyin teased. Well, which successful man doesn't have a few peerless beauties by his side? That's understandable. De Huang Dog chuckled and looked at Jiang Chen with a, I support you attitude. Get lost. Do you think I want to participate in the selection? But I must go this time because the Dan King's daughter is none other than Sister Ning. Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he was a little speechless, he finally had news about Wu Ningzhu. Moreover, he knew that Wu Ningzhu was living a good life, which made Jiang Chen's mood very good. What? Nangong Wenyin and Big Yellow cried out in shock at the same time. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. This was something they hadn't even dreamt about. Wu Ningzhu was the daughter of the city lord Wu Tianyang. So when did she become the daughter of Dan King? We came from the eastern continent together, but we were separated when we arrived at the divine continent. You and Ayen have been found, but there's no news about Sister Ning. I never thought that she would become the Dan King's daughter. It seems like she's in the same situation as Ayen, being adopted by a big shot. Her life is much better than ours. Jiang Chen smiled. Are you serious? Could it be that the invitation letter was given to you by Wu Ningzhu? Nangong. When Tian's eyes widened, he finally understood why Jiang Chen said he wouldn't dare to touch him even if he was given 100 guts. Now it seems that even if he was given 1,000 guts, it wouldn't be enough. That's right. Sister Ning's husband's selection is obviously targeting me. She wants me to defeat all the geniuses in the world and marry her. If I don't go, she will marry someone else. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. This was definitely Wu Ningzhu's style. Good, you have character. I like it. De Huang Dog hurriedly praised. Get lost. What's the use of liking it? Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. Big brother, are you going to Danyuan City? Bring Ling along. Zwillinger pulled Jiang Chen's sleeves and began to act like a spoiled child. No, your big brother's going to get married. Why are you, a little girl, following him? Just stay here and cultivate. De Huang Dog said. Ling, I really can't bring you along this time. I will bring you the next time. Be obedient. Jiang Chen patted Zwillinger's head. If he was going to Danyuan City to select a husband, it wouldn't be a problem to bring Zwillinger along. He could just treat it as a sightseeing tour, but it wasn't possible now. Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. The three major powers of Xuanyu City wanted to take his life. There was also the more terrifying Dark Shadow, who was like a dark spirit. He didn't know when he would appear and give him a fatal blow. Zwillinger was only a 5th-grade combat emperor. To put it bluntly, she would only be a burden if she followed Jiang Chen. Zwillinger pouted her lips, but she wasn't an idiot. She knew that Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. If she followed him, not only would she not be of any help, she would also be a burden. Then big brother, be careful. Although Zwilling was a little disappointed, she was still worried about Jiang Chen. Don't worry. The one who can kill your big brother hasn't been born yet. Jiang Chen chuckled. He wasn't boasting. Junior Jiang, when are you going to depart? Gu Xiaofei asked. Depart now. Jiang Chen had always been swift and decisive. Once he had decided on something, he would do it immediately. Moreover, Wu Ningzhu was waiting for him in Danyuan City. She was his woman, no one could touch her. I will go with you. Don't worry, I am not here to help you in selecting a husband. I can't compete with you, Gu Xiaofei said. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. More importantly, when he was by Jiang Chen's side, he didn't lack passion and hot-bloodedness. That kind of feeling made him very fascinated. Alright, let's go together. Coincidentally, I still don't know where Danyuan City is. Senior Gu can guide me. After Jiang Chen finished his words, he rose into the sky and flew towards the exit of Nebula Sect. Nangong went in, De Huang Dog and Gu Xiaofei quickly followed him. The few of them disappeared in a blink of an eye. The distance between Xuanyu City and Danyuan City was very far. Even with Jiang Chen's speed, they would need at least 3 days to reach their destination. However, 3 days wasn't a big deal. There were still 20 days before the start of the selection. To Jiang Chen it was enough. There was no doubt that the group of these 4 was very strong. There was no need to mention about Jiang Chen. Although he was a 5th-grade combat emperor, he could easily kill an ordinary 8th-grade combat emperor. It was enough for him to deal with a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor. De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline was extremely terrifying. He also had a terrifying innate ability. Although he was only a 7th-grade demon emperor, he could easily challenge an ordinary 9th-grade combat emperor. Nangong went in, cultivated the boundless 10,000 elephant art, which could awaken the chi of the desolate ancient elephant. It was extremely terrifying. What was even more terrifying was his current physique. This guy had consumed too many divine herbs. His physique was like a real treasure. Although he was only an 8th-grade combat emperor, it was still very easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th-grade combat emperor. Needless to say, Gu Xiaofei was a 9th-grade combat emperor. After cultivating the boundless sword art, his strength became even scarier. It was very hard for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. If he was to compete for the sky ranking in the Nebula Sect, he would definitely be able to get the first rank. Brother Jiang, Dan King has a very high reputation in the Divine Continent. Many of the major powers in the 8 domains want to befriend him. This is a great opportunity for his beloved daughter to choose her husband. Many of them won't miss this opportunity. They will definitely send their most outstanding geniuses here. At that time all of them will be 9th grade combat emperors. A cold sword light suddenly emerged from the void, piercing towards Jiang Chen's head. Fast, it was too fast, like a lightning strike. However, no matter how fast the sword was, it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's senses. He let out a cold humph. He had already prepared himself for this. The sudden appearance of the lion wasn't a coincidence. How could he not notice it? No matter how powerful the assassin's assassination technique was, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. Both of them exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds, but they were still evenly matched. On the other side, the male lion couldn't resist anymore. It began to wail in pain. The Huang dog's sharp teeth had torn a piece of flesh off the lion's body. Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei had also left a few wounds on the lion's body. Ultimate assassination technique. Finally, the assassin couldn't stand it any longer. This situation was completely out of his expectation. Immediately, he no longer hid his strength. He unleashed the ultimate assassination technique that he was so proud of. His entire body merged with the sword in his hand. Together with the sword, he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards Jiang Chen. Zhoosh. Humph. Jiang Chen humphed. The heavenly saint's sword rippled out and slashed countless times. Every slash turned into a dazzling sword light, shrouding the assassin. Clang clang clang, the sword light enveloped the entire void. No matter how hard the assassin tried, he couldn't break through the defense and hurt Jiang Chen. This terrifying ultimate assassination technique had ended in failure. Go! The assassin saw that there was no hope of killing Jiang Chen. He immediately roared at the male lion and turned around, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, the male lion was completely surrounded. It couldn't even escape. It's too late to leave now, Ada, Jiang Chen shouted. Ada flew out from the spatial ring. Powerful Yin Qi and Death Qi instantly filled the sky. Ada let out a roar and clawed forward with his sharp claws. The void was completely locked. The assassin's body was enveloped by Ada, making it impossible for him to run away. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. What kind of monster is this? The assassin's facial expression changed dramatically. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a skill. This powerful skeleton was at least a minor saint. He couldn't fight against it. Ooh. At this time, the male lion let out a wail. He was completely killed. Jiang Chen swung the heavenly saint sword, chopping off the lion's head. A dazzling demon soul shot out from the head. Jiang Chen picked it up with his sword. After killing the male lion, Jiang Chen looked at the assassin who was trapped by Ada. Lung Lung said, "Tell me, where is the nearest stronghold of the Dark Shadow?" Jiang Chen was really angry this time. He must teach the Dark Shadow a lesson. He must let the Dark Shadow know how stupid it was to deal with him. He had dealt with this organization in his previous life. He knew that the Dark Shadow had a lot of strongholds. He was prepared to destroy one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow to teach them a painful lesson. Jiang Chen, I have fallen into your hands today. Do whatever you want to me. I won't say anything. The assassin was extremely stubborn. I know that the assassins of the Dark Shadow aren't afraid of death, but I don't know if you are afraid of living a life worse than death. I might as well tell you this. The one standing in front of you is a powerful dark soul. Its whole body is filled with death qi. You can choose not to tell me. I will let it break your chest open and let the death qi drill into your heart and internal organs. Then it will open your head and let the death qi rush into your sea of consciousness. You will suffer the most painful torture in the world. I promise you that you won't die. I have a lot of time. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile. At this moment, his smile was like a devil king, making people tremble in fear. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the assassin's forehead was full of sweat. This dark soul was too scary. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be joking. Zhang Chen, the will of the assassin of the dark shadow is not something you can imagine. The assassin was still stubborn. Ada. Chapter 721. Arg. The assassin immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Normally, as a powerful assassin trained by the dark shadow, his willpower was incomparably strong. Ordinary pain wouldn't make him scream, but the injury caused by Ada was different from ordinary injuries. The moment his sharp claws pierced into the assassin's body, the gloomy chi of death with corrosive power seeped into the assassin's body. That kind of pain was like coming from hell. It could make one's soul tremble. Even the assassin of the dark shadow couldn't bear it. Zhang Chen, I admit that I have fallen into your hands today. Kill me now. The assassin shouted harshly. I can kill you, but tell me the location of your nearest stronghold and I will kill you. Otherwise, this dark soul will have even more terrifying means to try on your body. I have already said that I have a lot of time. Zhang Chen's face carried a faint smile. This smile made the assassin shiver. Then Zhang Chen's eyes concentrated and looked at Ada again. Ada break his head. Don't. I'll tell you. The assassin's face was full of fear. He spoke as fast as he could. He wasn't an idiot. He could clearly see the situation in front of him. He was now being controlled by a first-grade minor Saint Dark Soul. He didn't even have the ability to commit suicide, let alone escape. It was certain that he would die here today. Since he was going to die, he might as well be happy. Otherwise he would have to endure endless torture. Zhang Chen, there is a green light city 8,000 miles away from here. There is a power called Moon Pavilion in this city. It is one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow. I have already told you about it. Kill me now. The assassin said and told the location of the nearest stronghold of the Dark Shadow. The reason why he told Zhang Chen so readily was not only because he was afraid of the torture from the Dark Soul, but also because of the strength of this stronghold. In this stronghold, there was a powerful first-grade minor saint guarding it. There were also many powerful experts in the stronghold. If an ordinary person wanted to break into this stronghold, it was basically no different than courting death. Zhang Chen only had 4 people now. Even if they had the help of a powerful first-grade minor Saint Dark Soul, it was still a dream to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. As long as Zhang Chen and the others dared to go to Qingguang City to deal with the Shadow Stronghold, they would not be able to come out alive. In that case, it could be considered as revenge for him. Kill him. Zhang Chen said indifferently. No one could lie in front of him. A person's eyes could not lie. Zhang Chen could tell from the assassin's eyes that the assassin did not lie to him. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Da's claws tore the assassin to pieces, killing him on the spot. Afterwards, Da turned into a streak of light and entered Zhang Chen's universe ring. Zhang Chen turned around and looked at Guo Fei. Have you heard of Green Luminescent City? I have heard that Xianguang City is the same as Danyuan City. It is also a force that is separated from the 8 major domains. Full Moon Inn is also extremely famous in Xianguang City. Full Moon Inn is a chamber of commerce. It does business and has a good reputation. I never thought that it would be the stronghold of the Dark Shadow Assassin organization. If the assassin didn't say it himself, I wouldn't believe it. Guo Fei was very surprised. Don't look down on the Dark Shadow. This is an assassin organization that is extremely good at disguising. Zhang Chen said. This assassin is too terrifying. Being targeted by him is simply a nightmare. What are you going to do? Nangong Wentian looked at Zhang Chen. Destroy this stronghold. If you want to fight, I will make them suffer. Even if it is the Dark Shadow, if they dare to bully me, I will make them suffer. At that time I will join hands with De Huang to set up the sky-concealing grand formation and seal the entire full moon pavilion. Zhang Chen's eyes were incomparably bright. Even the darkness of the night couldn't cover his expression. Kaka, just thinking about it makes me feel very satisfied. Chapter 722. The Full Moon Pavilion was the biggest merchant group in Greenlight City. It was also one of the biggest forces in the city. The Full Moon Pavilion had almost ruled the entire city. On the surface they were doing business, but no one knew that they had another identity behind the scenes. It was the base of the world's #1 assassin organization. The Full Moon Inn was very big. The entire tall building was 9 stories high. Its entire body was golden and filled with the aura of wealth. It was like a pagoda, giving people a high and mighty aura. Behind this tall building there was a manor. This manor looked very ordinary on the surface, but it was this ordinary manor that was the true forbidden area of the Full Moon Inn. Throughout history, only the true core members of the Full Moon Inn could enter it. Even the people who worked in the Full Moon Inn didn't have the opportunity to enter this manor. The Full Moon Hall was also considered a force, but the people who could enter the manor were less than 1%. Even if they had stayed in the Full Moon Hall for a long time and even if they had some status, they simply didn't have the opportunity to enter the manor, let alone know what the situation inside the manor was like. There were many lofts built in this manor. Even if it was nighttime, there wouldn't be any light in these lofts. Once night fell, this place would fall into complete darkness. Compared to the bright lights of the Full Moon Pavilion, it formed a sharp contrast. However, the faint murderous aura that lingered in the sky of Greenlight City came from this manor. At this moment, in a loft located at the center of the manor, a middle-aged man was sitting. This middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s. He had a full beard on his face. He was sitting on a chair. The room was incomparably dark. His chi seemed to have fused with the darkness. He squinted his eyes, but it couldn't conceal the sharp light in his eyes. The middle-aged man's cultivation grade was very strong. He had reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor, only a step away from the minor saint realm. Judging from his chi, he was at the same level as Hua Guyi and the 7 brothers of Feng Yun. Swoosh! At this time, a figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. After the figure appeared, he held his fists at the middle-aged man and said, "Leader, Sword Ming has failed." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard the black-robed man's words. He suddenly opened his eyes and 2 rays of cold light shot out from them, causing the space in the room to tremble. Even Sword Ming has failed. He has failed 3 times in a row. This is something that has never happened in our dark shadow. This is a great humiliation. Could it be that this puny Xianxia has 3 heads and 6 arms? He is so difficult to deal with. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and his expression was somewhat ugly. He was the leader of this Full Moon Inn stronghold, and was in charge of all assassination missions. Failure meant death. Sword Ming was dead. He was the most outstanding assassin that the Dark Shadow had nurtured. His death was the greatest loss to the Dark Shadow. At this moment, a deafening roar rang out from outside. That was the roar of a peerless demon. It was filled with anger and sorrow as well as an unconcealable sadness. What happened? The middle-aged leader frowned. It's the male lion. His twin brother and Sword Ming went out to carry out a mission together. They both died. The male lion is inconsolable, so it roared. Its emotions are somewhat out of control. The black-robed man said, "Damn it. What kind of existence is this Xianxia?" The male lion, a 9th grade demon emperor, and Sword Ming didn't come back alive. Seems like we have to carry out a very strict assassination plan next time. There must be no mistakes. The middle-aged leader was incomparably angry. As soon as his voice faded, 3 silhouettes turned into 3 sharp swords and rushed out. The 3 assassins didn't even have the time to scream before they died under the hands of 2 men and a dog. "It's you? Are you the one who killed my brother?" The lion's eyes fell on Xianxia. His eyes were filled with resentment. Due to the fact that they were twins, he could feel the chi of his dead brother's demon soul from Xianxia's body. There was no mistake. His brother was killed by this young man in front of him. Since you have such a good relationship with your brother, you should accompany him down there. As soon as Xianxia said that, Ada dashed out and pierced the lion's head with his sharp claws. Killing intent filled the air. Xianxia raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand and picked out the demon soul of the lion. Without saying a word, he swallowed it and refined it on the spot. After that, he kept Ada away. Little Chenzi, what should we do now? Two men and a dog returned to Jiang Chen's side. Each of their faces were filled with excitement. There are people in all the rooms here. Clean them one by one. Remember, don't let any of the assassins escape. Jiang Chen gave the order. Two men and a dog rushed to the rooms again. At this moment their roles had changed. They had become the ghosts in the dark night, the bloodthirsty assassins. These real assassins had become the lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not long after the two men and a dog rushed out, an incomparably strong wave of qi rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. A large amount of heaven elixir was swallowed by Jiang Chen. After refining the 9th grade Demon Emperor's demon soul, his grade had advanced to the 6th grade Combat Emperor. Who is it? At this time a loud shout was heard from the manor. Then silhouettes appeared one after another. However, no one could walk out from some of the rooms. In this short period of time at least 10 assassins had died in the hands of De Huang Dog. One had to admit that the quality of the assassins of the Dark Shadow was incomparable to ordinary people. After Jiang Chen released his qi, all the assassins rushed out in a breath's time. The leader was naturally the middle-aged leader. Dozens of silhouettes filled with murderous qi surrounded Jiang Chen and his group. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were shocked because someone actually dared to come to the stronghold and cause trouble. What was even more shocking was that they had already killed people silently, but they didn't even sense it. They were angry because someone actually dared to secretly kill people from the Dark Shadow. For the Dark Shadow, this was a humiliation in itself. They had always been the ones assassinating people in the dark. When had they ever been assassinated? Jiang Chen was already a 6th grade Combat Emperor. He didn't put these 9th grade Combat Emperors in his eyes anymore. Therefore he released his qi wanting to kill all of them. The minor saint who was guarding the stronghold hadn't appeared yet. Even if he appeared, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid. With Ada and Air they were enough to deal with a 1st grade minor saint. In front of these people, Jiang Chen didn't even need to disguise himself. He revealed his true face. He was very confident in the formation outside. Today no one would be able to escape from this place. Who are you? How dare you come here to kill people? The middle-aged leader's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen's face and the De Huang Dog beside him, he felt a sense of familiarity. Aren't you Dark Shadow trying to kill me everywhere? Today I have come personally to save you all the trouble in the future. Jiang Chen's murderous intent was revealed. You are Jiang Chen? The middle-aged leader finally thought of someone and exclaimed in shock. That's right. I am Jiang Chen. Today I will annihilate your stronghold and kill everyone here. My arrival will be your nightmare. Chapter 723. Jiang Chen's words ignited the anger of the Dark Shadow assassins. They were the Azura of the Dark Night. They had pride that came from their bones. They had always been the ones who stabbed their enemies with their swords. No one had ever dared to stab themselves with their swords. This was a form of humiliation. Boasting shamelessly. Jiang Chen, I have heard of you before. Your combat strength is very strong and your methods are ruthless, but even if you can deal with a 9th grade Combat Emperor, you don't have the ability to kill a 9th grade Combat Emperor. Turns out that you have these few helpers. No wonder Sword Ming died in your hands. However, you are too audacious. After killing Sword Ming, not only did you not run away, you even came to our stronghold to cause trouble. It seems like you don't know the terror of the Dark Shadow stronghold. Since you are here, it's better than nothing. Today I will eliminate all of you. It will be considered as the completion of a mission. The middle-aged leader Leng Ling said. His eyes fell on Guo Fei. From his point of view, the reason why Jiang Chen could kill Sword Ming and Male Lion was because of this young man and the cooperation of a few others. The middle-aged leader couldn't understand why Jiang Chen dared to break into the Full Moon Pavilion. It could only be said that Jiang Chen's brain was damaged or he was too young. Young people were always so impulsive. He didn't know the terror of this stronghold before he came. Don't talk nonsense. Brothers, kill them all. Jiang Chen finished his words and swung the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, thrusting at the middle-aged leader. There were 5 ninth-grade combat emperors on the scene, but Zhou Xian wasn't afraid at all. With his current cultivation grade, 9th-grade combat emperors were nothing in his eyes. Moreover, the assassins of the Dark Shadow all had one characteristic, and that was that their assassination techniques were more powerful. They were suitable for assassinating in the dark. This was their strength, but it was also their weakness because they were used to assassinating. Once they fought openly, they would not be able to exert their advantage at all, just like now. Courting death. Seeing Zhou Xian taking the initiative, an 8th-grade combat emperor raised the long sword in his hand and blocked Zhou Xian's attack. The sword in his hand drew a strange arc in the night sky, emitting a cold chi like a poisonous snake. His sword was very fast, but Zhou Xian was even faster. After the assassin's sword collided with Zhou Xian's heavenly saint sword, the assassin was immediately sent flying. The assassin cursed inwardly. He felt the threat of death, but it was already too late. Zhou Xian's sword turned into a resplendent light, illuminating the night sky as it streaked across the assassin's neck. Puchi. A head flew into the air, and fresh blood left a poignant arc in the night sky. 1/1 kill. Absolute power and suppression. The mighty 8th-grade combat emperor was like an ant under Zhou Xian's sword. He was instantly killed by Zhou Xian without any resistance. At the same time, De Huang Dog and the other 2 started their massacre. Their target was those assassins with lower grade. Anyway, they wouldn't let anyone go today. They would first get rid of those who needed to be dealt with, then they would deal with the stronger ones. Arg. The 4 of them were ferocious. The battle had just begun, but the assassins were already screaming in pain. Just like what Zhou Xian had said, these assassins couldn't handle a head-on confrontation. Their combat experience was severely lacking. Zhou Xian's long sword danced, killing 3 8th-grade combat emperors in a row. His ferocity was unstoppable. Let me deal with him. At this time, a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor stood out, blocking in front of Zhou Xian. He suddenly swung his sword. This sword seemed to have come from hell. It was emitting an extremely cold chi of slaughter. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. His expression didn't change. The heavenly saint sword was domineering. He and the long sword seemed to have merged into one. When the sword was thrust out, it was like a shooting star in the dark. The power of 50,000 dragon marks was unleashed. Under the head-on collision, the 9th-grade combat emperor wasn't a match for Zhou Xian. He was sent flying by Zhou Qian's sword. The assassin couldn't even hold the long sword in his hand. Barf, the 9th-grade combat emperor spurted out blood on the spot. His expression was incomparably unsightly. He was severely injured in just one strike. His sword was also sent flying. To an assassin, the sword was his life. If he lost his sword, he would lose everything. This scene made all the assassins turn pale. They didn't think that Zhou Xian would be this powerful. Even the middle-aged leader couldn't help but widen his eyes. He finally knew why Jianming died. It seemed like it wasn't because of the 9th-grade combat emperor's help, but because of Zhou Qian's own strength. All 9th-grade combat emperors, unite and eliminate Zhou Qian. The middle-aged leader shouted. A long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was as thin as a cicada's wing and extremely sharp. It was the first to produce a wave of sword light shrouding Zhou Qian. At the same time, the other 9th-grade combat emperors attacked at the same time, wanting to eliminate Zhou Qian. Facing the simultaneous attack of so many 9th-grade combat emperors, Zhou Qian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he roared crazily. His whole body was filled with battle intent. The heavenly saint sword in his hand also produced a long sword whistle. In his previous life, Zhou Qian used the heavenly saint sword to dominate the world. Now that he was fighting with the heavenly saint sword, no one could defeat him. Break for me. Zhou Qian's body was glowing with golden light. The endless battle intent made him look like a peerless god of war. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up in the sky. The bright long sword was like a waterfall, illuminating the entire night sky. There were a total of 6 9th-grade combat emperors, including the middle-aged leader. The 6 of them joined hands. The 6 of them attacked with their mystical swords. The sword light interweaved into a sharp sword net shrouding Zhou Qian. Hong Long, the heavenly saint sword, carried a peerless divine might. Zhou Qian fought against 6 enemies at the same time. He slashed the heavens with a single slash, causing endless sound waves to erupt. The net of swords formed by the 6 experts was cut into 2 halves. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, causing all 6 of them to be pushed back. Under the impact of such energy, the entire manor was severely damaged, causing many houses to collapse. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Little bastard, you're courting death. Elder Xian was suddenly enraged. He had never seen such an audacious young man. Without another word, he suddenly stretched out a palm and grabbed at Jiang Chen. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.